Kelly.
Dr. NBA, what's going on?
What's going on, R. Kelly? Kidding.
Hey
So,
man,
did you
I get
did,
nervous when you say R. Kelly, bro.
did you tune into the stuff that I told you to earlier or no?
Not yet. No,
It sounds like you're in the shower.
No. I'm trying to switch. Hold up.
Oh, okay.
You there? Hold up. Let me get you back up.
Okay, it sounds better now.
Yeah, much better. Yeah. Um, I'm talking from the app right now.
Urkel Big Booty Stand. First, you realize how I'm not responding to you, right? I don't want to acknowledge you. Please stop talking to me.
Is he harassing you,
You
Dr.
are
NBA?
a weirdo. No, he or she, whatever the case is a weirdo, and I'm not interacting with you. So stop mentioning me, please. Like I'm really not trying to acknowledge you. Okay? Carry on though. Dre, what's going on?
How you doing, man?
Good. I was gonna tune into your thing, but I got caught up cooking dinner tonight. So
Oh, hey, a little change tonight.
yeah,
What'd
made
you
some.
cook?
I made Aisha Curry's lamb chop recipe.
Oh, wow. Okay. I like lamb. I like lamb a lot. Ugh. Salad on the side or no? You always have salad or no?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Salad on the side or no?
Yeah, I made a vinaigrette salad with like
Ah,
spinach,
nice.
scallop potatoes. It was a nice meal. Since I was working from home today, so I just stayed home. Watched the news of the day.
Oh, yeah, what'd you think?
Did you watch it?
I did not. No, I was busy. Just, I had a pod to record, and then I had this. So my hands have been tied.
No, it's like from my perspective on obviously it's a very somber and solemn moment in our history. It's definitely gonna be I think even saying that it's gonna be the most consequential criminal trial of the century is understating it. It's going to be the most consequential criminal trial of the millennium.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I used to care about politics for from 20, really for 2 years. And then I was like, you know what? These people, they're all crooks. I don't give a shit. Like,
I mean,
you know?
you can choose not to care about politics, but politics cares about you. So
100%. And you're right. I'm not going to deny that. Like, it's going to affect my daily life in one way or another, whether it's local, whether it's federal, however you slice it. It's built on, this country is built on democracy. So,
and this trial, and that's what this trial is about. This this federal trial, it's fundamentally about American democracy. So we'll see. I want to talk about it too much here because obviously,
yeah, 100%. Hey, did you So you guys saw the Kuminga article this morning, right?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
What are your thoughts on? So he was, did he mention the word superstar?
I don't know.
Because Jim, I had a podcast. So I recorded a podcast with Jim today. He was like, he didn't like that. I think Kuminga mentioned the word superstar. He's like, it felt like a red flag to him, because I guess he thought oh, Kuminga has these expectations for himself, but he should be thinking about how to be a star in his role as opposed to a superstar. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he mentioned the word superstar. Jim part was an epic rant. I wouldn't call it an epic rant, but it was definitely a voice of concern for sure. I mean,
me and Jim Park were going at it in the DMs last night.
Actually. Oh really? I didn't know.
Still, actually, I haven't responded to him. He responded. I didn't respond.
Not Dre, here's my read on Kuminga, right?
He's
a lottery pick. He should have the highest aspirations ever.
Exactly.
Right. Of course. Yeah.
So that's my thing, right? Like, you don't want guys to be bro, and that goes for anything in life. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't have high aspirations, where the hell are you going to go? But within that, you still have to play within a team construct. You know what I'm saying? Now,
That's kind of the sentiment that Steph echoed, by the way, what you're saying. Yeah.
so like I've been watching Kaminga for 2 years, and tell me if you share the same sentiment. But I don't really think it's a thing where you know where he wants to take 20 shots a game. You know what I'm saying? Or he wants to take 25 shots a game. Every player in the league wants that. But I just think the kid just wants to play. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't want to sit on the bench in the playoffs and you have three guards rolling off of the bench. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever gotten that sense that he's out there and he wants like 20 shots?
No,
Correct me if I'm
no,
wrong. I don't know. Like,
no, I
I could
haven't.
be wrong.
No, I don't. I think he just wants to be out there consistently.
I
You
just
know?
think he just wants to be out there consistently, and it's like he's not he's not out there consistently. I think that's the problem. Like, no player in the league is going to be happy with not being out there, especially when you know you're better than guys in front of you, right? So it's like, come on, man, fam. They had like
Yeah,
three
but what's
guards
wrong
out
with him?
there, huh?
I was saying, what's wrong with him having superstar ambitions? He's the seventh pick. I mean, he's young. He has that potential. I don't get what's wrong with him saying that. Obviously, at the moment, right, he has a specific role on this team, but I think that him saying that he has those ambitions is not an issue.
I don't think him having ambitions is an issue. Now, if you're out there and you're lobbying for, 20 shots a game and you're lobbying for touches and this and that, but like, bro, last season we watched him and he was doing all of the dirty work on ball. You know what I'm saying? All of it. Now, did he need to like do some more hustling and rebound and all of that stuff? Sure. But I never got the sense like when he got on the court, he was just hijacking the offense. You know what I'm saying? Like he was doing some brain dead stuff, but that happens with a lot of young players. You know what I'm saying? So Jim is just sensitive about like what's been happening. So
Yeah.
there was an element with that with Jordan Poole. Um,
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
so so that is a legit concern, and I'm not saying that Jim is wrong, but it's like
Let me
I
ask you
have
this, right?
yeah.
If you were to guess off the top of your head, how many assists Kaminga averaged last year? Guess. If you were to
Uh,
guess.
I'm gonna say 2 assists.
Yeah, 2.2. And by the way, that's pretty fucking high. For his he didn't play a ton of minutes. And so if you look at his per 36, he's probably close to like 5 assists per 36. That's not that bad.
If you
Like
look at it, right?
you people think he is like a 2 or 3 assist guy per 36. He's like 5 damage, 5 assists, 5 or 6 assists. Like he's actually, if you look last year, he actually took a step as a playmaker.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So even right off the bat, he did show he did show a willingness to pass the ball and play make right off the bat. You know what I'm saying? So I don't necessarily view him as a guy that's just out there and he just wants a bunch of shots. You know what I'm saying? Like I just think it's just a matter of know-how. You know what I'm saying? So does he know how to operate in certain situations? Probably not, right? But is it a situation where he's not willing? Nah, like I haven't seen that. The times where I have seen him, he does look like he wants to make plays and he wants to do all of this stuff. So I don't get that from him, to be perfectly honest with you. So I don't know, man.
Yeah,
But I
I
think
think
where Jim is
Are
Jim
we even having this conversation, man? This is crazy.
I think Jim just has that perspective,
Come on, man.
based
Like,
on agenda and
You
stuff
heard what
like
Jim
that.
said though, Shadow, right?
that's great. Listen, Urkel. Does Jalen Green have aspirations of being a superstar?
Yes, they all do.
So why the fuck wouldn't Jonathan Kaminga? And Jonathan Kaminga was the number one high school player in his class.
I'm telling you, Jim just doesn't want anything to interfere with Steph right now, and that's fine. I mean, that's fine.
How is it going to interfere
But
with
I know,
Steph?
but how is that a red flag? Like, we're talking about a guy as a rookie. he led all rookies in P. He basically led all rookies in PER. His stats showed that if he was giving sufficient minutes, he would have been rookie of the year.
Shadow, there was
So
games as a rookie where he was like the 15, 20 points looked super easy. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but it is easy to him because he's a guy that just has the ability to score. He's not an intentional scorer. He's just going out there getting He can go out there and get buckets because he can create so many mismatches, and he's so super uber athletic. My thing is, if Steve Kerr is not going to empower the kid to do what he needs to do, regardless of what, even though we have to lean into things, we don't have athletes on our team, man. Like, the kid has to play. Like, to give you guys perspective, Anthony Lamb paid 19 minutes a game, dog. Like, what are we fucking doing here, bro? Ty Jerome had the worst plus minus of any guard on our team, and he was playing significant minutes over Moody and Kuminga. I think Kuminga can play. As a matter of fact, outside of CP3, I think Kuminga should be the first person off the bench. That's just me. When because Draymond ain't gonna play a ton of minutes. When Draymond sits, Kuminga needs to jump up,
And you know what
take
I
off
hate,
his
Shadow?
warm-ups, and go do what he do.
Shadow, here's what I hate. I hate whenever like the fans see like Kuminga working on certain things, right? They're like, why is he not working on rebounding? I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, when the fuck do you ever see highlights of rebounding? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. The kid is working on his game.
Shadow, you agree that he can give us the most amount of rim pressure on our team if he gets the right opportunity?
100%.
By a
I
country
think
mile.
it's undeniable.
Listen. I said this in the last the last playback, and I'm gonna break this down even further when I do the Kuminga player profile in a few days. But I view Kuminga closer to DeAndre Ayton than Mikal Bridges. Like, I kept using the Mikal Bridges comparison, but when you think about how Phoenix ran their offense, if you put Kuminga in the DeAndre Ayton role, like, literally, if you watch Phoenix, anybody here that's watched Phoenix, just, like, with the exception of a few things, right? DeAndre is an exceptional post player. Like, he's very skilled. The turnaround, the post hook, fine. Like, Kuminga may not be that yet. But what Kuminga can do is be a play finisher. What he can do is be a guy that cuts down the middle, dives at the rim, like, just is and so now the defense has a decision. Are we going to tag him, or are we going to close out on Klay fucking Thompson? Like, that's how we should be using him. Using his rim pressure, his scoring gravity as a lob threat, as a play finisher. That Chris Paul can make that decision. Am I kicking it out to one of the greatest shooters ever in Klay Thompson? Or am I finding 20-year-old Jonathan Kuminga who can finish over anyone? Like, that's how we should be running our offense. That's the position I want Kuminga to be in. The DeAndre Ayton position. So there's no doubt, like, he's by far our best play finisher on the team. There's no doubt he's by far he provides the best rim pressure on the team outside of Steph. The only reason I have Steph is because Steph is just more efficient, just at the free throw line and all that stuff. But Kuminga above the rim, nobody's like, maybe Wiggins, but that's about it. Like, he's the best. Like, in transition, Kuminga's the best. In the half court, it's like Steph, Wiggins, Kuminga. Like, it's one of those three. So, like, he'll be incredibly important for us to get right. We have to get Jonathan Kuminga right next year, or it's not going to be good. Like, he needs to come in right, and he needs to be, and that's on Steve. Like, that's on Steve to figure out, like, how do I put him in the right positions to excel at his strengths? Like, that's what it's about.
So here is Steve Kerr's angle, right? If you leave Kuminga to his devices, he will become a Kelly Oubre kind of player. You know what I'm saying? So you have to, like, steer him in the right directions in terms of doing winning things. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, he has been doing winning things. But
The
you don't
point of
want him.
attack. Yeah. Go
You
ahead.
don't want him to develop bad habits. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
bro, like when you're playing on a bad team, it's really easy to develop these bad habits. You know what I'm saying? So you look at a player like Oubre, right? A player like Oubre has every physical gift in the world. He comes to the Warriors and he's an absolute disaster. But he should have every physical gift, like in theory, right? But why didn't that happen?
Because he couldn't, think the game at the level that we needed him to. Like,
This is what I'm saying, bro. So the minute we get Kuminga to think the game, and then you mix in the athleticism, yeah, it's kind of over at that point.
And he made, but I will say, he made two notable steps last year. The first one was thinking the game as a playmaker. The second was thinking the game as a point of attack defender. Like, if you watched Kuminga last year, he was intentional with that's the thing, is that in his rookie season, he really just didn't know what he was doing. He was just kind of just playing out there. Last season, he was very intentional with how he was approaching the game. Like, it was very apparent to me that he studied how Luka would kind of get to his spots, how guys like Dame would kind of try, what I'm saying, like he would study these really high profile offensive players, and Kuminga really did a great job at shutting them down at times. So that's what he thought the game last year. And then last year also offensively, he was much more patient. He was making the right reads. He was really, intentional with his playmaking. Like, there's a reason he averaged a tick over 2 assists in 20 minutes of play. Like, that's damn near 4 or 5 assists in 36 minutes. That's nothing to sneeze at. Like, for a player at 20 years old, 4 or 5 assists, and playmaking is not even his strong suit yet. So, like, when you consider all these things, he's in a good spot. He just needs to just iron out certain things, and we're fine. Like, honestly, if he can just and Chris Paul is going to really simplify it for him. I think he's going to do a really good job of just putting him in the right spots. See, the thing is, Jordan couldn't do that. Jordan couldn't put Kuminga in the right spots because Jordan was looking for his own shot.
Oh yeah, Dre, I forgot. I came into your thing late, so I don't know if you discussed it. But did you talk about how CP3 is going to help Moody in his game?
Talked about how CP is going to help Moody?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I talked about that a little bit, yeah. If Kuminga ended up like Oubre, that this chat's going to turn into Jim Park clones with the curse lander. I don't know. I think Oubre was so far along in his career that there was no turning back. But I still think there's time for Kuminga to kind of be molded into more of like an Andre Iguodala Draymond type. You know what I'm saying? Like someone who just is like a point forward who can kind of do other stuff, like a jack of all trades, a Swiss Army knife,
Yeah, Dre, I think his ability alone that he showed to understand some playmaking within the offense alone last year, it would be such a stray for him to turn into like a ball stopper to kill the offense. Like, I think that's a stretch. Like an Oubre. I don't see that.
Yeah, I agree. At 20 years old, Kuminga showed to be a far superior playmaker than Oubre ever was for us. Like, what Kuminga was doing, just reading the floor, was pretty good last year. I thought I would give him like a B+. I mean, he did a decent job. So, I trust him, man. I trust Kuminga's going to take that step, I think he really wants to just be on the floor, competing, and be an effective, a player for a championship team. Like, I just think, and if he really can embrace that, which I think he will, we are on another level. This roster.
Dre,
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say then. So, what's your overall take on the interview? Did you like what he said? Because I
loved it. I thought he.
Okay.
I thought.
I was asking because you started off by saying how Jim had issues with it. So
but that's Jim though. That I was just saying. So I don't Okay, so what I will say is this. When I hear the word superstar, that's a strong word. But at the end of the day, I'd rather a player have too much of a motor and have too much ambition than not enough. And here's the other thing, is I don't think Kuminga's out here trying to be the face of the franchise. I just think he's just trying to play, kind of what Urkel said, a consistent role on a night-to-night basis. So even though the word superstar was thrown around or whatever, like I don't really care. The interview to me was pretty good. He basically said, like, I understand my responsibility is to take a step next year, and there's pressure, but I'm gonna have to deliver. And so basically, he acknowledged that he's aware that he needs to take a step, that he's important to the team, and that he's gonna have an opportunity to do so. And that awareness is a great thing, and so he's going to be ready for it because you've seen him work out, you've seen him prepare this offseason. So I trust he'll be ready. And you know what? Year 3 is where a lot of players take that step. So we have 2 cracks at it. We have Moses and we have Kaminga. So I have a feeling this can go really well if we start off with a bang. You know, it starts with CP3 though. We're going to need CP to be really engaged in their development.
Dre, the
Agreed.
player
So
profile is going to
last
be
year,
really fun on Kuminga because we'll really get a chance to dive into the off-ball defense there.
What were you going to say, Urkel?
the off-ball defense is going to be big. I think.
Yep.
I think kind of like when you look at the damn, who's that?
I think that's Dr. MBA. He's like running his sink or
I
something.
think I think when you look at bro, turn your sink off. Damn. I think when you look at the off-ball stuff, and then you look at the defensive rating, and when he's on and off the court or whatever, the off-ball thing was a big part of that. And a function of like the off-ball stuff and what those stats are capturing, it's capturing the defensive rebounding because that's a function of defense. And it's also capturing, like when you lose somebody on a back door or, you lose somebody in transition or you're not tagging a cutter. So it's stuff like that
Yep,
that
yep.
he needs to clean up. And that stuff is very,
It's all film, Urkel. That's all film. Like
yeah,
honestly,
bro, that's all film, man.
it's not even ability. It's not like. See, here's the thing. I was just breaking down Moody, and Moody like has some athleticism kind of like limitations, right? Moody's not like the quickest guy. He's not necessarily like big in terms of like being 6'8", but like Kaminga is pretty damn quick, and he's 6'8". Like so, all of his things are correctable. It's not an athleticism thing. It's all about film and CP3. I think just his presence alone in pointing these things out will be huge for Kaminga to accelerate his development. So yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it, man.
I'm cooking lunch because I feel bad eating out too much. Not watching
Shadow,
This
TV.
dude is over here. I'm eating a whole last meal, bro.
Dr. MBA took your advice, Shadow.
Yo,
He's been eating at home as of late.
Yes,
That's
Shadow.
good. About time.
I made some lamb chops tonight, Shadow, for my
That's
Easter
good. With
curry
it,
one.
with a side salad.
Yes, some
Yep,
just
vinaigrette salad.
vinaigrette.
Terrific.
Yep, and I was making some brown sugar chicken. That's why you heard the noise.
Shadow, this man is he was going to restaurants every night, bro. Like,
Bro, I was telling this guy's moving crazy.
shit.
Nah, honestly, I'm just cooking at home today because I was just too busy watching the news. So I didn't want to go out.
Dave Ramsey said that you can literally eat away your retirement. You know what I'm saying? And he's 100% right, bro. If you eat out every night, you can eat away your retirement money, bro. Literally. The food expenditure, the food expenditure in this country is wild. So, but we need to calm down about Kaminga, though. We seriously need to calm down about Kaminga.
I just hope he gets his fair shake. Kaminga knows what he got to do. He got to rebound, and he got to be he got to get those rotations down. But I think he knows what he's got to do. He's over there in South Africa doing the Basketball Without Borders stuff. He's focused, man. He's been doing his tour and doing what he needs to do. And to be honest with you, he's been working on this game the most out of anybody. The second the playoffs stop, he's been in the gym every single day.
Hey, Shadow, question. What the fuck has Draymond been doing this offseason? Everyone's been asking. I see Ricky G tweeting about it. I see
He's going to
Shane tweeting
fights,
about it.
man. He's going to fights, trying
Like,
to take
I
notes,
haven't
bro.
seen a single thing. Shadow made a joke yesterday. He's not in the basketball lab, but in the Lobos lab. Like, come on. That low key is kind of true.
Yeah, I think he's
He's
on his
inventing
way
some
here
new
right now.
whiskey.
I think
Jesus
he's on
Christ.
his way here right now, to be honest with you.
On his way where? To Lobos?
No, Toronto. He's on his way here right now.
Hold up, it's Carabana weekend, right?
Yeah. So, there ain't no working out going on here, bruh.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Carabana weekend, Shadow. Oh
That
boy.
dude needs to get back in the gym.
Oh, Carabana weekend, Shadow.
We'll see, man. We'll
I ain't
see
even
if he
saying a
gets in
word, dog.
the We'll see. You're
I ain't
stupid.
even saying a word, bro.
Or Kelly. Behave her, Kelly. Come on.
I ain't even saying a word, bro. Not saying a word, man. Oh my god. Is he really going to Toronto, Shadow?
Yeah, 100.
Oh, okay.
He's a groupie, man. He really is.
He's wild, man. Bron's here, so that's why he's gonna go.
Yeah, Braun loves Toronto, dog.
Come on, man. I introduced them to this place. They never look back, man. They're asking me about Carabana when it was in the middle of COVID, dog. Like, come on, man. They're like, bro, the border is closed, dog. There's no coming.
Oh, these dudes are wild, man. These dudes are out of their mind.
I
Urkel,
can't
what's
believe
going
the
on with
season's
you?
still so far, man. Fuck, man.
Say what, Dr. NBA?
No, I was saying, what's going on with you? How are you doing?
I'm doing well, Dr. NBA. Thank you for asking, man.
Well, Shadow, I think the season's in like 3-ish months, right? But we'll
Yeah.
have some clarity with the
Oh, yeah.
schedule within a week or a week and a half.
Yeah,
Like,
but the thing about it is we're not finished up our roster. Like, a lot of things slowed
yeah,
down.
that's true.
Like, even with the league, like, the Dame trade is supposed to be, like, imminent. It's slowed down.
Yo, that's why I'm doing this player profile thing. Like, there's some level of like engagement. Like, I can see people kind of,
Oh, everybody's
you know,
confused. Everybody's confused. Like, I don't even know what Adam
yeah,
Silver's doing. Like, they
yeah, yeah,
got
yeah.
this in-play tournament, which is throwing shit off. Like,
Yeah, dude, that
so
shit's
the
in like no.
schedule, I don't even know what
Yeah,
it's gonna be. Remember, we had some crazy back-to-backs. The in-play tournaments in December. So,
right,
like,
right. Yeah, in
yeah, I
Vegas.
don't know what the travel thing's looking like. I'm
In
gonna ask
season
these guys
tournament?
when they're here. I'm not going out this year, but I'll probably go
Bro,
out to eat with
I
these guys
wonder,
one
like,
time, and I'm gonna ask them some shit. Bro.
I wonder if like when the reporters ask like Steph or like CP3 or whoever, like or Draymond, like, oh, do you guys care about the in season tournament this year? Like, I bet you Draymond's gonna be like, fuck no, we care about that big one. Like, he might like, I
No.
don't.
They've already asked them. They're like, oh yeah, it's something new. We'll have to see, and we're excited for it. Everyone's on the same page because that's probably what the league's telling them
Uh
to
huh.
say.
Yeah, yeah, you might be right. Actually, you might be right.
But we'll
You
see.
might be right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Urkel. Oh, I was gonna say, yeah. I was listening to the last few minutes of your spaces, and you had that the Aaron guy up there. Oh my
Yeah.
god, he is stupid, man.
Bro, how
After
could you
everything he
like
was
be
saying about the
so?
defense and stuff like
Bro,
that.
think about like, bro, we literally beat. See, here's the thing: if Aaron came up there and the Celtics had beat us 2 years ago, like that's one thing, right? But they literally, like, bro, what ground do you have to stand on? Like what are you talking
No,
about?
this whole thing is the road record. The road record. They're not taking into context that Wiggins missed 45 games, Draymond missed 10 plus games, Dante missed like 19 games, Kaminga barely played, Moody didn't play, Steph was injured twice during the season, Klay Thompson didn't play in back to backs the first half of the season. We didn't have a comparable roster and accentuate on the pieces that we lost. GP2, we traded for him, but he was damaged goods, and he was never healthy throughout the course of the season. You see how many variables that is? Not including the punch, not including Bob Myers beefing with Lakeup, not including Steve Kerr beefing with Lakeup and purposely playing James Wiseman in the first 10 games to purposely tank so they could get rid of him. None of those things. Like, you understand what I'm saying? No one's saying none of those things. But it's okay, man. Right now, I'm focused. That's why all this offensive talk, bro, you do not have to worry about the greatest offensive player who's ever played on God's green earth. Like, come on, man. Steph, Clay, Wiggins, the scoring's there, man. The scoring's there. Everybody got to lean into defense. If we're not in the top 8 in defense, we're cooked, bro. We're not winning no chip, bro. That is our pedigree. That is our monarchy. That is what we stand on. That's what we do.
It's our calling card.
play.
Yeah.
We play defense, bro. Like, that's how we get those third quarter runs. We create stops and we go. I think the pace killed us last year. So if we could, after every stop, run the ball outside of that on a made basket, run our sets, we'll kill everybody in the league, right? Right? At the end of the day, like, all the deficiencies and things, like Anthony Lamb may have been the connector, may have been this, but he wasn't the greatest defender, but he was like neutral. Ty Jerome was like a -92. James Wiseman was fucking atrocious. Jordan Poole on the defensive side was atrocious. Like, do you guys hear and see like a pattern here? The reason why we were bad last year on the road, because it's very difficult to play defense on the road. And especially when you start out being a not great defensive team from the bench, considering the bench plays almost half the game. Simple, bro.
That's why it was stupid. Like, he was saying, "Oh, so how are you going to be able to suddenly be a good defense again?" Like you said, Wiggins wasn't there. We didn't have GP2. Dude, there's a lot of factors.
Dr. NBA, man, this guy came up there saying Al Horford is a better defender than Anthony Davis. Like, anything after that, like,
Bruh.
just mute him out, bro. Like,
Nah, he was trolling.
He needs
bro.
to
He was
go
trolling.
into
No way.
1368 proceedings if that's the case, with all due respect.
I don't know. He seemed pretty serious.
That had to have been a troll. There's no way he believed that. There's just no way.
He was
Bro,
using it
sometimes
as
the
like a
things Aaron
reference point
believes, he
for
psychs himself
Porzingis
out.
before,
He
which
psychs
is what.
himself up to believe these things, man. He psychs himself up, man.
He'll like say it, but you can you can kind of tell. He'd be like, "Yeah, he is. Al Horford's better." Like, he'll like say it like in a way that like you're like, "Yeah, you don't really believe that." Like,
So
you're
I
just
haven't really heard him much before, but he was using it like as a reference point for Porzingis at the 4, like funneling. He was given like different circumstances in which he
there's
would
no
funnel
way.
defense. That's why I was
Yeah.
like, bro, like, are you?
Let me tell you this. I would be
Never heard that one before. That's the first.
I would be shocked if the Celtics are top 5 in defense. I'd be shocked. They won't be a top 5 team.
Marcus Smart
Especially with Marcus
is a
gone.
big loss. Don't get me wrong. And what
Yeah.
happened to Brogdon? What happened to Brogdon?
No, Brogdon's still there, but Grant is also gone.
Grant
No,
is
but what
gone.
happened to Brogdon? Like, what's up with the injuries? Is he
The
like
tendon. It's like a tendon in his
He's
elbow.
recovering.
Yeah, he's recovering. But here's the thing. Like I said, I would be shocked if they're top 5 in defense. I think
I might be the odd one out, but I really do believe that they got worse as a team. A lot of people disagree. They think they got KP and stuff, but I think that losing Marcus and Grant is huge for their defense, especially during that Ime year.
100% agree. I agree. Yep. Dude, do you know the shit? Like, imagine, like, okay, so listen. If you thought Jason Tatum was food for Andrew Wiggins, wait till you see what Kristaps Porzingis is for Draymond. Like, if you've ever seen their matchups throughout history, bro, that is like an automatic turnover. Every time you put the ball in Porzingis' hand and Draymond guards him, that shit, whether a shot goes up or not, it's a turnover, bro. We are getting the ball back and we are running. Like, Porzingis is food for Draymond. So, if we ever match up against them, like in the finals or some shit, bro, we're beating them in 5. We're beating them in 5.
Dre, not to mention how Draymond literally pushes him off of his spot. Like, he can't even set into his spot. Forget about all the, even the, the on ball, the poking it away and like reading his swipe through and when he's going to all of that shit. Like, bro, he can't even set into his spot. Like, he's
It's like
pretty,
Blake
for his
Griffin.
size, he's not that strong either. So,
It
Yeah,
was like
Draymond
Blake
bullies his
Griffin
ass.
a few years ago. Like Draymond did that shit to Blake, and Blake was like
Yeah,
never the same. Like
yeah.
Blake tried to do that bully shit, and Draymond would just like
Yeah.
read it, and he would just take it on the chest, offensive foul, or he would like poke it away, crowd creator, or he would like just put like kind of bump him off his spot and force like a tough shot. Like Porzingis is the same soft bitch Blake is. So I'm not worried, bro. Like you got a 7-footer that can shoot the three, fine. But what happens when Chris Paul is toying with his ass on the perimeter? Like you're fucked. Like I'd rather have Grant Williams. Like honest to God. Like if you tell me in the playoffs, give me Grant Williams because at the end of the day, right? Porzingis is going to give you 20 points in the regular season. He'll give you good rim protection. But in the playoffs, when you have schemes that you have to run, did you see the defense Grant Williams
Excuse
played
me.
in 2022?
Yeah, but excuse me, Dre. I have a question though.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Obviously, KP, right? He had a great year in Washington D.C., but that team wasn't doing anything. We've seen him under the pressure playing in New York. He didn't fulfill those expectations. We saw him under pressure playing with Luka. He also didn't fulfill those expectations. So how are we going to sit here right now before the season even begins and call him a pivotal piece or the last remaining piece for the Celtics to finally get, that championship when he's proven that in the bright lights he's folded?
There is no indication. Like, dude, anything that takes away possessions from Jason Tatum is something I'm on board with because he's their best player. And if you tell me Porzingis is going to take possessions away from him, if you tell me Porzingis is... Listen, Jaylen Brown probably killed us the most in those finals. If we're facing Boston and you're taking the ball out of Jaylen Brown's and you put it in Porzingis' hands, that is music to my ears. Like, bro, I will be so... Bro, we were packing... And I know this is so far ahead, and I'm kind of, like, fan-fictioning right now. But, bro, we would pack them up in 5, bro. It wouldn't even be close. Like, we would just dominate them. They might have one game where, like, they just get a bunch of free throws and they hit some shots and fine. But we would annihilate them. Like, it wouldn't even be close.
Dre, is he for you a $30 million plus a year player?
No.
Given
He's like mid.
assuming he's available, assuming he's giving you, a decently consistent amount of availability, and you have him in the postseason.
He's like 26, 27 for me.
Okay.
Like, I'm not paying him over 26, 27. 30,
I was thinking the same thing. Like close to. I was thinking like for me, like he's not worth more than like 25.
Yeah. Mid 20s, somewhere in the mid 20s. Yeah, I'm not threatened by Porzingis. Like, that's just me.
Yeah,
I know
Dre,
who I'm. Yeah.
Dre, so Aaron was like, Porzingis is going to play drop coverage and, like, that's how they're going to protect him. So he was making all of these excuses, and I was like,
Yeah.
the Warriors might be small, but these guys can guard.
So
Urkel, he
what
was
the fuck is he
saying-
doing?
One thing that they can do is that,
So
Bro,
what
he
the
was
fuck is
literally
he doing
saying that-
off ball when you're funneling into Goatford,
Wait,
right?
no.
Yo, Urkel, so let me tell you this. If Kuminga takes a leap, if Kuminga takes a leap and we play Boston in the finals, we are packing them up in 5, and it might be a sweep.
Yeah.
I'm dead ass.
Easy.
Listen. You think I'm joking, and I almost sound like Shadow right now, like, because Shadow makes like some claims sometimes. But
Bold
honestly,
claims, yeah.
but Shadow's spot on, and I know I'm spot on with this. Like, Shadow makes claims, but he's spot on. I'm telling you, I'm spot on. If Kuminga takes a leap, he would outplay Porzingis in a series. If we
Great.
play them in a series, and Kuminga does take that third-year step, he would end. I'm telling you, in a series, he would outplay Porzingis. I'm telling you, like, we would smoke them.
Dre, but the crazy thing he said, right, is that the next time, or if we play them again, all they'll have to do is let Steph cook. Like, bro, that was the reason why we won the series, because they let Steph do his thing. And that's what.
Well, here's the thing. Jaylen Brown was their only lifeline. Like, that was like. Here's my thing. If you tell me Porzingis is taking away possessions from Jaylen Brown, I'm all for that. Like to me, I'm not threatened by Jason Tatum because we got Wiggins for him. I'm not threatened by Porzingis. We got Draymond for him. I'm threatened by Jaylen Brown a little bit because I saw him do a really good job shutting Clay down and giving us some trouble with his ability to score. Right? He like I know people give Jaylen Brown a lot of shit, bro, but he really he's good.
He was their
He's
best
good
player in the
against us.
finals by far.
He's good against us, bro. Like he averaged what 27 in the finals or something.
With
Like he
one
was good
hand. With one hand.
with one hand, damn near. And you know what? He like I know people like to say like we baby Clay so much. Like it pisses me off how much we baby Clay.
Make
Like
a wish, kid.
he played well. Like he played good defense the last 3 games. Like bro, like Jaylen Brown. Okay, I'm gonna say this right. And again, this is gonna sound like Clay slander, but this is just the reality of it. This is how I see it. It was almost as if like the way like I'm trying to think of like a gap. So the difference between Steph and Marcus Smart was probably the difference between Jaylen Brown and Clay
Damn.
in that series. Honestly, it was that bad. Like I don't think people remember.
That's pretty incriminating, Dre.
Damn.
I
You
disagree.
know,
Dre.
well, listen. I don't think people remember how good Marcus Smart was in the series. He was damn good.
Look,
But
Dale,
I'm
get
just
up
saying.
here.
Listen. I'm just saying, bro. It was bad. Like, listen. Clay had 2 good games. He had game 3, and then he had game 5. And you could argue game 4, fine, 2.5. Let's say 2 or 3. Marcus Smart played well in basically every game with the exception of like 1 or 2. Like he basically played well for 4 games. Like full stop. Jaylen Brown played well in every game except for 1. So I'm just being honest with you. Like in terms of consistency, you could argue that the gap between Marcus Smart and Steph is similar to the gap between Jaylen Brown and Clay in that series. 100%.
Jeez. 12
Dude,
games.
do you remember what Jaylen Brown was? He was overwhelming Clay athletically. I will say this though.
Dre.
Clay figured it out. Exactly. Clay figured it out, and you give him credit, right? The last few games, Clay did a great job, right? He was really good defensively, fine. But I hate that bullshit because it's like the only reason we won the series was because of Steph, and we wouldn't be giving Clay these like crumbs. It's like crumbs, like yeah, like bro, it's like the Draymond shit. And by the way, this isn't just a Clay thing. This is a Draymond thing too. Draymond played well for 2 games.
He
2
was a
fucking
non-factor
games.
for the others.
Bro. Literally, he played well for 2 games. Or 3 games. You could say 2 or 3 games. He played well in game 2, game 5, and you could say game 6. So let's say 3 games. He played well for literally half the series. That's not good, bro. You're supposed to be one of the best players on the team. You're supposed to be a top 2 or 3 player on the team. Like Wiggins, that's what made Wiggins so important, bro.
I guess
And
we
Clay
should give him
played
a pass because of the crowd shit. Like he was a little shook.
like I'm serious.
That
like,
was Draymond.
Yeah,
you want to
Draymond
go
was a little shook.
game by game, right? I can read the numbers. Like people think it's crazy, but I swear to God, Jaylen Brown was just. It looked bad because you remember the first 2 games, Clay shot like 20% from the field combined. He was just horrible. And that's partly why we split was because see, my thing is this: if Klay Thompson plays up to par, we may lose 3 games the entire playoffs. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
Klay Thompson's the difference between a series going 6 games and being a sweep. Like literally, if he plays up to par, we could sweep some of these teams. But if he plays like shit, it's going 6 or 7.
Just imagine how easy the offense is when you got like 2 guys that are capable of dropping 30 fucking and a half. Like, bro, like the floor spacing would be
With
nuts.
CP3 now too.
One. So what, Dr. NBA?
With CP3 now too.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean Dre's right.
Man.
Besides game 5, he was annihilating us. Jaylen Brown was annihilating us. So that's why
game 5 was the one game.
Game 5, he had a hard time. But yeah, if Wiggins isn't doing what he's doing on Tatum, and with the way Draymond and Clay played, we would have had a very big problem. It goes 7. That's for sure.
I'll read the numbers. Ready? So Jaylen Brown, 24 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, a steal. Klay Thompson, 17 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, a steal. Jaylen Brown, 43, 34, 81. Klay was 36, 35. Okay, that's, again, so Jaylen averaged about 6-7 points more on 8% better shooting, averaged 4 more rebounds, averaged like 1 more assist, and was just way better. Like, actually, I think the defense was a toss-up, but you could argue like it was close, but the offense wasn't even close. And then Steph was 31, 6 and 5 and 2. Marcus Smart was 15, 5 and 5 and 2. And Marcus shot 43-41 splits. 41.
Nah, man. The 36 is nasty. Come on, Klay.
That's what I'm saying. Yo, if Klay, so here's my thing. I wouldn't be saying this if Klay shot like 41 from the field.
That's
Because
what we need.
do you realize that 5%, we would have packed them up in 5?
Yeah.
Like, they're
Yeah,
done in 5 if
great.
Klay shoots that better. But my thing is this. Even though Steph destroyed Marcus Smart on volume, Marcus was very similar in terms of rebounds, assists, steals, and efficiency. The difference with efficiency was only field goal percentage. His 3-point percentage was virtually the same. Jaylen destroyed Klay in terms of efficiency and production. That's my thing. And Marcus was a comparable defender to Steph. Even though, like, you could argue Marcus was like, they both played really good defense. Jaylen was probably, like, it's kind of comparable, but I would probably give Jaylen, like, a slight edge because those first those first 3 games, it was tough, man. Even the first 4 games. Like, I'll give Klay this. He hit 2 big shots in that game 4. That really saved him. If Klay didn't hit those shots, we would be talking about Klay way differently right now. I don't even think Klay would be a Warrior.
Oh.
No, if Klay, I swear to God, if Klay, so there's 2 shots. He hit the one to cut it down to 2. So it was like 90, or no, maybe it was 6. It was 5. It was 5. So it was 98, 91 or some shit. And then we went downhill. Klay had like a turnaround, and then it cut it down to 5. And then
Hold on.
he had another shot.
Wait.
Dre, can you get the highlights up? Like
No,
The good thing is though, Dre, his faith is stronger than your doubt. And I know you're the guy who would rather be wrong about all this. And I think he'll
100%.
prove us all wrong.
Please, bro. Yo, listen.
His
I've
belief
already
is stronger than your doubt.
And guess what? I don't even have doubt. My thing is this. It's like, if Klay, I've already said this, Dr. NBA. If Klay plays up to par, we're not losing more than 3 games in a playoff run. It's just not going to happen.
That's how important he is.
He's the barometer.
I mean, but Dre, I think we gotta. I think when we're talking about this, though, because I know you're talking about like all the bad stuff, right?
I think Dre refreshed, by the way.
Huh?
Yeah, he's down right now.
Yeah, he's coming back.
Anyway, can you? So I was gonna say, right? I understand like all the criticism you have are legitimate, right? But I think that when we look at Klay's performance and the reason why I have faith in him having a good year next year is because I really do feel like if you look at his regular season, he had a pretty good regular season withstanding the beginning of the season, right?
I actually don't think
it was a stretch.
But Dre, if you look at the numbers, it's statistically it's very comparable to his 2017-18 and the 19 year, right? If you look at regular season stats, right? I think that the issue for him this year is really the fact that he didn't come into shape and he didn't have the stamina to withstand an extended postseason run. And I think he kind of just ran out of gas. In addition to the fact that he was,
I agree.
in addition to the fact of the mentality aspect of him just, chucking up shots and not playing within the flow of the offense, right? The whole Jordan Poole dynamic, whatever the case may be, right? But I think that based on his performance in the regular season, I think it's fair and appropriate for us to have faith that if he comes into this upcoming season in shape and ready, I think he can have a really good year and be a major contributor as to why this team, his dynasty, wins another ring. I mean, like, I don't know. Obviously he's paid
I
for
agree with
a
that.
contract.
Brother, I think it's going to be hard work for me to have that level of optimism, and we've actually discussed it a lot. I think more in playback than we ever have in spaces. But and this is just me. I'm not going to speak for anybody.
Lindell, before you go, Zach LaVine is not better than Clay. Remember that.
Yeah, no. I'm not going to push the Zach LaVine agenda. I'm not, because the whole premise, like the whole point of the Zach LaVine thing, was to essentially say that if the Warriors had an option, the ability to upgrade at shooting guard, if Clay won't take less than a certain amount, then the Warriors should upgrade at that position. That was the whole point of the Zach LaVine thing. It wasn't boot Clay, pick up Zach LaVine. There are a handful of factors that kind of went into that, and also given the fact that if you look at that particular role around the league, there aren't guys that play that position that are actually available who are also starting quality. All that being said, it's going to take a lot of work for me to be optimistic the way Dr. NBA is, because I wouldn't even say hard to be optimistic. Here's why it's going to be kind of frustrating. Is the mic fucking up? This is the same mic, bro.
It's kind of going crazy.
No, you're good, Lindell.
I hear it now. You're good.
Crisp and clear.
Keep cooking.
Just making sure.
It's bugging for me a little bit, but
okay.
Right. Yeah.
I'll keep an eye on it. I just rearranged everything in here, so it might just be a setting. But I know I'm long-winded as fuck, but my thing is this: if it was one off season, you get a pass. You're fucking champion. But if you are going to, and I haven't even done this yet, if you're going to loop the Boston series into this, then you're like, okay, how confident can I be that I'm going to get even Boston? Like, people say he helped us win 4 championships, and that's not necessarily untrue, but we're talking 2019 Clay as the out of 10, 10 out of 10 Clay. Are on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident can we be that we're going to get 7 or 8? That is my thing. It's not just one season. And again, I will echo Dre, and while not speaking for him, bro. When I tell you the only difference between Clay in the postseason last season and Clay in the regular season was that the ball was going in the hoop.
It was literally that. I swear to God. Yeah.
Bro, I've been saying this, the same shit he was doing in the regular season. And this is why I'm so annoyed by, they over generalized the regular season, because if we're going to hold championship players to the standard that the regular season only matters up to how much you delivered in the postseason, as we should, I do not want to hear about Clay's regular season.
I agree. You're holding him to a standard of the postseason. That's the whole point of paying him $40 million.
If anything, we need to start talking about Dante differently, because Dante got shit from people, but we give Clay a pass. And again, if you are a championship player, obviously there is some grace. But from the way I see it, the postseason was just a culmination of the regular season.
Lindell,
he was doing in the regular season same shit. And the only difference was 2 for 13 in a series against in that last game. So yeah, it's. I hope I get a 7 out of 10 Clay. If 2019 is 10 out of 10 Clay, I hope I get a 7 out of 10.
Give me 7 and we're good, man. Give me 7.
We're straight. If he gives us a 7, we're straight.
Dr. NBA,
go ahead.
I wanted to comment on your point when you were talking about how Clay got tired, I guess as the season progressed. Why was he taking all the shots if he had no legs in that elimination
That's a good point.
game?
That's a great point.
That's my question. What?
Yeah.
If because we know Clay's he's a professional. He's won championships before. If you're in a situation you ain't got no legs, you miss maybe 3 or 4 shots in a row, pass the fucking ball. Why are you shooting us?
Yeah, and this is a mindset Clay hate thing either.
Mindset.
People confuse this energy for Clay hate. No,
they call it hate. Yeah, they call it slander.
Yeah.
No.
We know that Clay knows better. He knows better,
Lindell.
and that's
Mr.
why I have this
Lindell.
kind of energy with
So
him.
wait, so I also want to say this, right? People will call this slander, but I'm going to say something that's just, in my opinion. Now you can call it subjective because at the end of the day, these are opinions.
Bro,
But
Dre,
to me-
people overuse the word slander though. Like with all due respect,
I
and
agree.
you, I mean,
No,
like
yeah.
everyone overuses
That's
it.
a fact. That's a fact.
Like,
That's a fact.
bro,
But-
slander
but
is
here's what-
literally whatever.
In that
Go ahead.
2022 run, I could make a legit argument that not even all around, just offensively, Klay was our fourth best player. Not even all around. If you want to say all around, you could argue he was fifth for me.
Okay.
I don't want to say six
Yeah.
is a little crazy, but like offensively, Steph was better. Wiggins, I think, was better. Poole was better. So he's fourth. Fourth offensively. That can't happen, bro.
Yeah.
You need to be better than Wiggins. You at the bare minimum.
At least
Dre,
on offense.
Dre, I was
On
just going to
offense,
respond
on
to Lindell's point, right? When I bring up his regular season performances, I'm not doing so with the intention or goal of trying to basically justify his postseason performance.
Oh
right?
yeah, no, not at all.
For a player like
I
him,
got you.
right? For a player like him, to the standards we hold him to, right? Because obviously he's a member of the core and key to why this dynasty exists, right? So obviously postseason performance matters, and that's how we should be judging him. All I'm saying is that his regular season performance and his ability to perform in that manner, given the conditions and the context of how he entered the season, is what gives me confidence and faith that he can have a great regular season and postseason run next year, because he's shown us that he's still capable. It's not a matter of capability right now.
Not a matter
for
of
him.
ability.
Absolutely, and we've
Yeah,
facts.
said that in here. Like,
So
yeah.
So
go
that's
ahead.
why.
Aaron.
So that's why when we talk about like judging him and the importance of judging him based on postseason, you're absolutely correct. And I'm not using his regular season to justify, his postseason. I'm just using that as a basis to explain why
Dr. NBA,
I'm still
the best
faithful
game that
in his
Klay,
performance.
the best game that I remember, honestly, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm talking about like overall, like you can talk about his 54-point game against Atlanta or whatever. The best game that Klay played, in my opinion, this season was the game against the Knicks. I think it was literally the game after the Suns game.
The Knicks.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even remember that game. But Dre, let me ask you this though.
Dre, that was a
Remember
home
that
game,
game?
right?
That was
Wait,
a home
this
that game.
playoff.
Yeah. I
though, let me
remember
ask you
because
this.
I was at that game, so I
This is
remember.
a
I
key
do
question.
remember that one very clearly.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Klay.
But
You
Dre-
saw Klay. He wasn't forcing it. You were at that game. He was
Yeah, I was
playing
at that game.
within the flow. Like
Yep.
that to me was the best version of Klay I saw all
Yeah,
Dre,
he
year.
looked so
The
smooth.
key question is, did he have a signature game in this most recent playoff run? I can't tell you one. I don't think he did.
Klay, say that again.
In this playoff run, right, when we were, when we lost to the Lakers in 6, in this whole entire playoff run, Sacramento
Yeah,
Lakers,
game 2,
did
nigga.
Klay-
He scored
Yeah,
8
game 2.
threes.
I would say game two.
of the Lakers
Come on,
series?
man.
Yeah. He had like 7 or 8. He had like 32
Okay.
points.
Sam,
Yeah.
okay.
Well-
Anyway, I'm not. No. Okay, but my point is, right, when we talk about that title year, I can name several games that he has that I think there's like a
North!
signature
What's up, North?
game in.
Hey, Dre, when you made that comment talking about playing within the offense, do you think like maybe the coaching staff like has a little bit to do with it? Like, do they need to run more plays where you force Klay to like just catch and
No,
shoot
you
the
need
ball?
He needs to be Cam Johnson.
Okay.
I swear, and I know like some people view that as like a demotion or whatever. Look at Cam Johnson's numbers. He is a legit role player in the NBA. Like, and again, it sounds like I'm a dick, right? Because Klay was an all-star.
No. Good.
But like, I swear to God, bro, if Klay can just be Cam Johnson, bro, we're winning the title. Like,
So we've
okay, ready? Cam Johnson.
so
16
Dre,
points.
this is
Wait. Ready? I just want to say this. Cam Johnson averages 16 points a game, 4 rebounds, 2 assists on 47 from the field, 40% from 3. If Klay Thompson can be 16, 4, and 2 on 47-40 splits, we're
bro.
winning the title. All right, go ahead,
Bro,
Linda.
it's a title, bro.
Welcome back, Big North, too. By the way.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, man. Like, we love to see the man back on the stage.
Sure.
Damn right.
Welcome.
I miss you guys. Pause.
Bro, we're glad you're back up here, man. Hate that it has to be during a Clay slander fest, but you know it is what it is.
No, turn that up.
We've had the opportunity to kind of like sit in this for a while, and I will apologize. Well, I wouldn't apologize, but I think people can appreciate where we're at now better than a month and a half ago, because sometimes you can say a thing that's true, but it's too close to when it happened that people can't receive it. So when
breaking news, Draymond Green has been working in the gym.
Cap.
Draymond. Dre.
Bro,
Look at the chat.
Bro.
Oh no, man, this from playoff Dre.
No, I know, but he did say this is from Travis Walton's Instagram today or a couple days ago.
I'm
This
sick.
was yesterday.
But you know how, like, when we were saying, matter of fact, I'm not even. You remember when Dre? You remember when you said KCP over Klay Thompson and people like lost their shit?
Yeah.
You say that when you say that, and people can't receive it.
Motherfucker hitting threes,
right? You fast forward to today, and you go, oh, okay, well, yes. Comparatively to what they were contributing, the role they were in, and the money they were making, yes. Like, I take what KCP gave them over what Klay gave us.
That's real.
Would we rather KCP be a Golden State Warrior over Klay Thompson? The answer is no. 10 times out of 10. But KCP and what he gave you in the role that he was in and the money he was getting paid is like, you want to talk about, it's an almost borderline non-comparison. And
Linda,
so Dr.
NBA,
I'm not attributing that line of thinking to you. What I'm saying is, though, people are using a broad generalization of the regular season to kind of skirt or kind of like protect Klay from the responsibility, not just of being a championship player, but having 2 consecutive questionable postseasons. So again, it's not about Zach LaVine. It's not about KCP. It's comparatively to how confident we are that this man could get back to a championship level. Is there a way that we can upgrade at that position? If you notice, I haven't been pushing trade machine shit. The reason why that is because past a certain point, there was no reason to do so because we weren't going to be moving off him in the first place. Now, fast forward to January. If January he's not on the shit, and the same goes for Draymond. If he's not on the shit, bro, get ready because Fanspo is going to be my whole fucking timeline. But there's a reason why I'm not pushing the trade machine stuff right now because we don't have the option to upgrade right now because we know that they're at the very least going to try to run it back with the core. So people need to hop off this slander thing and this you're not a real fan thing. I want to see the Golden State Warriors win another championship. Same. I want to see Steph Curry win another championship with Klay, with Draymond. If these dudes aren't going to be locked in enough to be able to do that, find me somebody who will.
So Lindell, can I ask you something? And I totally agree with you, by the way. But in that doubt, despite seeing, stretches where, I know take the regular season for what it is, right? He averaged like the best month of his career. I think it was in like January. He has the tools to be able to do it for a stretch. But those doubts that you have that he can give you a 7, right? He can be a Klay that's a 7 out of 10. Is it more the intangibles and the mindset stuff that we've been seeing from him when he tunes out defensively, when his shot isn't falling, shit like that? Or is it more the health stuff?
What's funny is that applies to him, and I think that applied to the whole team last year. And I've said this before. I think the things like role and chemistry and like just the overall mindset coming into the season had a bigger impact on our performance in the regular season and the playoffs than roster construction.
Okay. You gotta be hungry.
And I will stand on that. People complain about the roster construction. I'm like, fam, Dante didn't know what the hell his role was when playoffs came around. JaMychal Green was frustrated with his role when the playoffs came around, and that's not including the stuff with Moody, Kuminga, and Jordan Poole. So to me, it was way and then it like cascaded into like if these guys aren't performing, then it looks like it's a roster thing because Dante doesn't show up in the playoffs, JaMychal doesn't show up in the playoffs. Kuminga to Steve Kerr is unplayable. It's way less to me a person or way less to me was a personnel thing as it was an intangibles thing. I 100% believe that.
So no, I'm with you on that too. But more of a comparison of how much is it a mindset and an intangibles thing, and versus, well, when we really see him slow down, it's in the postseason, and he's 2 years, about 2 years, depending from the latest injury with the Achilles and the ACL. Like, how much of it is that he's physically, literally slowing down, and how much of it is the mindset and the tangible? Because I think it plays a big factor.
I think it does, and one feeds into the other. So, and we don't, and there's no way to know this, so I'm not going to assume that this is true. But in some way, the injuries have impacted his I don't even know how to explain it. So if you guys, I don't know if anybody's ever played like UFC 4, but in UFC 4, when you do a career, there's this meter up at the top of the screen that shows you, it's basically how much time left you have in your career. When you experience big injuries, that shit, the meter goes way down. Like, it literally takes years off of your longevity. Yeah. CJ's up next. Got it. It takes years off your longevity. It doesn't take years off of your effectiveness and your potential to be great, but it does shave some off of your peak plateau and your overall longevity. That I have to assume that that's true with Klay. So the ability isn't the question. It's how far over the hump have we gone, and how high is his new potential and how low is his new floor. So yes, it's physical. And I think the physical feeds directly into the mental. That being said, he's got to understand that if the physical side is limiting him, he's got to play accordingly and come in with the kind of mindset that says, hey, this is going to be my role. I've got to have a plan with the team for how that plays out over the course of 82 and then after that 16. But I do think the physical stuff does feed into the intangible mental stuff. And he's just got to be prepared to be you know what? Chris Paul's cooking, and we might have an ugly ass lineup with Steph, Chris Paul, and Wiggins, and I might not be out there. He's got to be okay with that for stretches. And if he's not, we're, at least with him, we're right back where we were last season.
I can give you that. And also, I think so. An example of that, when you think of it literally on the court and how it plays out. So I've been through two ACLs myself, 3 surgeries, but 2 ACLs myself. And not I played soccer in college, things like that, but never an athlete at that level. But when you go through the amount of rehab that you have to go through to be able to get to a level where you can compete, the frustration from a mental side of things that comes with not being able to see yourself and all the work that you've put into your body output the type of results that you've seen yourself do over and over and over again, that takes a toll on you more mentally. And I think that we've literally seen that with him. So I actually really like that you bring that up, that the injuries affect the mental, because with him, there's times where you literally see it where his shot is not falling, and we see him force it. And we've seen him do that before, where he's really trigger happy. But especially in the playoffs last year, you can see where he's getting fatigued, and you can see it literally in his facial expression, that he is just fucking desperate to hit 2 in a row. And he's like, man, if I can just hit fucking 2 in a row, I'll be okay. And you can see him wear down. And he gets
you're making such a money point right now, bro.
And I completely understand where he's coming from. And I get it, and I understand how it affects his mental. But at the end of the day, he has to be smarter than that.
So
he has to be better than that.
Question for you and question for the chat. Did he average 20 this year?
Regular season?
Yeah.
The January and February might have inflated it to a 20.
I think he did.
So, and this is there's a lot of margin here, but let's just use this as an example. Would we rather him, and again, we know the ceiling's high because we've seen him do things that no other player has done on the court. None. Would we rather him force it, average 20, 22?
Lindell,
or would we rather him average 16 over the course of the regular season in his role?
16.
It's 16 every and that's the thing, That's kind of the root of my frustration when people will bring up the shooting numbers and stuff. And I'm like, I get it. What do you hit? 300 threes this past season? I get it. I understand. I understand the significance of that. But when I hear 300 threes or he averaged 18 and 20 points, it's as an argument for like not seeing what we're seeing. I go, okay, this is how I know you didn't watch games. This is how I know, because the stuff that we actively complained about in the Lakers series was also true in December.
We all love it when Clay is scorching hot from three. But God damn it, we do not need to start games force feeding him the ball. If he can't stay engaged,
and I'm
because he missed a couple,
and I'm confident he will have those games this season.
That's fine, but God damn it, when the season's on the line, whether I don't care if we in a losing streak, whatever the fuck, like, bro, you can still affect the game in other ways. Like, we know Clay is talented, bro. Lock in on defense, cause a turnover. God damn it, like,
No, I'm hopeful, and again, I've seen the same Clay this run that everybody who is hesitant to point this kind of stuff out has seen. Like, he is a guy, and when I bring up trades, you got to understand there's a difference between a difficult decision and a quick decision.
Hey, Lindell,
I can make a difficult decision quickly.
Sorry to interrupt you, brother. Did
Yes, sir.
Klay Thompson sign that extension yet?
Bro, relax.
nah, man, we're not talking about
Relax.
that, man.
I'm trying to be positive, because I lied to the timeline low key, because I said I would post a trade proposal every day until you signed an extension.
Have you missed a day yet? Because
I haven't done it in a week, 2 weeks.
All right, I'm gonna pick up tomorrow.
I appreciate you.
Lucky.
I appreciate you. Nah, like I want Clay. That's the dream, for Clay to retire a Warrior. But I hope he does it under the context of them winning 2 more championships. I hope he does it under the context of us not getting overly sentimental, paying him a 2+1 that gives him $38 million in the first year and 45 in the last year. Like, I hope it's not under that context. I want it to be under the context of having 1-2 more, because, and again, this is why I say context. I said, bruh, a Clay trade only makes sense to me if he doesn't take under a certain number. A Clay trade makes sense to me only if he's not willing to adjust to the kind of role that he ought to have at this stage of his career. Not just, get Clay out of here because he was ass in the Lakers series. There's context to it. And even then, I acknowledge the fact that when it comes to replacing the shooting guard or even the wing, because I think Wiggins can play shooting guard, the options are extremely limited. So this isn't like a kick him to the curb or punt him 100 yards down the field type thing. It's he needs to be this and he needs to be this. And if he's not that, then we can boot the fucking trade machine up.
Hey, Lindell.
Hey,
Lindell. Hey.
Yes, sir.
I saw Klay Thompson look off Jordan Poole to shoot a contested 32-footer, double teamed. Yeah, I'm about these trade proposals.
And that's the thing. Say what you want about Poole. Say what you want about the chemistry. Say what you want to win a championship or not. That's my question. Do you want to win a championship or not? And if you're looking off dudes in favor of a contested double team shot, if you're looking off cutters,
but we don't have to worry about that no more.
Lindell, it's funny. The question you're asking, Lindell, is the question I bet you Steph asked in that before that Game 7 speech. Do you want to win a championship or not?
Can I? And I don't want to speak for the man. It's assumed that his little King speech was about, well, I wouldn't even say assumed. People are incorrectly thinking, because they just didn't read or listen, that speech was only directed at 2 people. And that's Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole.
It was like 5 people probably. It was
bro, in this, literally, Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Dante, and JaMychal, and Moses Moody.
Yeah.
Literally those 5. If you go back and listen, and if you go back and read, you'll know it was those 5, not just the quote-unquote And again, I'm not defending Poole at all, bro. I'm at this point, I'm glad that Poole's off the team.
I do, you know,
The
part of me
pissing
does think,
contest is over, bro. Those
and honestly,
contested shots, this shit is
Right.
over.
But it was
the
a lot.
the
It was a
empathetic
lot more, and I wouldn't be surprised if a little bit of it was directed at Klay Thompson too.
the empathetic side of me. Oh yeah, for sure. But the empathetic side of me, and there is this part of me. I've said this in the past that like I can understand where Poole, like Poole did get fucked over. I'm not gonna pretend like this idea that Poole is like just only did bad things. Like he got fucked over, bro. Klay fucked him over.
Bro.
Kerr fucked him over.
Yeah.
He got fucked over too. Like it's not just Poole, like 100%. Like I don't want to make it seem like it's only Poole. Like he got fucked over by his teammates, by the coaches, by like even the front office. And listen, Steph. The thing with Steph is this: Steph is like, look, I get that you're getting fucked over, Jordan, but we're trying to win a championship, so you have to like. If you're
You
not
gotta
part of
lock
that
the fuck
shit,
in, man.
yeah, if you're not a part of that, then fuck off. Like, and he wasn't a part of it. Like, that's why he got traded. But
Yeah.
but Steph, if you listen to him speak, like the way Steph has been talking the last month, last few weeks, it's all about like urgency, maximizing this core, and like we gotta win. You heard what he said on Logan Murdoch, his podcast. He's like putting agendas aside. We got to put our personal agendas aside and blah blah blah. And the focus, common goal should be winning. Like he's never been this vocal about like it's almost like he's echoing his like.
He's tired of the shit, man. He's tired of holding that shit in.
It's like it feels like he's echoing his concerns and like what happened last year on like you know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like he's in a way publicizing these things. Like we dealt with these agenda things last year. He's basically saying that. Steph is basically saying we were dealing with these agenda issues last year that hurt our chances at winning, and that we don't want to deal with that this year. So, yeah, man. I mean, Steph has been pretty clear about that the last few weeks, and he's been extremely. It's out of character, actually. Like I haven't heard Steph this.
Yeah.
He's a very.
I think he's aware. I think he's aware of the mortality of this thing.
Yeah, you are. You're right. Yep.
They've caught lightning in a bottle the way very few teams in the history of the sport ever have.
You could argue only like a few, like on one hand.
Do you and what's crazy is I would love to go back and find interviews and conversations with some of these dudes near the end, because one thing that I can be encouraged by is the fact that we've said multiple times this offseason that Steph has almost stepped outside his character to say some of the things that he said.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. How encouraging is it that Steph is aware ahead of time that this thing will eventually come to an end?
Very.
And that their approach on and off the court has to reflect the urgency of something that is dying.
Because it's an extension of his involvement. Like,
yes.
Now he understands, like, okay, I have to be part of the process in, setting these standards early. I have to, and I'm sure, listen, I can't prove this, but part of me believes that he had something to do with the Chris Paul trade. Like,
yeah. I don't think that move happens without him at least being on the phone with somebody.
Yeah. I don't think that was like a unilateral move,
We've just slight, and this is just I've just noticed it by pulling up Fanspo. We've just casually forgotten that the biggest trades that we were promised this offseason still have yet to happen.
Yeah,
Dame is still a trailblazer.
The first name we heard was Kuminga.
Bro.
Like, that was the first name out of any article was Kuminga. And then it was Jordan. Remember what I said? Like, literally, like, days after we were kind of having our conversations, and I was like, the repeat names that like the common denominators that I was able to identify was like Poole and Kuminga. Those were the names that kept popping out of like these articles about like who's going to get moved or like who the Warriors are looking to improve on those spots. So I was like, oh yeah, Poole is gone or Kuminga's gone or both. So like the Poole thing did not surprise me when it happened. Like obviously the Chris Paul part of it did. I didn't think it'd be for CP, but They did try to trade Poole for OG. That is something that did happen. And Shadow was saying that, and we found out that was the case. It just didn't happen. But Kuminga's still here. And so that tells me that they're invested. Now, do you remember when we were listening to Mike Dunleavy's press conference? He said that he would like Steve to find more minutes for the young guys. He did say that.
Well, I need to run the numbers. I need to run the numbers because a lot of minutes just got freed up.
Exactly.
A lot of minutes just got freed up.
That was my thing. Is like
Kerr's got no choice, man.
Exactly. Like the reason I wanted like a Torrey Craig or like a wing that can guard and shoot and all that is because and rebound is because that was what Otto was. And I was like, okay, how do we replace like that Otto Porter closing lineup, like closing games type of role? But it's like, you know what? It's just clear to me that that's not the direction they're going to take. They're going to take the direction of leaning into Kuminga and betting on his third-year leap. So we'll see.
Is there a minute, like an NBA minutes distribution tool?
It's a good question. Let me see.
Because it's 5 times 48, correct? The total minutes available. Yes.
Basically, yeah. Basically, there's 200. I think it's 240. 240. Yeah. 240.
That would be so interesting because we really did just. And obviously, Chris Paul comes into backfill, Sarge comes into backfill, and then Corey Joseph, and then potentially rookie. So there's like maybe some like straggling minutes there. But I think a lot of minutes just got freed up. I mean, there's just between Dante and Poole. Like let's assume Chris Paul and Dante cancel out at 26 minutes. Poole is 30. JaMychal was 14. Like that's I don't know if I'm missing anybody, but that's 45 minutes, like right there. So
and Lindell, I mean, I'm interested. I'll just look it up. I don't know what Lamb averaged, but he was getting run, man.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
Why did you, bro? I would have been fine not remembering that shit, man.
Lamb averaged 20 minutes a game.
See, that's crazy.
And how many games played?
A lot. It's probably 50 or 60, something like that.
What is it though? Like, I don't understand. Like, so because Lamb appears maybe more mature, like, what is the reasoning behind having a raw?
Can I tell you what the cynical answer is?
Yeah.
Is because he's a yes man.
What the fuck?
There is no agenda. There is no like. If you got to sit for 2 weeks straight, you're not gonna hear shit from him. If somebody tells him go over there and stand there, you're not gonna hear shit from him. If you hear, hey, I just need you to give me some energy, you're not gonna hear shit from him.
Yeah, he played 20 minutes in 62 games. So.
Oh, and then there's also this. Ty Jerome, 18 minutes a game.
Bro, I just
so that's going to be the Ty Jerome's going to be Corey Joseph. Yep. The Anthony Lamb is probably going to be Moses Moody. The JaMychal Green's going to be Saric.
Yeah.
And then who am I missing? Dante's going to be Moody. Dante and Lamb are going to be Moody and Kuminga. That's what it's going to be.
Thank fuck.
They fucked up last year, bro.
Bro, yeah.
I just don't understand, bro. I just don't understand. It's like, bro, everyone can see how much of a negative Lamb is. Like, why do we keep running him because he's older than Kuminga? What's the fuck?
These people are like fucked. I don't know. It might have been Urkel. Someone tweeted something like the other day about like what this team is gonna look like from like a competency standpoint after Steph. And even with Steph, they're not even competent. Like, Steph covers up their incompetence. Like, I hope people realize that. Like, he makes this shit look better than it is. We shouldn't have beaten the Kings. Like,
nope.
We shouldn't have.
Yeah, Steph literally willed that shit to happen, by the way.
Bro, like, no, listen. Steph had to do something that's literally never been done. Like, at
50.
the time.
50.
Literally, in a Game 7. Like,
50.
Come on, man.
Oh.
That shit is like pulling something out of your ass, bro. Like, literally, you can't prepare for that shit. Like, imagine, think about it this way. The night before, right, you have a huge presentation, And if you fuck this presentation up, you lose your job. And you
Yeah.
come out and you deliver the best presentation the company's ever seen. That's literally
Shit.
what Steph did. Like
No
literally.
help. No one helped him with the
Nobody,
notes.
no PowerPoint. Like literally, bro. Like literally, Steph came in cold, dropped 50 out on the road in a game 7 with Klay Thompson shooting 3 for 19, bro. Come on, man.
And then that also makes me think about Game 6 versus the Lakers. Like, wasn't Steph the only person that
Steph had
scored
32.
30?
Steph had 32.
Yeah.
And no. Steph was the no. I'm gonna get this right. Steph had 32. He was the only starter in double digits, and the only other player in double digits was Dante with 16.
No. Man, we can't have that shit next year, bro. I
It's
swear
funny,
to God.
Dante and Steph. It comes down to them. Final game of the year. Dante was the second highest scorer on that in that game with 16. He was the only player that showed up outside of Steph. Like it was actually. See, that's the thing. I would have rather Dante played bad because that would have been a sign that everyone else is playing good. The fact that Dante played well, it was a red flag all year that Dante played as well as he did. Because it just meant that.
I forgot we got to give credit to Looney in that game because I think Looney was solid because you can't really
Looney
expect
played well.
him to. Yeah,
I think he had he played okay, but yeah, man. You know what it is? That game 4 is gonna stick with me. That game 4 and that's game 4 has like every other day I'll think about that game 4. That's
Dre,
just
I thought we had it when Steph had that down.
I'm not gonna lie, that game 4 might stick with me more than the game 7 2016.
Lonnie Walker game.
Bro, that was
game 4 because I'm telling you, if we win that game 4, we win the series.
Yep.
That was fucking horse shit, bro.
Because we would have been 2-2, right?
2-2. We would have won game 5.
Like Boston.
And then I think
even if it goes 7, I still got us.
Either, yeah, I probably go 7, but I still think we win game 7. Like, bro, I think that game 4, I think about to this day.
Like, Dre, to be honest, though, you should be more mad about game 1, losing that one at home.
That one too, bro.
Bro, didn't we have like a deal? What was the deal with that game? I'm trying to remember what was the narrative because I remember Laker fans used to they were talking shit about it. Like I think we were like shooting decent from 3. What was it? We were taking too many.
They
threes?
were like, "You're not going to shoot like that again."
Oh yeah. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And then 29-6 from the line that followed it. I'm kind of pissed that we ran these numbers. I kind of wish we didn't, to be honest, because I just fucking ran these numbers, guys.
Oh,
and on an average given night, we had Jerome, Lamb, and JMG running 20% of our total minutes.
Bro, I told you.
About to dry
That's
heave.
disgusting stuff. Like, I could have lived the rest of my life not knowing that it was 20% of the allocated minutes.
Those were Steve Kerr's guys, though. Like, I don't know. He just really loves those almost out the league guys.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny, though? Only, like, one of those guys. Actually, statistically, none of them were a positive, but only one of them was, like, kind of a positive. Like, imagine if Kuminga's a positive. No, I think Lamb was, like, because there were some lineups that Lamb was, like, a major positive. But overall,
it was Anthony Lamb.
But here's the thing, though. If Kuminga can be a positive, and if Moody can be like or even if they're like neutrals, kind of like, bro, it's a wrap. Like I'm telling you, bro, like it's not even they don't even have to do much. Like if they first of all in a vacuum they're better than Jerome and Lamb and all that. Like Kuminga's better than fucking Lamb and Moody is better than Jerome. Like how do they leverage their abilities to be effective in a winning context? And so now Saric is, to me, not like worlds better than JaMychal, and with what we do, like
it's not even close. It's not even.
So like all of these upgrades, I just like, and Chris Paul is better than Jordan Poole at this stage of their careers. I don't care what anyone says.
Way more steady.
Taking 39-year-old Chris Paul over 20. What is he? 23. Right now, I'm taking.
I think tripping, bro. That's not.
Nah, it's about the like.
What you the fuck, Sam?
You can trust Chris Paul to not fucking fall out of bounds trying to pick the goddamn ball up. You can trust Chris Paul not to like average fucking. I mean,
look. Can Chris Paul average 20 like Jordan Poole? No. But I don't care about that. Like, can he do things that help you win basketball games? Yes. Like, that's what I care about. So,
For
at the
us,
end of the
it's not
day,
even
like,
close. For the Washington
yeah.
Wizards, yeah, Jordan Poole makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, like, obviously you can say Jordan's better because of production, whatever, but, like, Chris Paul is the more efficient player. He's the far better playmaker. He's probably a slightly better, not slightly, he's probably, like, decently better defensively. And so that's, like, multiple facets of the game. Now, the only thing I'll give Jordan is his rim pressure and, like, kind of his scoring bag overall. Like, he does do some, like, creative stuff in terms of just being able to finish in between with, like, finishing in the paint and getting to the free throw line. Like, Jordan is pretty good at that stuff. But outside of that, like, CP3 is the better shooter. He's the better mid-range shooter. He's the better, like, passer, playmaker. He's better at taking care of the ball. He's better defensively. He has more experience. Like, honestly, it's an upgrade. On most teams, it would be an upgrade if you're trying to win a championship. Now,
Drake,
my whole
say
thing
what
is,
you want about the perimeter too, but he also has better. I mean, his career is much longer, but even over the last few years, he's still better catch and shoot from three and pull up as well.
oh yeah, all that. But
He
yeah,
clears them.
ultimately, like, so we upgraded Jordan, we upgraded Ty Jerome, we upgraded Lamb, we upgraded JMG. I mean, hey, we should win the title, man. That's my. I mean, I thought we should have won the title last year with all the bullshit. This year, I have higher expectations, way higher than last year. If we lose in the second round again, someone got hurt. There's just no way. Like, and I haven't even seen this team yet, but I'm telling you, like, just based on, I can see 54, 55 wins and a 16-5 playoff run. I can see that.
Dre,
I think with
this second unit, the more I think about it, within the context of, like, Steph's 12-6, 12-6, inspires a shit ton of confidence. Like, you're talking about theoretically CP3 being the first one off the bench for, like, say, Clay, and Steph in those, like, sharing the floor with CP3 for, like, 4 or 5 minutes playing off ball, and your bench unit is essentially CP3 Moody, GP2 Kuminga Saric, with Steph mixed in there, Clay mixed in there, Wiggins mixed in there, and Draymond mixed in there. That's pretty freaking, like, I'm way more confident in something like that than what we had this past season.
I see a 15-5 start right off the bat. I'm not gonna lie.
God, I would love a 15-5 start.
15-5, it's unrealistic, but not completely
I
impossible.
want to be honest.
17-3.
I think our schedule is going to get front loaded. Like, but I still think we're going to win games. Like, I think what's going to happen
I almost prefer that, Dre.
I do, because you know
Because
what?
we get to rest guys.
It'll bring the best out of us early, right? That matters, right? You want to play your best. You want to start off strong, and then you obviously want to peak at the right time towards the end. So, like, I think we got to solidify our standings early so that we started off 3-7 and we're climbing uphill throughout the season. We need to start off strong, and then good night, Jay Frey. Appreciate you. We need to start off strong so that we are not climbing up the standings, but we are rather looking down on all the other teams. We need to be the 1, 2, or 3 seed consistently throughout the year, like we were in 2022. So that way we don't have to chase a seed, or we don't have to chase wins, quote unquote. Like, that bullshit where we're like, 40,
and also you can ride injuries a little better.
You can ride injuries, and you can actually develop. Like,
oh yeah, you need to play the kids.
Yo, you know what's crazy? I'd argue 2022 was a better development season than last year.
It was.
And last year was literally supposed to be the development year.
Dre, we cannot forget the master class in Miami, bro. We had to eat, fighting each other, playing our kids, dog. Come on, man.
I can't talk about it, bro.
Bro, the Miami game was nuts, bro. The Jordan Poole, that was probably
we
my
took
favorite.
That shit for granted, man. I really.
That was my favorite.
Didn't they fight? Didn't the Miami Heat fight?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler was about to
I remember that
strangle
game. Yeah.
Spoelstra.
I was watching that
our
game on
kids
my phone
were like, bro, come on, man. And then the stretch to end the season when we were waiting for Steph to come back, like, bro, come on, man.
Ali, people, listen to the chat. Kerr reinforced this idea that you can't win and develop at the same time.
Bullshit.
Let me say that again, because this too, and again, I think there's appropriate uses of this terminology and inappropriate uses of this terminology. And I've said this in playback before. The anti-two timelines thing was kind of skewed, like a little misguided, because Kerr tricked people or even justified people into saying that you can't do both.
He didn't want to. It's not that he can't.
Fuck off, bro.
He didn't want to.
We watched it happen in real time in 2022. We saw they won a championship against one of the better two-way teams that we'd seen in the last decade. They followed it up, not by doubling down or even using the grace period, because Warriors fans were expecting a back-to-back. But in the terms of like basketball longevity and like dynasty and like, you know, being consistent over time, like the average fan wasn't expecting, forget want, the average fan wasn't expecting the Warriors to win two straight championships. In a weird way, you almost afford yourself a little like, and I understand the whole wasting Steph's prime and all this stuff, but you almost afford yourself the ability to bring these guys along with playing time. And we dicked around, with Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. Like they literally bought themselves margin, and they wasted. Forget wasting all of it. It was so bad. We got into, bro. Do people not remember the fact that we got into the playoffs not from us just winning games, but from the Western Conference losing them?
Lindell, I'm not like literally trying to be funny, but like, are you saying like we really sacrificed like the season to prove a fucking point?
Absolutely.
Bro, what we
that what
did
you're saying?
last season, what Kerr did last season, and if you want to throw Lacob in there for all the beef, there's shit we've heard, there's shit I don't know. But Kerr did more to damage or endanger this championship window than drafting Kuminga and Moody, and I would even say Wiseman, ever did.
So, Lindell, the fact that this narrative even got to where it is crazy. I mean, look, what did the Spurs do for 10 or 12 years?
They just retooled.
Like, why
they got core guys.
You have to hit on those veteran free agents.
Thank you.
You have to hit. And it was way less Wiseman defense and more, I don't like disproportionate energy, because people rallied behind this banner of like, oh, this commitment to Wiseman is going to cost us a championship. No, Dante DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green not hitting in the playoffs is costing us championships. Veteran guys missing on veteran guys is costing us championships. A coach who refuses to lean into the talent of his young players is the reason why this window is starting to shut. Not because, and again, I don't want to go into the whole Wiseman thing, but like outside of the the Bulls trade, people were talking like Siakam, and I'm like, Siakam, that wasn't going to happen. Like it's not. To me, what I've seen in the last two seasons did just as much damage than whiffing on the number 2 overall pick. You got the number 7 overall pick and the 14th overall pick, and we can't figure out over the course of an 82-game season to empower them to be playoff contributors after just winning a championship.
Well, let me just. We played Anthony Lamb over a lottery pick,
bro.
Over a top 10 pick.
Now you see why I got so annoyed with people like, and don't get me wrong, almost all of the criticism was warranted, but you see why I was getting so annoyed by people fixating on Wiseman? It was lazy shit. I'm like, why can't we talk about the fact that we didn't hit on our vets, and for some reason, and I don't want to hear the Kuminga pouting thing, because
it was him not getting rebounds and shit.
Because I will not fight people on whether or not his attitude was good or bad, because there were periods of time where his attitude clearly was not positive. But there are also stretches where you're like, do we blame him? Like, are we? How much are we holding it against Kuminga?
I agree.
He's upset right now.
Bro, here's the thing. People, like, it's so easy to criticize, and this is just a general, like, observation. I was thinking about this yesterday, and I've thought about this for a few months now. Like, it's so easy to, like, from the outside, just point at people and play the blame game and be like, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. But, like, you can't do that if you're not in that person's shoes. Imagine being 19 years old, you get drafted to a team, you're a lottery pick, 7th overall. And you're just getting fucked, bro. Like you're just getting like Anthony Lamb's playing over you, bro. Like you can jump out the gym. And look, I'm not saying Kuminga did everything that he had to do, right? He still needs to improve in some areas, but like, come on, man. I mean, are we developing him or not? There's a reason.
Bro, I swear Kerr was in the spaces.
Nah, he was doing that shit to spite.
Bro, I'm telling you, I swear he was in the space, and I swear he was in playback because I literally said that, what was this, about a year ago? I said Kuminga right now, Kuminga's a year away from being what OG is right now, is what I said. And I felt like from that point on, his minutes got more and more inconsistent. And I was like, fuck.
So was that like?
I just know he was listening. He was like, I ain't paying Kuminga right now, bro. We putting style to that right now.
So look. So hear me out real quick. So in mid-March, when Wiggins was out, Kuminga had like a 3-game stretch against, I want to say, Memphis, Houston, Dallas, where he was cooking, and he looked like an 8th man on a playoff team. And then we get to the playoffs, and he's getting DNPs from Game 4 versus Sacramento to the end of the season. How does that make any sense to me? How does that make any sense that we have one of the best wings, probably the third best wing on the team, and we go against LeBron James and he's not playing minutes? Like, how does that make any sense to me?
It sounds
and
he's
actually good.
It sounds like the shittiest way of trying to humble him or some shit like that.
So that's the unprovable thing that I kind of stay away from, but it's what I think about constantly. So Kerr, I don't know if y'all have ever played sports, especially like me. I'm 32. I'll be 33 this year. Yeah. So the era that I played high school sports in might be the most frustrating of all time, because personalities in sports took a new form in like 04, 05, 06, 07.
Yeah.
But we still had a shit ton of holdovers from this idea that it's yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Especially like I played in North Carolina. And now, granted, in case there's somebody that knows me that's listening, I'm not advocating for myself because I couldn't remember 3-4 plays 2 days in a row and that's the play on the basketball. So I'm not gonna front and do this retroactive like advocating for myself. But I watched. And when I got older, I watched guys who I was coaching up struggle with this. It's yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Do what you're told. Fix your face. And if you show me, and if you miss 2 shots in a row or you run a play wrong one time, you're coming out the fucking game.
Yep.
And Steve Kerr strikes me as a dude who absolutely has to have authority over a player. And this is what I mean by Lamb being a yes man. Because with Lamb, Kerr knows if I say some shit, if he warms the bench for 2 weeks straight, I know I'm not going to hear anything from him. Kuminga, not so much. And so what happens is we part of the fan base goes, oh, well, he pouted. No, he's a fucking talent. He's a 7th overall pick. And he left his family to go do this basketball shit. He's getting his minutes yo-yoed after cooking when the former number 1 overall pick goes down, and you're expecting him to be like butterflies and roses and shit.
And Ready Boy, like the thing is, whether Kuminga was getting lost or not, to me, it's just about having like a young body out there, like somebody who's like an athlete, bro. Like
we were playing 4-guard lineups versus the
Thank
Lakers,
you, man.
and,
you gotta
have
Kuminga's
6'8" and he can jump through the roof.
This is Ready Boy. That's a great point. So if we're gonna lose anyway, do you want Kuminga on the bench or you want him on the fucking court?
So just play him.
You want him out there.
That's literally
what
you have off the bench.
Bro, this is what I mean when I say that Jordan Poole, and I would say this, people talk about his attitude. I think he handled it well considering. But Jordan Poole being a certified trap like a cone on defense saved Kerr from a shit ton of criticism this offseason. We were allowed to look at Jordan Poole and be like, turnovers. Couldn't, like, stretches of where he was completely unplayable even on offense, right? Not let alone defense. And we were able to focus all that shit on him. And for some of us, it was Clay, right? 2 for 13. Probably going to be a joke for at least until the playoffs next year. Bro, Jordan Poole saved the criticism that Steve Kerr should be getting right now.
Can I ask y'all this? How does Jordan Poole in game 4 go 0 for whatever?
0 for 8? Was it 0 for 8 or something?
0 for 8, 0 points, 10 minutes, and Kuminga doesn't get a single minute.
Bro,
how does that make any sense?
People are complaining. See, this is the way I do math. It isn't when Dre says CP3 is definitively a better player than Jordan Poole, people will respond with, well, what about the rim pressure? I'm like, well, with Jordan Poole off the team, what Chris Paul gives you and what Kuminga gives you as far as rim pressure far outweighs what Jordan Poole gave you. Especially when you consider the context of Steph and Kerr basically, or no, not Steph, the assistant GM and Kerr basically implying that Jordan Poole's presence on the team hindered Jonathan Kuminga's development.
My response to that question would be, did Jordan have a longer leash because they were justifying the contract, or is that?
Oh, I think that and the punch.
Is that just unrealistic thinking? I'm asking.
No.
I think you're right.
I think that was a lot of it for sure.
Okay. No, you see, here's the thing. I felt like last season 2 years ago when he was in the playoffs, and you can take him out against a Memphis because he's just unplayable, or you can take him out against a Denver because GP2 is just a better option, or you can take him out against Boston because he just is getting rocked by Marcus Smart. It's just a problem. But like now, and it's funny, like he was still getting pretty good minutes then, but last year it was like it almost felt like an obligation.
Yeah,
they were obligated to play him because he made the extension, and it was just politics, bro. It's just bullshit, You know what I view it as? If Clay is our only problem next year, we're winning the title.
Bro, yeah. Fact. There was so much shit going on last season that was crazy.
Clay was not even a top 3 problem last year. And we talk about him like he was a huge and he was, but you could argue there were two problems above Clay. And Clay was one of the biggest problems last year. But if Clay's our only big issue this year, bro, we are winning the title, man. Because he's the only issue I can count on right now. Him, and then the only other thing is Kuminga going to take that step? That's my only question mark. Yeah. If Kuminga takes that step, then we really have no issues this year other than possibly Clay. In an ideal world, Clay plays like Cam Johnson or KCP. Kuminga takes a step. Moody can just be net neutral. CP3 is a floor general, and everybody else fills in where they're needed, right? Steph and Wiggins and all that.
I won't even have the bar that high for Clay specifically. Me personally, I would say, look, one of the two. Either Clay, you come in here, you're on fire, you can hit shots, you're dependable, or just play defense like your fucking life depends on. I'll take either one. You don't even have to be 2A Clay. Just pick one, bro. You can't be
positive. Be a positive on one of the ends, right?
Bro.
Right.
That's all I'm asking.
No, you're right. I mean, against the Kings, I don't even know what he was doing half the time. Honestly, I barely Game 7, he was just atrocious, shooting the ball. I mean, defensively he was okay, but he was getting cooked all series defensively against Keegan and all them. It was just, I don't know. He was
Game 7, he was atrocious offensively. In Game 2, his defense was bad. It was really bad.
I don't think there should ever be a universe where Malik Monk outplays Klay Thompson, bro.
Don't do this to me.
No. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying because we know.
That Game 5. So, remember that Game 5 against the Kings where he hit those bullshit shots?
Yes.
Bro, remember that Game 5? It was on the road and he was hitting these bullshit shots, bro. That to me like was a red flag. Like looking back on it, the shots he was taking were stupid, bro.
Bruh.
Like, and by the way, he made shots, but like they were stupid shots. Like, and those shots, when he sees those shots go in, he thinks like he should just take more of them. Those were the same shots he was missing against the Lakers. The difference is they went in against the Kings. Like, that's the thing is like when they go in, it's almost like validating his poor shot selection. You know?
So Dre, there's
turnaround.
one shot specifically that he takes.
It was
that
the corner one.
When it fucking falls, you know you're in for a bad night if nothing else is falling. And it's that fucking baseline turnaround fadeaway when he pulls it up behind the backboard, like he's already kind of like to the side of the backboard, and he angles it and he gets it off and he swishes it. That's when you know you're in trouble.
Hey, and I guarantee you, Clay definitely watched Kobe highlights. Kobe used to practice that shit, dude. I promise you. I bet my house on it.
What happened with the Celtics shit? I was in Hella's playback. What happened?
Nah, man, Aaron just got his chest puffed out again. Wait to the playoffs.
Oh man. So he came in there with that shit. He's not going to be there by the time playoff time comes around. He's going to be a fucking ghost on the timeline. So whatever.
I forgot Buddy existed. I'll be honest.
Yeah, he disappeared after the title, bro.
Hey, yo,
like, not
Ray,
even trying to be
hey, yo.
I heard Urkel say, "Oh, you recognize your voice," and I looked at the fucking stage on Spaces, and I was like, "Oh shit, I forgot! I literally forgot my boy existed."
Bro, I recognized it immediately, but bro, I was driving when that happened. Bro, I was about to throw up when he was making those concessions for fucking KP, but we were supposed to be worried about fucking Chris Paul, bro. Like that shit had me about to throw up, bro. Come on, man.
Come on, Ray.
Come on, man.
By the way, Kristaps Porzingis does not move the needle.
No.
I mean, he would have been a great fit for us.
Celtics fans' favorite player.
He would have been a great fit for us, but
That's
I mean,
crazy.
CP3 is not going to be a fucking just negative. Like, he's not going to be like, oh my God, we got CP3, now we have no chance to win a title. Like, no.
Here's my thing with Porzingis. He's just going to sit on the 3-point line all game, and he's going to be a cone defensively, and I'm not sure how that's going to work out.
I will say this. He was better defensively this past season than he historically has been.
So he's
really,
good
as a whole, he was
he's
better.
good in drop coverage.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we say like with the Warriors he would have cooked, because he's like that. And I know it's weird because he's 7'1", but it's like he's that small ball 5 that can stretch the floor. That is going to get helped a lot by having a Draymond Green and having an Andrew Wiggins on the floor at the same time. So yeah, it's how many other teams have Draymond, GP2, Wiggins, Steph at point guard. Like, there aren't a ton of teams. Like, I think a guy like Porzingis is always going to be a little bit more effective with the spacing and defensive help that the Warriors would give him.
These teams got to bank on Clay being bad next year, bro. If he's good, I'm telling you, bro, we're winning the title, bro.
I agree.
There's no way.
Yeah.
There's just no fucking way, bro. There's just no fucking way.
I would go so far as to say if you give me the exact same Klay Thompson. Forget the chemistry stuff. We're not going all that. We're not none of that. If you give me the exact same Klay Thompson, and I would say the same is true for Draymond Green also. If I know and it's the same shit, I don't want to hear fourth and depoy voting. A season after, matter of fact, multiple seasons of us giving that award shit because Rudy Gobert has won it twice. Do not talk to me about fourth and depoy voting after we slandered that award for 2 years. I don't want to hear it.
I want to ask this question real quick.
People forget we should have beat the Kings in Game 1 as well, bro. Like
we should have, by the way.
What were you gonna say? Yeah, what were you gonna say?
So has Clay ever had like a consistent like playoff run where like he was like consistent?
2016 and 2019.
Actually, honestly, I wouldn't even say 2016. That was the closest thing that we ever seen Clay to be consistent in the playoffs. But even then, bro, he was garbage in the finals. After
he was.
I'm only giving him credit for that stretch when Steph was out because
yeah, for sure. Yeah,
that stretch when Steph was out, man. it's kind of crazy how they still like were handling teams like just without their best player. Like that shit
Clay was, I would say he was bad in games. In the finals, I think game 6.
He was bad the first 4 games in the finals in 2016.
Right. He was only good in game 5.
It was just game 5 because I don't think
Yeah.
did he score double digits in game 6?
See,
Nah, I think he. I don't even know, dude.
I don't
game
know.
1, remember game 1, Sean Livingston with like he was playing really well because Ty Lue was doing that stupid stuff with Steph and.
Dude, we were
Clay
beating the Cavs with our role players, bro. You had Barbosa and Sean Livingston going off, bro. That shit was nuts.
And Clay was, I think it was like 2 for something in that game.
I can't talk about this no more.
There was another point that was brought up. I guess that was in the spaces earlier. I think it was this Shaden Sharp fan when he was talking about like he mentioned how he thinks we probably should have got a big. I want to dead this argument right here. Like, does anybody else in here think like the Warriors like we need a big? Like, are we gonna go into that?
I'll just be honest with you. I know, and the GC were talking about this earlier. Harry Giles ain't helping this team. I'm just being honest.
So,
bro, enough of Harry Giles, bro. This shit's a wrap, bro. We just need Kuminga to take a step. We need Kuminga to take a step, and then we're fine.
Yeah.
Harry Giles,
Okay.
bro.
Okay.
Klay Thompson needs to fucking play. If Klay plays well, bro, we're winning the title. I'm telling you, teams need to pray he doesn't play well. Because if he plays well, you already know Wiggins is going to play well. You already know Looney's going to play well. You already know Steph's going to play well. You already know GP2 is going to play well. Now, CP3, Draymond, they'll be on and off. But if Klay can just play decent, like not just don't be ass for like half the series. Just play
Don't be ass. Somebody put that on a t-shirt.
No, like if he can be what Draymond and CP3 are. Like Draymond and CP3 for like 2 games will be like bad, but then for like the other 3 or 4 games they'll be like decent. Klay just needs to be that. Because Klay will be bad for like 3 or 4 games and he'll be good for 1 game.
Yeah.
It just cannot happen.
Here's my thing. It's not so yes, everything you said is true. When you ask about a big, here's my rationale, because I said earlier in the chat, give me it doesn't even really have to be versatile. In a weird way, I'm going to sound like the dudes were sounding last year in like the give me a Bismack, give me a Nerlens Noel. I would like a versatile big, somebody who can play the 4 or the 5. Here's why though. Here's why. There's a dangerous like domino effect that could happen in a similar way that happened last year. I think that the 2 minutes behind Klay are Moody's to lose. I think GP2 is going to get used way more often as a like wing defender and a cutter and a play finisher than he is like a floor spacing guard. Which means Kuminga, if he's taking the leap, then it's great because then we know he can play the 4. That's what taking the leap for us. That's what that means for Kuminga. We know he can provide elite rim pressure. We know he provides above average to elite point of attack defense. Can he be stronger, both off the ball in defense and in rebounding? If he's taking the leap, to me, that means can he play at 4? That just. From that, then we're talking Saric as the backup 5. If one of those things, and that starts with the guards to me, if Moody's not it, like if he's just not strong enough to defend, what happens is everything gets pushed up 1, and TJD is going to be asked to do responsible for a lot more than I think we should be expecting him to at the 5. That is the only reason I would want a depth big there, because I don't want if the entire rotation gets pushed up 1 and Saric has to play more 4 than he's accustomed to, and down the line, I would like to have a depth big there. That being like somebody who could push Trace, but that being said, low key, I really like Trace as our backup 5.
And Lindell,
I just think it wouldn't hurt to have a backup big.
Lindell, I would say that Moody as factor number 1, and factor number 2, would in that particular scenario, it would be Kuminga's ability, how quickly he can figure out how to play off-ball defense at the 4.
Yeah.
Those are like the two biggest things. And
Yeah.
and Kuminga, like it's really just a mindset thing and locking in and learning and watching film. It's the physical tools are there. So, and we all know that. So I don't know. I don't know if like day one, like on tip off, like is he going to have that? Is he going to be ready to do that? Does it develop over the course of the season?
Yeah.
I think he needs to pick it up relatively quickly. So like within the first like 15 games, but I would say like you're spot on. Those two things.
There's a weird potential cascade effect that happens, and the reason why I prefer it to be a depth big, almost for the similar reasons that I advocated for us to pick up one of these 2, 3, 4s like Javonte Green, like a guy who can play in 2 and 3 on the Golden State Warriors, because if Moody or Kuminga, God forbid they don't take that leap, there is a potentially catastrophic cascade effect that happens there. GP2 is not necessarily playing out of position, but now some of your spacing is gone. You get your point of attack defense right, and even your off-ball defense, but you lose some of the spacing that Moody provides. If Jonathan Kuminga can't guard 4s right, that's Sarge playing a lot of 4. That's Wiggins playing more small ball 4 than I want him to. That's TJD having basically backup 5 responsibilities in his rookie year. Like, and again, I don't mind that in a vacuum, but I wouldn't mind us having a little bit of like domino effect insurance. Last year it was like, oh, let's alleviate some of the minutes off Looney, alleviate some of the minutes off of Draymond. Looney played 26 minutes last year. I am not worried about Looney's minutes. I really am not. It's more so of if Moody or Kuminga isn't who we need to be, there is this weird like domino effect that could have pretty big implications on the rest of our season. So wouldn't mind having a guy there, not to say that I expect that dude to be better than Trace, but I would like to have him there so that we can afford to put Trace on the floor and bring him along to potentially contribute in a playoff scenario.
Yeah,
you go ahead.
Kuminga's defensive responsibilities, off-ball defensive responsibilities at the 4 are so much different than they are at the 3.
Yeah,
I think that.
Yeah,
I think you can figure it out at the 3 much quicker at the 4. And one of the dominoes that you mentioned that falls from that is, okay, so then you're definitely not going to have him pointing at point of attack.
Yep.
Then you have a guy like GP2 who has more responsibilities at the point of attack, and the way that you got to put those rotations together, you lose shooting. And when you lose shooting, inherently you're losing spacing. So it's actually better for us if he figures it out off ball defensively at the 4 quicker than he figures it out at the 3.
You know, it's crazy when it comes to the bench, and the reverse is true, right? When you talk about the cascade effect, if Moody is knocking down shots, rotating well, and again, to me, it's been less that and more of like just strength on defense, like physical strength on defense. If Moody can do the things that he's already doing and shows me a little physical strength and like enough to guard wings, that has crazy implications on our season.
He said he in the press conference this season, he had like an exit interview. In his exit interview, he said he's going to work on his body this offseason, like working on adding muscle and stuff. So
Jay, he does that. That has like, I don't want to sound like I'm overplaying this. It's one of the reasons why I explained the domino effect. If he can do the things he's already doing and show me strength at the point of attack, that allows GP2 to be in a luxury spot. Like I just go out there and fucking lock people down. When you're not on the floor, or even if you're sharing the floor with Kuminga, I know I've got floor spacing with Moody out there and with Sarge out there. You know what I'm saying? So if I can get that from Moody, there's a cascade effect on our roster that is scary. Like
think
scary
about
good.
this, right? Like there's athleticism, so like there's 3 parts to like there's a bunch of parts to it, but like you can talk about three of them that are important, right? Like height, strength, and then like wingspan, right? So he has the wingspan, the height part, he's 6'6". He's not like small, but he's also not like tall per se. Like Kuminga's like a legit 6'8". So he doesn't really have the height, but if he can add strength, if he can check two of those boxes off, strength and wingspan, I think that'll be really good for us. And 6'6" isn't even small, so it'll pay dividends, like you said. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I think working on his body is going to be a big thing for him as well. Just driving into the basket, trying to draw contact. Like, that was something he struggled with at times, just absorbing, that contact and stuff in the paint.
He does that with Scary.
And Lindell, you made a point earlier, and it was a really, really good point, and I want to double down on it with the player development aspect. And you said you need to have really good vets, right? In order for that to work, you have to have really, really good vets. And you think about, like, the pinnacle of excellence when it came to that, with it being like the Spurs, right, in those years. When they were developing those young Patty Mills, Kawhi Leonard, young Danny Green, right? Who did they have? Who were the vets that they had in place? Bonner, Diaw, Tiago, later.
They had David West at one point.
They didn't miss on their vets.
Put it this way, bro. We went from Dante DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green to Chris Paul and Dario Saric.
Exactly.
Bro.
This year,
it's big time.
We have those names now for our vets that, like, we'll remember, I think, later down the line. And be like, our young guys were able to develop, and our vets had a huge role to play in that. The Saric, the CP3, those dudes, right? I think it's like, it's like, I can kind of see it. I can see the vision.
Yeah. Matter of fact, because, and we've talked about this already, if Poole's out of the picture and it allows Kuminga, and again, we haven't even talked about, we have talked about it a little bit because we talked about how Kuminga, if we put him into kind of like a DeAndre Ayton diver play finisher role with Chris Paul, that would be a huge impact on him. But with Jordan Poole out, a lot of those creating offense and being a part of the play finishing of the offense falls on Jonathan Kuminga. If that's go look at his per 30. Like, go look at Kuminga's per 30. You'll look at his per 30 and go, okay. I'm cool with that. That's why we've said if he changes absolutely nothing about his game and literally just is more aggressive in the rebounding, bro, it gets spooky, not just for him, but for the Warriors in general, because we know that he can be efficient and effective in the time that he's on the floor. If he's contributing to, because rebounds are really possessions. They're either extended possessions or they're like, they have the same effect of a forcing a turnover. You're creating a possession for your team, right? If he gets involved in that, bro, man, like, again, him and Moody are, and I'm okay now with relying on them because we're now in year 3. And if it's okay to rely on them to take a year 3 leap, then it's okay to expect it. And if that happens with those two, boy, it gets spooky, because I think the things that Dario Saric is going to provide you are going to be leaps and bounds more than what JaMychal did. And I think the things that Chris Paul gives you are going to be leaps and bounds, not from 2022 Jordan Poole, but from the Jordan Poole that we last saw, leaps and bounds over what we saw Jordan Poole provide the Golden State Warriors. So I'm excited for the kids, man. I'm trying not to be too much of a pessimist, because again, all I can think of is Steve's got to put him on the floor, and he's got to put him on the floor and I'm not saying don't ask him to do more. I'm saying you've got to, in addition to asking Moody to get stronger, in addition to asking Kuminga to get involved in rebounding, you have to also lean into the things that they are already strong at. If you can't do that, get the fuck off my team.
Hell, we let fucking Jordan Poole cook in the ISO like a motherfucker. We can cater to Jonathan Kuminga.
Let nigga get a couple post-ups, man.
Well, you know what's crazy is that, like, Kuminga, his strengths aren't even on the ball. Like, neither is Moody. Like, in Steve Kerr's off-ball kind of concepts, like, you can use Kuminga as a play finisher. You can use Moody as, like, a play finisher, a guy that can spot up. Like, it's not like Jordan Poole literally deviated from the system. Like, inherently, like, just his approach to the game. He's just a guy that's just, like, I mean, Steve really did have to adjust to Jordan, honestly. And I know for a fact Steve didn't like Jordan in terms of, like, First of all, this is on the record. I'm not even making this up. So Steve didn't like Jordan because of his play style. They had tension. They had issues. Kuminga and Moody can literally play off the ball. Like I'm talking about like that's their strengths. So like
it's proven. We've seen it.
Pick and roll is off the ball. I hope people realize that. Because he's the roll man.
Just throw the ball at the goddamn rim and let Kuminga dunk it,
Yeah,
bro.
like
Come
I don't know
on,
what
man.
I understand like you want to like introduce and like solidify some of the motion stuff early, fine, but like eventually you're gonna have to play into their strengths, man. Like, is this bullshit?
Are we
It's
forgetting
rough.
that if Kuminga got the ball within 6 feet of the rim, that shit was a bucket or a foul?
Come on, man.
It was automatic for a lot.
Unless
Oh, he would jump, and you would see the light from the defender's eyes just fade away.
Of course, unless prime Dwight Howard is at the rim, no one's stopping this guy.
Hey, Lindell.
Yo,
this
you
is
see, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Lindell, wait till Kuminga like realizes how strong he really is, and like he can
What do you
actually
mean,
just
bro?
drive down the lane.
What do you mean, bro?
You see all the bullshit LeBron.
He's a top 3 pound for pound like strongest player on that team.
Yeah,
right?
like just start.
I don't even think it's in him realizing it. It's, and this is, if I was to be really picky with him, it's funnel that confidence into. I heard somebody say that real strength is power under control.
Right.
And that shit applies to him, I think, more than any other player on the Golden State Warriors, because you can be the most powerful person on a team. If it's not focused, harnessed, and used strategically, then you're you're lowering the ceiling of your own power. Real strength is power under control. And if he can, because and you've seen it, right? We've watched it. Kuminga would get the ball at certain points on the floor, and you could see it was like, nope, I am going to put this shit around the rim. And if he can play under, and I don't even think he played out of control per se, but if he can be just within the system, focus on finishing plays in combination with Kerr, giving him the confidence to go, hey, if you get the ball in this spot, I don't mind if you try to dunk on Buddy. I don't mind if you try to rise up over Buddy. If he feels that kind of like support and confidence from Steve, you want to talk like. Bro, we're gonna see a different.
Well, here's the thing: you've seen LeBron for the last decade just do the bullshit. Like, yo, there's no listen. The NBA today is different than the NBA 20, 30 years ago. There's nobody in the paint now, dude. The NBA champion was Nikola Jokic, bro. Like a Nikola Jokic led defense, bro. In a way, like at center. Like you could say Aaron Gordon did his job. You could say KCP and all these dudes, fine.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the center of a championship team was Nikola Jokic, defensively. And the year before that, it was 6'9" Kevon Looney.
Bruh,
so, at the end of the day, bro, the way the NBA is, Kuminga could easily average 12 points a game. Honestly, he could average 14.
You gonna tell me Nikola Jokic can stop Kuminga going full-fledged down the court? Like, you telling me Nikola Jokic gonna stop him? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he getting put in the basket.
Okay.
A good example of what Lindell was just talking about. So remember that last game against New Orleans in late March? It was a lob to Kuminga. He was cutting from the baseline, and he just threw it. He just dunked on somebody. I don't remember. I think it was against Herb Jones or Brandon Ingram. But it was third quarter, fourth quarter. He just he rose up. I think his head was near the rim, and he just dunked on somebody. That's not many people can do that.
And that's over dudes that can get up with him. You know, Herb Jones can fucking get up.
Yeah, it was Herb Jones.
Murphy can get up, right? Like those dudes, those aren't your stiff fives. And he's getting up over those dudes with ease.
Herb Jones, one of the best defenders in the league.
Herb Jones, I love Herb Jones, man. I think he's so good.
I can't believe Steve Kerr had me putting Jonathan Kuminga in the trade machine this year. Think about how fucking stupid that is, man.
No, hey Lindell, no. You're not alone, because I definitely have tweets where I was saying trade Kuminga, but it wasn't because I was out on Kuminga. It was so it was just like, dude, this is not fair. You're playing guys that aren't as good as him. If he is not a player that we're gonna utilize, let him go. Get somebody that you're gonna use, so at least the team is not suffering because this is your ideology. Because you're clearly not gonna play him. That was my only thing. So.
I can't wait. Somebody's gonna be on the timeline subtweeting like a motherfucker talking about, I can't believe y'all wanted to trade Kuminga. Man, fuck off.
Like my
Nobody
only
wanted to, nobody wanted to trade Kuminga. We wanted him used properly.
Thank you. That's it.
By the way, Kuminga should be gearing up, not this offseason, but the next offseason, for a $140 million contract extension.
So
should be.
this is not even like a hot take.
You should be.
You go look at his per 30. You add 2 more rebounds to that. He's making that money.
He's averaging 20 and 8 in Houston.
Bro.
You know what? He's averaging 20 and 8 in Houston, and him and Jason Tatum are the best defenders on that team.
Stop it, bro.
I think in Houston he'd do, honestly, I think he'd do 20 and 6.5. I don't think 8 is tough. 8 rebounds is tough. That's tough. But I think he would do a little over 6.
There's guys on that team already rebounding.
Who are we talking about, Kuminga?
Yeah.
You already know.
I think he'd average like around 5.5, 6 rebounds.
Yeah, he'd give you like 6.5, I think. Something like that.
Difference is he'd be scoring, right? He'd be getting like 15 shots a game, and he'd be guarding the best player on the opposing team every night.
Oh, Houston? And Houston? Oh, man, he's got a little boy, Jalen Green. That's probably his team.
He did shoot 37% from 3 last year. That, to me, is interesting. I cannot tell if that's a fluke or not. Honestly, I can't tell.
Gotta add
I don't
step
think.
tax.
Well, here's the thing, though. He was actually a positive when Steph was off. So he was like a +2 when Steph was off, I think. And he was like a -4 next to Steph. So, like, he's better with Steph off. And that's been the case the last 2 years. So, when next to CP, I'd expect him to get even better. Him and Steph don't mix. They just don't. You know, it just is what it is.
Kuminga has trouble finding Steph off the relocation.
Yeah, just the familiarity. And it's just they don't run pick and roll. Yeah, his defense isn't too bad, though.
Let me ask you something. Not necessarily for the Warriors, but like you're building a roster, right? Would you rather have Joku or Scotty Barnes moving forward?
I'll be honest, Scotty.
Joku. Easy.
That's a tough one for me. I'll be honest.
Because I don't have an answer for it at the moment.
I would say Scotty only because literally Scotty would be a Draymond Green clone.
Yeah, he's a Draymond.
That's fair though. That's fair.
It's a Draymond.
And isn't he like what's his wingspan? Isn't it
like 9 feet? Goddamn.
It's ridiculous.
It's 7'2". Yeah, it's 7'2", bro. That's crazy.
Fucking nuts. And how tall?
He could play the 4. Like he would literally be a Draymond backup. The thing is, though, I will say this: the reason the big pitch that you could have for Kuminga is that he's like a better scorer and he can shoot better.
Yeah.
That's
the corner 3 is real. I'm telling you.
You can't play Scotty next to TJD, or maybe you can, but it's tough because the non-spacing makes it really tough. You know what I'm saying? On the perimeter. So like with Kuminga and TJD might work because of like even though Kuminga's not the playmaker Barnes is, he can at least score and shoot kind of. So like there's that. Like it's a trade-off. You know, it's really tough. It's tough to say.
It comes down to your outlook on how much of an offensive weapon Joku can turn into. Basically.
I think unleashed, man, he could be a baby Giannis, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Unleashed,
Scotty,
no leash.
No, I don't see Giannis. I see more
Scotty or Joku?
Joku.
I'm talking about Joku.
I see more Vince Carter in him than
Vince Carter. Okay.
Fuck it, Zion.
That's good. That's a good one.
That's a good one too.
That's a good one. I see him in like that Zion, Vince Carter-esque type of player.
I don't think people understand how good Joku can be.
I have this might be a crazy take, but low key, he might have a better career than Zion.
I mean, at this point, that's
not. Zion can't stay healthy.
Yeah, well, that's part of it. That's part of it, right? That he can't stay healthy. That's part of it. Yeah, I mean.
But he's already got one title under his belt too.
Here's the thing: Kuminga might be Jaylen Brown / Siakam / like. I don't want to say Paul George because I don't think he's that smooth, but he can be like a Siakam, Jaylen Brown type. I think he can be like a 6'7", 6'8" dude who can kind of put the ball on the floor, create, defend at a high level. The thing is, he needs to rebound. If he can rebound, it changes a lot. You know.
That means he's gonna be killing Draymond in practice with a fucking spin move. He's gonna be fucking.
Here's what I want to ask y'all. So what if we get a training camp and Kuminga is just like dominating Draymond in scrimmages and stuff?
I got two answers to that question: the cynical ass answer, and the like.
Draymond go to the bench. That's my answer. Not just playing.
Because for me, my version of Kuminga killing it is not the shit that we've already seen. It's is he barking at? No one's even say barking. Does he have the kind of grasp on the defense to be able to be a part of that leadership on the second unit? We know Chris Paul can definitely do it, so we don't need him to do it. But if Kuminga's in practice, pointing and telling people where to go and rotating in an advanced way, yeah. Like from the jump, I'm not talking like game 30. You're asking me if that happens from the jump? I'm booting. Shit. Where Fanspo at? I'm booting that shit up right fucking now. Because what he provides you on offense puts him in the starting lineup. I'll just say that.
You said it.
If he's got enough of a grasp to be able to show, and again, like you just prime Draymond, I don't think we'll ever see that again. But if you can cover 2-on-1s, not consistently, but just use your athleticism and combine your athleticism and IQ and just familiarity with the ability to be a problem, right? Communicating on defense, not just knowing where you need to be, but knowing where other guys need to be. That's Draymond's probably his biggest strength right now, is he just doesn't know where he needs to be. He knows where everybody else needs to be. If Kuminga even shows me a glimpse of that, I almost don't even want that to happen, because that's drama waiting to happen. Yeah. You all heard of a quarterback controversy? Yeah. We would have one of those on our hands.
But it's not a stretch.
It'd be like the San Francisco 49ers.
I can already see that Anthony Slater article. I can already see it.
But it's not a stretch to say, by the last year of Draymond's contract, Joku could do to him what he did to KD.
Well, I would say quicker than that. I'll say earlier than that.
That's it's going
out. I think it's going to happen earlier than that. I said this already.
I said 2025 season is when it's going to happen.
I said this already. I don't think Draymond's back can hold up. His back is cooked.
I hope it does.
I hope it does.
I want Draymond to be great. I want Draymond to be great, because we haven't even talked about the playmaking stuff. There's playmaking stuff that he does that Kuminga is just not even close to right now. So let's say this. I think it can be said that we're oversimplifying this, right? Or we're thinking of this too narrowly, right? If Kuminga goes off, what does that mean for Draymond? Well, it means Draymond's probably just going to play more minutes at 5, theoretically.
I think it just means Kuminga's closing. That's how everybody's happy. Because there's a difference between Jordan Poole and Kuminga.
I think it has more implications, and this is where it gets interesting, because Looney's a better rebounder than Draymond.
Fair.
It's a fact.
That's 100% a fact.
It's a fact, and I would say he's better gang rebounder, and in addition to actually pulling rebounds down himself, he's better right now. Can Draymond get back to where he was 2 seasons ago? Yes, absolutely. Looney's a better rebounder right now than Draymond, and Looney is still an above average perimeter defender.
Oh yeah, he moves his feet, man.
Right.
He's not in his prime yet.
Right. So when you talk about that's what I mean. This is what I mean by controversy, because it isn't just Looney goes to the bench, because Draymond doesn't give you spacing either. So spacing's not going to be the reason why Looney definitively goes to the bench at the end of games. But I do have confidence that Draymond's going to bounce back in some measurable way. But yeah, Kuminga really popping off sooner rather than later creates some real interesting lineup decisions for Steve.
To me, it just gives us more options. We can start closing games with him. I said this: if Kuminga is able to close games, I don't see a series going past 5 games, bro. I don't.
So I'll give you an example. You want to talk about domino effect, and I've said this before. Wiggins, it affords you so much lineup versatility because Wiggins can play the shooting guard. Imagine a roster, and again, this is not considering, Klay returning to form and kind of just excelling in his role. But say the defense just doesn't come back. Wiggins plays a 2. He shot 42 or 40% from 3 last season. Mm-hmm. There was a stretch where he was legitimately averaging like 43% from 3. Okay. Matter of fact, the Boston year, he shot 42% from 3. Steph, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, Looney.
You don't score on that line.
Small team. I'm just
brother. Let me tell you something. And you have the versatility in stretches to be able to go, to be able to say, Steph, GP2, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, right? So that's bro.
Hey, yeah, I like what you're doing right now. You're giving the fan base confidence, so we don't have to go into every goddamn season where everyone tries to trick y'all by saying like, "Oh, we're so little, we can't do shit." Like, no, man.
Well, the athleticism is still a thing.
It's still there, bro.
The size is still a thing, but again, I don't even think people appreciate how strong Kuminga is.
Mm-mm.
And
LeBron can't move that man, bro. LeBron's
he's an immovable object. I think he improved measurably between his rookie and his sophomore year in getting in foul trouble. And if he's gonna get the opportunity to get in foul trouble this year more than any other year. So if he continues to discipline himself in that way, you're not going to be able to keep him off the floor if he's rebounding. So it's really just a versatile lineup thing. This is why for me it kind of all goes, and Kuminga obviously, but all kind of goes back to Moody because I think he has
Bruce Brown.
Free reign. I think he has free reign over backup shooting guard.
My comparison for Moody's always been Bruce Brown. I think he could be that type of Bruce Brown.
If he's that,
we're winning the title.
I'll say this and this is where it's going to be difficult this offseason because we got a ways to go till they play some basketball. But the reason why I can be excited more than not is that more things need to go wrong than things I believe are going to go right. If that makes sense. Like Kuminga doesn't take the leap. Draymond doesn't come prepared, right? Klay doesn't come prepared. If you pick one of those, if we get a 7.5 out of 10 of 2019 Klay, I think we win the chip. If Kuminga pops again, that's rebounding, that's off-ball defense. To me, going a step further, that's knowing where to be enough to communicate it to other players. For Kuminga, we're winning the chip. If Draymond Green has even a 75% return to form, I think we're winning a chip. And if you just so happen to get 2 of those things, it's curtains. It's curtains. I know that's asking a lot, but if I can get Klay and Draymond to return to form and maybe Kuminga doesn't pop, or if Klay returns to form and Kuminga pops, we're winning the chip. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot more, I think, that has to go wrong for us to lose than there are things that
I agree.
To go right, if that makes sense. I can be excited because
no, that's why I'm saying if Klay's our only issue, we're winning the title.
Yes, yeah, and I guess that's like a long-winded version of saying exactly what you said earlier. Like if Klay, if we get 1 or 2 of those things, if Klay is our only problem, then
let me ask this, like, because if I remember correctly, there were people that thought that last year with the West being, I guess, kind of wide open. Do you think that same situation happens this upcoming season just to add to the level of confidence that we're sharing right here? Mm-hmm. Just to reassure people, like, come on, man, if the West is wide open again and you're talking about these, like, best case scenarios with the Warriors, like, come on, man. Like, you can actually have some bass in your voice. When
I think we're allowed that. And there's and people who are just not really fans of the game will try to tear the Nuggets down. And they'll say stuff like, oh, weakest champion in X number, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit about any of that. A champ is a champ. But as a measuring stick for what last year was in the Western Conference, absolutely I can have bass in my voice. If the Nuggets are the favorite next year in the West, absolutely, and that's not intended to be any disrespect to the Nuggets. Absolutely, I can have bass in my voice.
It'll be wide open.
That's fair.
I don't think any team in the West made a move that makes me think they're just exponentially better.
The Nuggets got worse. They lost their best bench player who kept them into the playoffs. Like the dude who held their bench together was fucking crazy glue.
I'm unmoved by the Lakers.
The Lakers got worse.
Unmoved.
The Phoenix Suns are going to be a regular season team.
The Suns are a regular season roster. Who else? The Kings. The
Clippers
Kings.
They won't be in outside. They will be.
The Mavs will be a play-in
The
team.
I think the Mavs are going to be a playoff team.
You think? Okay.
The Clippers may miss the
So
playoffs.
to me, though, and I do understand the regular season team stuff with the Suns. There is this chance that Bradley Beal shows us some playmaking at point guard. I don't care what any of the reports say about him not playing point guard. If they try it and it works, that has a cascade effect on that roster that is legitimately scary. But the doubt of it right now is, does he have any interest in doing that? And does he have any interest in doing that at the expense of his ability to score the basketball?
Why don't they just run Book at the one? Booker's the one who showed the most playmaking.
I think if either of them do it and do it well, they're scary. But
I don't see it. I don't see it.
But,
I think
wasn't Booker their main scorer at one point? He gonna be the facilitator and the scorer. Damn.
I'll be honest, bro. Is Brad Beal? My thing is Brad Beal willing to go back to 2017? Remember, Brad Beal helped drive John Wall out of Washington because he wanted a bigger role. He was a part of that whole crew that said, "Oh man, the Wizards look better without John Wall."
So this is the gambit, and in a way, I respect it because guys win championships, like dudes win championships, right? Now their dilemma is, can these dudes assume the roles that will get us a championship? That's the gambit. They got the first step done. Get them on the roster. If they can't get them to buy in, they're in trouble. But there is the chance. Like, to me, I'll be honest, I think that this has a lot higher likelihood of working than Kyrie, Harden, and Kevin Durant. I do.
Fair.
I mean, I want to see which one of them is going to be the Harden. Which one is going to be the Harden?
That's the thing. That roster, even though in retrospect it is what it is, they had two guys that were very elite playmakers right off the bat.
Right.
Fine guys. And
you know what the problem was? The whole philosophy around that team was, I'm just trying to do hood rat shit with my friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
This team, and we're about to find out, Booker and Ayton and KD, as a matter of fact, with Booker and Ayton specifically,
they've been together for 5 years.
They've tasted what it's like to be close to a chip and not get over the hump.
KD's been there.
KD's been a champ.
So
right?
Here's my question.
Beal, right? I wonder if he's at the point of his career where it's like, I'll do whatever it fucking takes.
No.
I have to see it to believe it.
Exactly. That's where I'm at.
Well, here's my question, right? And I've had this question for months, and I really have never asked it. But this is why I don't believe in the Suns, right? Who's their leader?
That's true.
It's
Booker?
No. It needs to be
Beal?
KD. KD got to beat these allegations.
I'll be honest. The only person who's shown leadership quality, it's not even Booker. It's been Beal. If you look at Beal, I know it's kind of different with high school kids. What do you mean what? It's different with high school kids, but you've seen him talk to those high school basketball players and how he was leading those high school basketball teams and has high school basketball players. I mean,
that's at a training camp, though, bro. We're talking about the team.
But leadership qualities doesn't fucking matter if it's training camp or high school kids. Leadership qualities is leadership qualities.
Yes, and D Book exhibits that too.
When did you ever see Devin Booker pull a guy to the side and say, "Yo, you got to change this,
My
do
thing
this,
is
do
this.
that"?
My thing
That's
is
always
this.
been
You're
Chris
talking,
Paul.
bro.
That's
You're
always been
talking
Chris
about a
Paul.
training
Here's
camp.
here's the thing though. Here's the thing though. With Bill, like he's probably gonna feel like, oh man, I've been put in such a great position. I need you guys to be on your
All
P's
right,
and Q's
let
because
me
I
put it
might
this way.
not ever get this chance again.
Let me put it this way, right? Yes, okay, you can argue, Booker or Beal or even Kate. Like, my thing is this: when shit hits the fan for the Nuggets, do they trust Jokic? Like, do we trust Jokic? Like, do you trust Jokic?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
When shit hits the fan for the Warriors, do you trust Steph?
100%.
When shit hits the fan for the Lakers, I know we clown LeBron, but I still trust.
Yeah. He's gonna make the right decision.
Yeah.
When shit hits the fan for the Celtics, I don't trust Tatum.
No.
But when shit hits the fan for Miami, I do trust Jimmy for the
Yeah.
most part. Like he comes through for the most
Hey,
part.
let me beat you to the punch here, Dre.
Yeah.
I don't trust Kevin Durant.
No.
I trust D Book though.
I don't know.
I don't even know.
Did you see how he carried his team during Game 3 and 4 of the Nuggets series?
Hold on.
That's a different.
I don't like
That's a difference. though. Wait. Hold on.
Let me tell you my thing with Booker. Have you seen his numbers in elimination games? This guy's not
obviously.
If he's your leader, bro, good luck, bro.
I'll say this: if you think what Booker did was such leadership qualities, then that means KD was a leader on those Warriors teams. He's just essentially doing the same shit KD did when he was playing with Steph. Booker's doing the same shit with KD. The defense was throwing two at KD. Booker was getting one-on-ones, and he was just cooking whoever the fuck they put on him. Same shit with the Warriors.
No,
Same shit.
Yeah. So if you're going to say that Bradley Beal is going to go into Phoenix, right, and be a leader there, I 100% agree with you, right? He's been in this league for a while. He's led his own team. Completely agree. I just don't think it's fair to just suddenly discount D Book, considering that he's the guy that's drafted for this team.
Not at all.
It's not
Not
that
at all.
what I'm saying. You're not getting my point.
Understanding his point at all.
My point is my whole point of my
that,
conversation has been is Devin Booker's never shown me leadership qualities. It's always been, think about it. It's always been Chris Paul. You're never a leader on a rebuilding team. Let's just be honest. Everybody's there. You're young. You might exert some leadership qualities, but you're not really a true leader. It's when you get into a winning situation that you
Matter of
become a
fact,
leader.
Chris Paul showed us that twice in OKC.
B, I got a question. Was Booker a leader when the Suns were in the bubble?
In the bubble?
Yeah, like when they went on that win streak. Was he the leader then?
You could say that. You could say that.
Okay.
B, have you ever seen Booker pull aside Ayton when he's pouting?
No.
And he's coming into it, and he's coming into a timeout.
Only Chris Paul. Only Chris Paul.
He does it in the locker room. He does it in private.
The leader can't do it in private. The leader got to do it in public and in private. You can't just be a leader in private.
How do you know?
So are we?
Hey, Big Warrior. I literally read that in. How do you know?
Wait. B. Legit question, right? So if you're going to use that logic, are we going to now sit here and say that Steph isn't a leader because he's more?
I've seen Steph cuss dudes out on the court. Wait, what's 2021 against the Clippers?
Okay, hold on.
What's 2020?
Let me put it this way, right?
How do
you have a guy? I don't know if I trust any of them when you need a guy that is poised, that can be a leader of men. Like,
this is why they're a regular
think about
season team.
Draymond, Clay, Chris Paul. These guys have pedigree, and I'm telling you this shit right now. Like, they all look to Steph. They all look to Steph when shit goes wrong.
Yeah.
Like, think about, if shit goes wrong, who are the Suns looking at?
KD.
Okay. Then that's your answer.
I think it's D Book.
It's KD. KD's the better player. KD's the better player. I'll be honest with you, bro. It's not. I would get it. No, I get Dr. Embiid's point. I would get it if this was a 2015 Suns roster that's been with D Book his whole entire career and they're still there. Think about it. Majority of that roster is white. Bridges, Johnson, only Campaign is still left from those rosters.
No, Campaign's gone too.
Oh, Campaign's gone. So you're only going to look at the best player on the team. They're all going to look at KD because these dudes don't look at Devin Booker as. Who do you think's better, Devin Booker or Kevin Durant?
Obviously
Gotta be
KD, but
KD.
I
So
view
majority
this
is that
as
roster.
D Book's team though. That's just
Majority is that
You
roster.
think it's D Book's team, Dr. NBA?
I
yes,
don't think so.
yes.
Hell
I
I
don't
no.
think
do.
so.
No,
It's not.
I,
It's not.
KD went to Phoenix to play with D Book. That's how I view it.
Dr.
So
NBA.
Yeah, so Dr.
Urkel,
Damn,
NBA.
Urkel hopped in here. I'm about to
wait,
be way too.
I'm
Urkel. The
going
way
on mute.
Urkel. I kind of started this conversation. The way I framed it was essentially when shit hits the fan.
Sorry,
Do the
I
Nug-
just jumped here in the middle, so I don't know exactly what you
No,
guys
no,
were
no.
talking
I know.
about in the
So
beginning.
basically, what I'm saying is, and this is a question I've had for months, but I never really voiced it. I kind of kept it to my hip, and I kind of just like this is something that's been on my mind is like, who's the leader of the Suns? Because when shit hits the fan for the Warriors, you got Steph, and I think everybody knows like that's the guy they look at. When shit hits the fan for the Nuggets, it's like okay, you got Jokic. When shit hits the fan for the Lakers, you got LeBron. When shit
And we
hits the
don't
fan,
trust Tatum.
yeah, we don't trust Tatum, but when shit hits the fan for Miami, you got Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? Like you can go up and down all these teams. Now with the Suns, like yeah, you could say KD, but I don't know if I want KD being the guy to deliver when shit
KD's
hits the fan.
he's more of a mercenary than he is a leader.
Like my thing is like if
Dre,
that's
I know
the guy,
exactly what you're saying because I've been saying this for years. It's
yeah,
like even when KD was here, bro, like and he said something interesting one time. He was like, I am not the leader, Steph is the leader. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah. That's what I'm
But
saying. That's what I'm saying. So if
but
it's
I
not
don't know if
KD,
people realize this, bro.
yes,
But I
this is
think that being the best player and being a leader
two different things.
has to run. No, well, it can be two different things. But I think for you to be successful,
It has to
it
They
be
have
has
to.
to
one.
I
It
run
has
got
to
you.
be
I got
parallel,
one.
you.
It
bro.
has to be
Right.
one.
It
It
has to be
has
one.
to be one. It has to run parallel. I
Right.
don't
That's
think you
what
can
Steph
have
is.
one without the other.
I agree.
And if you
I
That's why I
agree.
do,
said
you're
KD
not going to
gotta
be
fight
very
them
successful.
allegations.
That was my whole point, Urkel, is that Kevin Durant's the best player, so that means he's your leader. And I don't trust
Let me
KD
give
as
you
a
an
leader.
example of kind of what I'm talking about. Why did that Brooklyn situation implode the way that it
Because
did?
it's a Kyrie.
I want to do hood rat shit with
Wait,
my friend.
Urkel. So think about it. Logically, KD basically allowed a lesser player, allowed Kyrie to dictate the terms of how that team ended up.
And the
And KD's
reason
like if Kate it wouldn't have happened. I just my thing is that if KD's the best player, which he is, and he's the leader, which he should be, but he's not, like he wouldn't let Kyrie wear the pants.
Dre,
That just can't happen.
Dre, I
Okay,
think
but let me
about.
ask. Okay,
No, I was just
no,
gonna
go
say
ahead.
I think about I forgot at what point during the I think it was 18-19 season, even though the context was a little different, but KD would like respond to like some questions. He'd just be like, "Oh, I just want to play basketball. I just want to play basketball. Like I'm not gonna confront. I'm not gonna be a leader. I'm not gonna stand in front of whatever it is that you're asking me about. I just want to play basketball." Like I think that it's a mentality thing with KD. Like he really just thinks like I'm just gonna hoop and that's just it. Like,
Yo, let me
So
tell
let
you
me be
that
honest with you,
mindset,
right?
because Booker thinks the same way. That's not leadership. That's
That's
not
not. It's
not
Let me
getting
be
it done.
honest with you. Like
Same
when I see that KD thing, bro, and I hear that mindset, that's crazy to me because look at what Steph is saying right now.
Yeah,
Steph is
exactly.
look at what
You
Steph is
gotta
saying. Steph is like, we've done it before, championship mindset. Like
you
every
gotta
guy
put
needs
you
to
gotta be a leader of men. You gotta lead a
bro,
bunch of
like and y'all have all heard it, bro. Like Steph is taking some shots and all of this and all of that because of how things turned out. But here's the thing, though. Like that's a difficult situation to navigate. So what Steph is doing right off the bat, he's setting the tone. You know what I'm saying? He's
Exactly.
setting the tone. When I replied to that tweet today, I was like, he's setting tone. He's letting you know right off the bat how this fucking season is
No
going to go.
nonsense. No
Yeah, bro,
games.
no nonsense. And if the season does fail, it's not gonna be because he didn't set the tone. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yep.
It's gonna be for some other reason.
Yeah.
that's
Right,
No, you're
Joe?
right.
he knows the margin for error is basically
That's
And
why he's
Urkel,
been on
think
this
about it. Think about the words
Hey,
that Steph
that's why
uses.
my cynical thought is why he's doing this media tour to set a tone, to
But
show
and I'm
people
not
in
and I'm
public.
not trying and I'm not calling KD selfish. I'm not doing that. But what I am saying is this: when you hear KD speak, he usually says "I" and "me." When you hear Steph speak, he usually says "us" and "we."
He doesn't want it's. He
You
just does.
understand that? And let me
Yes.
tell you this: us and we are leadership words. Us and we are leadership terms. Like I and me is like, well,
Absolving.
I'm worried about me. I just want to hoop. I just want to blow. But when Steph says we can't do this, we have to do that. We have to put our agendas aside. That's a leadership speak. That's a leader speaking. You know?
The thing that I was gonna say, right, was that the reason why I view this as D-Book's team is that I see it as KD and Bradley Beal coming to Phoenix to play with D-Book, right? At the beginning of D-Book's career, he was asked a question by a reporter. Do you because of how shitty the situation was in Phoenix, right? Do you want to play with all these big time stars? And he answered, no, I want them to come to me. And I just feel that, yes, obviously he's had pieces like CP3 to help him, that his improvements over the year into star level caliber and just his personality and just him being him has attracted these big names to come play with him.
That doesn't
whether
make
it's CP, KD, or Brad Beal.
But that doesn't make you a leader.
That doesn't make the leaps and bounds that he's taken on the court does not make him a leader. When have you, since 2015 that he's been drafted, or since that quote, when have you ever seen him step down?
I think we just have different views of what a leader is. I mean, I don't think that a leader necessarily has to be the most vocal person in the room, right?
They don't have to be.
My view is leadership by example.
You know what just came to me just now? I just thought, like, okay, this is how you could tell the difference between, like, maybe a Steph and a KD. Like, for example, like, leadership to me, I kind of equated in my head. It's like, okay, KD can just go out there and get his 30, and that shit is like, whatever. But Steph can go out there and get 30. The whole team is energized. They're following his lead. Like, I don't know. Like, it just came to me in my head. Like, am I wrong for thinking
I'll say this.
It's not even a vocal thing.
You know why Steph is the leader? You know why Steph's the leader? Because he allows Draymond to be the leader.
Yeah.
That's why Steph's the leader.
Okay.
Like guess what? If Steph was on if Steph was not on the team, would Draymond be the leader?
No.
If Draymond wasn't on the team, would Steph still be the leader?
Yes.
Like Steph allows Draymond to be the leader. Don't get it twisted. Like
wait, hold on. That is a great way to.
Was that not a genius point? That was that was a good point, right?
I'm actually no wait, hold on. I'm actually like looking for a way that's not correct. That's how that like struck me immediately. I was like, wait a second, that sounds too good. I need that to be wrong.
Yeah, I know. Well, Steph allows Draymond. Yeah.
Here's the point about that. You can apply that to leadership, and you can also apply that to what happens on the basketball court.
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
him making Draymond feel like a leader empowers Draymond to be a better player.
Pixie does.
Dude, I'm telling you, bro.
Him empowering Draymond that make him think that he's the leader, it empowers Draymond to make Draymond a 10 times better player.
You take Steph off that team, Draymond has no credibility, bro.
No. We've seen it, though, Dre. 2020, bro.
Bro, Draymond looks like a goofball yelling at dudes without Steph on his back, like behind him, bro. Draymond looks like a clown if he's talking shit and checking dudes without Steph by his side, bro.
You can argue that Steph gets the most out of Dre because remember now that 2020 season, Dre was like he was not even interested in being on the court. It's like he didn't even want to win unless.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I'm not even going to argue.
Steve Kerr told him to his face, "You're the worst game player I've ever seen in my whole life."
Now you take Draymond out, and now it's like you just got Steph's the leader still because you saw what he did when Draymond hurt his back. You saw what happened. Steph led that team to 9-0, 9 straight, and he was leading them. So like Steph remains the leader no matter what. He allows Draymond to be the leader. Draymond is in a leadership position because Steph allows him to. That's why. That's it.
Yeah. I just don't think Booker's a leader. I would say if KD got traded to Boston and Boston say they gave up Jaylen Brown and some draft picks for Jaylen Brown, I would say Tatum's more of the leader in Boston than Booker is in Phoenix because I don't think Phoenix is the same team. I just think how many players Phoenix brought in this offseason? How many players? Like 9 new players.
Hockey rotation.
Yeah, like
It's
9, 10 new
kind of what
players.
Steph did with KD as well. Like Steph made KD feel
Yeah.
like he made KD feel like the leader on the court. Like, oh, you lead the offense. You take the shot. Like Steph made KD feel like the leader. It's crazy. Like there's something alpha about making other dudes feel like they're the dude. Like there's something alpha about that.
The
Because
Steph haters don't understand that, and that's what pisses me off so much. Y'all gotta understand, man. Steph could easily be the asshole that's like, nah, Katie, yeah, you here, but fuck that. I gotta get my 30, then you get whatever you gonna get. No, Steph was like, do your thing because we're more effective if you're out here killing. I'll just let you be the leader.
Is it really alpha to be selfish? Like, is that what people like? Do people want Steph to be like, I'm gonna take every shot and I'm better than you?
Yes.
Like, is that alpha? Like, is
yes,
it, or is
that's
it alpha?
what people want.
Or is it alpha?
That's not
to
what
know-
it's all though.
I can tell you right now, that's
yeah,
not what people want, because it's in a weird way. People have the arguments about Steph that they have. The only reason they have them is because of who he is currently. If Steph was like, I want the ball all the time, put me in the Mike D'Antoni, James Harden offense. Like if he did that, like, are we sure the roster looks the same? Are we sure the core would still be together?
Draymond couldn't be here. Only Clay could.
Yeah, are we sure? Like, is
I'll be
Draymond?
honest, if
Does
Steph was
Draymond
like
have
that,
the value that he has?
Looney wouldn't be. How about this?
Looney wouldn't be here.
No. Looney wouldn't be in the NBA.
Oh.
Yep.
Looney, no, and that sounds so disrespectful. He wouldn't be in the NBA. He doesn't work on any other team, bro. I'm telling you, if Steph wasn't who he was, Looney would not be in the fucking league, bro. And let me tell you this. For everybody that's like, oh, but he would still be an elite rebounder. He wouldn't even have a chance to play enough seasons to get to this point.
They would make him they would use him as his originally drafted position, a small forward.
Exactly, bro. Bro, listen, Steph not only made other dudes work, like these, like Wiggins and KD and all that, he's made Looney and all these, GP2. Bro, you think GP2 works anywhere else, bro? Like, hell no.
We seen it though, Dre. He bounced around the league. He was on Washington. He was in Milwaukee. He was in the Lakers. Why did it work on Golden State?
And then he was on Portland.
In Portland, he looked shitty. Even though he was injured, he still looked shitty.
Like my point is this: like, is it alpha to be selfish and like, I'm gonna take the shots, screw everyone else, I'm gonna be the guy, or is it alpha to be like, oh, I know I'm the alpha, I know I'm that guy, but it's better to just let the other guys feel like they're that guy, so that we can all, I can fill in where I'm needed, and then we can all win at the end of the day. Like, that to me is like, that's a leader. That's a guy that like understands how to lead a group of men, right? On a basketball court, when you have a bunch of egos, a bunch of agendas. You think Steph is going to play?
Snake.
Get ready
it's
for
because
a
it's because that mentality is the picture of security. Like,
exactly,
he is a secure person.
Yep.
Like why do I need to prove to you that I can go out and average 30 when I got all this help around? I don't need that.
And he already has. He doesn't have to do
This
it.
is
Why do I
why
have to do something I already did?
This is why I say, and I don't want to get too much into the non-basketball stuff, but y'all heard, for those of you that have been around since when Spaces was peak, y'all have heard some of the conversations that I've had with Rayvion. Y'all have heard some of the conversations that I've had with Harden fans and Bron fans.
Yeah.
And we talked about, and this is why I say that the people who are Steph detractors have no interest in him being that, because most of their arguments are really rooted in who they think he is as a man. And if Steph Curry, if he still had the winning, also so happened to do the bag shit and the macho shit and all that, bro, like, you got to understand, Steph as he is makes a lot of NBA Twitter feel insecure about themselves. I've been saying this for years, by the way. Steph as he currently is, and it makes it work. That's why Kevin Durant. Don't you understand this? It's why Kevin Durant has to be the best player in those 2 years. It's why Draymond has to be the quote real leader on the Golden State Warriors, the real engine, quote unquote. You want to know why? Because if Steph is those things, then a lot of NBA Twitter has to come at this basketball conversation and go, wait a second, if that is the best way to build a championship roster, and that is the best, not the only way, but the most efficient and scalable way to win, to be selfless, to be secure enough to say, you take the ball, I'll play off ball. Then what? And again, this is a kind of like a non-basketball related thing. There are a lot of people who watch that and they go, if that's the best, then I'm intellectually obligated to reevaluate the way that I do things in my life. I'm confident that's the reason why people talk about Steph the way they do, because he makes them feel insecure.
Lindo, you're hitting on to a point that I've been trying to make on Spaces for maybe 2 years now. And this is why we were so right and a lot of people were so wrong. And why you heard all of those pundits say the things that they said, because they just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Like they absolutely don't get it. Everyone in here gets it because we talk about it to nauseam, right? But like when I tell you that the thing that Steph does when he goes off ball and he elevates Draymond and he does this and he does that, that is the magic of it. And I don't think people even understand.
They don't.
They still don't understand when he does things like that. Like in my opinion, Steph is the greatest he's the greatest elevator of talent in NBA history.
Yep. Urkel,
I think that's fair.
Dre's made this point, and you've made this point in Spaces before. Steph is so aware and confident of his ability that he actively, and we've watched it happen to the point where it actually frustrates the shit out of us.
Lindell, I will give you an example of this, and maybe this is going to resonate, maybe it's not. But I saw an interview with Kyrie Irving talking about Steph Curry, right? And I saw nothing but insecurity in Kyrie Irving. Because Kyrie Irving is there talking about Steph Curry, and he could not help but to lump himself into the argument.
What did he say? What happened? What was the...
So he was talking about Steph and Steph's game and all of this stuff, right? So I guess they were asking him about Steph and Steph's game or whatever, right? Kyrie Irving then turns it into, him and Steph. The interviewer didn't ask you, or the person that asked the question did not ask about Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving then proceeds, and it's the first thing that stuck out to me. Kyrie Irving wasn't asked about Kyrie Irving or Kyrie Irving and Steph. They were asking about Steph, right?
Right.
So I think it was after they played Brooklyn and all of that stuff, and they were asking him about Steph and all of that. Kyrie Irving then lumps himself into saying, yeah, Steph and me, we're like smaller guys and we changed the game and we let blah, 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 blah,
Trolling
right?
the narrative.
So it's like when Steph is asked about somebody, I always notice that Steph talks about that person and not him and that person.
Right.
So when you're going to see, I don't know if y'all are understanding what I'm saying, right? But really what I'm saying is that when you ask Steph, because he's so secure in what he does, he talks about that player specifically. When they asked Steph the same thing, he talked about Kyrie Irving exclusively, not in the context of Kyrie Irving and him. He was talking about Kyrie, and Kyrie just could not help himself because you saw exactly where that insecurity was. You know what I'm saying?
He feels like he's on Steph's level. He feels like he's in the conversation.
Exactly, bro.
But
exactly.
Steph Curry.
Urkel.
Yeah.
Are you driving your EV right now?
I am actually. Yeah, why?
No, because I can tell.
Oh man said I got you into the car. Now Steph is I'll say this and then I
have a gas car and I have an EV car. How did you know?
It's 5 till 1 a.m.
Because I can tell, bro.
Hey, Lindell, I got a point before you go. I gotta. No, you can go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I was just gonna say Steph Curry's the type of person that will willingly go from a 10 to an 8 or 9, so that Draymond can go from a 5 to a 7 or 8.
Yeah, yep.
He's that
Well,
that
here's
dude.
the thing. We saw it with Draymond. We saw it with KD. And here's the thing. So this is the beauty of it. We've seen it with a player like Draymond, who's a completely different position, completely inferior player. We've seen it with KD, who's arguably on Steph's level. Like, you could say that, like, at the time, like, KD is one of the greats of this era. And so, like, some players would feel threatened by that. But Steph didn't. Steph was like, "Here's the ball. You got it, man." And then Steph also did it with a young, up-and-coming player in Jordan Poole. So we've seen
fight,
Steph...
Dre, fight with Steph and or with Draymond and KD, it in essence happened because of Steph, because Draymond thought that he could pull the same kind of thing. Right? So
KD was so used to Steph deferring that he's like, give me the ball. And Draymond was so used to Steph deferring that he's like, I'm making the play now. I'm going down. I'm going to make something happen.
Right?
Yeah.
So think about that play, bro. When Draymond is coming down the court, right? So I don't even think people necessarily realize that Draymond was actually right, because what Draymond is wanting to do, he fucked up the play and he misdribbled the ball or whatever, but his intentions were right. Because when
KD wanted them to pass the ball backwards, bro.
Yeah, so Draymond's thing is like, let me run the court, let me penetrate, and if they double, they double. If they don't,
they collapse the
right?
defense.
Like, exactly. So if they collapse, they collapse, right? So it just so happened that he fumbled the ball and it just went awry and all of that shit, right? But his intention was always to spray to the shooters. You know what I'm saying? Because what happens with Draymond is that when they're there and he has Steph and Clay around him, they're never going to help off of those two, right? So it's either they're going to help begrudgingly and he sprays it to them, or he's just going to get a layup, or he's just going to get a dunk or something,
like
right?
a lob, yeah.
Or like a lob or something like that, right? So his intentions was right, but KD's approach is like, bro, this is my situation. Give me the fucking ball. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
yeah.
So it's just a matter of perspective on who you think is right from who you think is wrong. You know what I'm saying?
But here's the thing. But the ultimate overarching point is Steph has never had concessions with who he'll sacrifice for. He's literally, like, think about it. He sacrificed for an inferior player in Draymond. He sacrificed for a peer like Kevin Durant. He sacrificed for a young 22-year-old Jordan Poole, and he's about to sacrifice for an old 39-year-old Chris Paul.
Bro, I almost clicked on end watch party.
Bruh.
Y'all, hey, listen. Y'all take it easy. Stage, y'all have a good night.
All right, bro.
Chat, y'all take it easy. We'll get up with y'all tomorrow.
Sir. I'll see you
Who's Dre, are you doing a profile tomorrow?
Yeah, GP2. Yeah.
Oh, dope.
GP2.
Dope. Healthy GP2. That'll be a fun one.
Yes, sir.
I thought you were doing well, have a good night, Lindell.
Yeah, take it easy.
I thought you were doing Looney.
Yeah, that's Saturday.
Oh, Saturday, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so GP2, okay.
GP2, cool. And then Loon, and then we're going to get into the nitty-gritty, Kuminga.
So are you going to do Saturdays early because the fight's on Saturday, right?
Oh, you're right. What time is the fight?
I think they said it starts around 7, I think.
Is that Eastern Standard Time?
Yeah,
I'll do it early. Good catch. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'll do it probably earlier. But yeah, dude, think about, like, the array of like, it's funny, like, you usually find something, like, some limitation, some constraint. Like, Steph's never found a constraint for a player he's willing to sacrifice for. Like, he's just like, oh, Kevin Durant, you're my peer, here you go. Oh, Draymond, you're literally unskilled, here you go.
Hey, Dre,
Jordan Poole, you're reckless, you're literally young, no experience, you haven't proven anything in your career, Here you go, Jordan Poole. Oh, Chris Paul, you're a veteran, you're old, you're whatever, blah, blah, blah. Here you go, Chris Paul. Like, yeah.
Dre, Steph would probably make concessions for, like, imagine if Steph was healthy for the whole fucking 2020 season. Imagine him deferring to Eric Pascal, bro.
Or even D'Lo. He would be deferring to D'Lo for 100%. 100%.
Bro.
Oh my God, nigga said Eric Pascal. Why are you bringing up bad memories, dog?
Bro, I'm just saying, like, that's literally the kind of leader
Pascal's
Steph
only good
is.
memories were that year, low key though. His only
Bro,
good memories.
I know why it's bad memories for me is because I thought he was gonna be somebody, bro.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, so did I.
I'm just
bro, you
saying,
know what's crazy?
man.
Pascal's like the epitome of like he just doesn't like. He's just not a basketball player, bro.
No, bro. He's a street ball player.
Bro, he's 6'6", 240 or whatever. Like, he's just not built for a bat. Like, bro,
Yeah.
that's not a basketball frame. You need to be like, look at Moody, right? Even though Moody's a little bit slow-footed, he's at least like he has like a wingspan. He can kind of like he's rangy. But Pascal had like short arms, wasn't really fast. He was like a power forward, but I don't know. He was just like a weird, like he wasn't actually a basketball like frame. And you know what's funny? We played him at some small ball 5, and he was actually cooking. Like in the small, I remember he was dicing up Enes Kanter. He was dicing up Jokic at times. Like he was like, dude, it's crazy because he was really talented. It's just that, you know, he just didn't fit like positional normalcy. Like he just wasn't a normal build. You know what I'm saying?
That's facts, man. I'm just saying, like, that's just the kind of leader Steph is. Like, he's gonna try to do even to a fault. Like, even if we're pissed off at, like, bro, like, Steph, like, take some more shots in the first quarter. Like, no, if he knows, like, to get this guy going, he gotta shoot like 4 times in the first quarter. Like, he gonna let that shit happen. Like.
So going back to the original point, right? Like I know Steph though, we all kind of understand that, especially from what we just talked about, right? We know that Steph is one of the greatest leaders in sports, right? He's not like a leader that you can just take as, okay, you know what? This is what somebody in a locker room needs to do in an NBA locker room to be a leader for the team to have some kind of success. He's light years ahead of that, right? Yeah. But think of even a dude, man, like a Jalen Brunson, right? The leadership that he took to New York right away, the don't get too high, don't get too low mindset, the calming presence that he took into New York, right? Show me just even an example like that of one guy on the Suns who's done that once in their career. Just one guy on the Suns. Could be anyone.
I can't give you one.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not just Booker, right? It's Booker, it's KD, it's Ayton, it's Beal. None of those guys have even a little bit of what Brunson is doing.
That's what I'm saying. That was my.
Like, you get what I'm saying?
That was my ultimate point. Was that because every season you have some moment, some stretch where like shit goes wrong, and if you're turning to, you know, I don't think turning to Devin Booker with his track record in closeout games he's not a leader of men.
Yeah, that's a red flag.
And then Bradley Beal is the new kid in town. I don't know if I trust him either. So it's really got to be KD and
Dre. Bradley Beal's a little bit of a hothead. He doesn't have the level-headedness to really lead a team like that. Like, he'll snap at KD, he'll snap at fools, he'll get fucking into it with these guys.
We'll see what happens. And here's the other thing. So is also DeAndre Ayton might be Jordan Poole.
Yep.
Like, he might sabotage this shit.
Ooh.
No, but like he might honestly he might. Wasn't he sabotaging shit last year?
Yeah, he had issues with Monty.
Yep.
But I feel like he was like not playing hard, and like I feel like he might, if he doesn't get the ball, like, and think about that. Like, imagine like on a possession to possession basis now, like DeAndre Ayton possessions are just simply less efficient than Kevin Durant and Devin Booker possessions.
Who's gonna punch Ayton though? No
that
one.
Would definitely be Bill. Definitely Bill.
I mean, look, Ayton had an issue with becoming a number 2 option to Booker earlier on. Then he had an issue becoming a number 3 option. Now he's a 4th option.
Yeah, if it doesn't work out, I think he's gonna be gone by the deadline.
Yeah, I think so. I think they ship him out.
They're not gonna get much.
But can I just say something? Okay, I was just gonna say something in the chat real quick. CJ, stop. I'm not like, I'm not trying to act funny or anything, but like, it's not comedy when I'm telling that person. Okay, please stop.
Are you
It's
being
not
for real
comedy.
right now?
I am being absolutely for real. This is a weirdo in the chat. He is giving me vibes. He is literally giving me vibes of an online weirdo that needs to be
Urkel, your stand
investigated
is making
by the
Dr.
Internet
J
Crimes
uncomfortable.
Bureau.
Your stand.
I apologize, Urkel. Your stand is very weird. Constantly speaking about me in the chat. Mr. Urkel Big Booty Stand. You legit need to look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself who the fuck you are. Because you are showing in this, you literally come into this chat every single day. Every single day. Being
Dr.
weird
NBA,
as
his name
fuck.
is Urkel Big Booty Stan.
UBVS.
Exactly.
That should tell
That
you
is
what you need to know.
That's why I understand, but this
You can't take
individual
a joke,
keeps
bro. I'm sorry. You
Urkel.
just can't
No,
take a
this
joke.
isn't a joke though. What he's saying isn't
Identity
funny.
theft is not a
It's
joke.
weird. It's weird. It's
Y'all have
weird.
been
It
arguing in
literally.
the chat all day. Like,
I'm
you
literally
gotta
trying
Nigga,
to
you're
tell him
getting
to stop
trolled.
acknowledging
You're
me.
getting trolled, dog.
Like this person literally gives me vibes of online pedophiles.
What?
For real.
Okay, that's a
For
That's
real.
a serious accusation. Stop.
All right,
I'm sorry, but
so
that's
anyway,
literally the
that's
all I want to say.
Steph is the greatest leader in sports, and that is that on
Christ.
Yeah, he's up there. He's top 3.
That's
We're gonna need Kuminga to take a step, man. If he takes a step, there's only 2 questions I have this year. What does Klay Thompson look like, and does Kuminga take a step? If those 2 questions are, and I think we'll know. And honestly, I'm not even worried about Chris. It's crazy. Chris Paul's a staple. I'm not worried about him. Like, I'm more worried about Klay than CP3. So
I'm not worried about Chris Paul. My only thing is like the Chris Paul Kerr thing. I really want to see. I really hope that like Steve Kerr will realize like, you know, Chris Paul is like his own, like he's a mastermind. It's like as far as like calling plays and shit. So it's like give him the autonomy. Like let's not just run some bullshit just because that's the quote right thing to do. If Chris Paul sees an exploit, if it's fucking running the pick and roll 3 goddamn times in a row, I don't give a fuck. Like, let's just do that. I don't want to see no fighting between play calling. But that's just a personal thing. I don't know if that's a legit gripe or not, Dre. But that's my thing.
yeah, no, I think he listens to the coach usually. Like him and Monty had a good relationship. Him and he's CP3's always been a team first guy. It's funny, people like to rag on him, but he's always done what he thinks is best to win. So his interest. My thing is this: I know Chris Paul's best interest is winning.
Yeah.
So like at the end of the day, I'm not worried about him, but I am worried about Klay because I don't know what his best interest is. I also don't know what. I mean, it's not even about Kuminga's interest as much as I don't know if he will actually take that step. But if he actually takes that step, I trust Kuminga. I actually trust Kuminga more than Klay in terms of like doing the right things to win. Like I kind of trust.
That's fair.
So.
That's fair.
We'll see though. But those are my 2 questions though. What does Klay look like? And
When
is
did Klay
Kuminga
sour on
gonna-
you this much, Dre?
the Lakers series?
Game 6, baby.
And you know what? Honestly, it was. The thing is this. All season long, I gave him bail. Like I was giving him
The
bail.
Make-A-Wish package.
But you know what? The truth is I should have never given him as much bail as I did. Because that's why it sounds so harsh now. But you were on the Klay thing since day one, and I was kind of making excuses for it. And I should have been better at looking at what was happening because he was being very selfish to start the year. And I called it out at the time, but I should have been harsher. And I should have called out the bullshit while it was happening because now it looks like I'm kind of turning on him. But honestly, that Lakers series to me is an extension of what he was doing all year. And I kind of let it go all year. But that Lakers series, you know what? I've had it. And I'm not out on him. But he needs to change, bro. Like he's got to come out next year and be better. I give him some grace because at the end of the day, I've seen him be a winning player before. Consistently. So like even though like he's not perfect, right? Like he takes bad shots. He'll whatever. But at the end of the day, I've seen him at least do the right things at times. So I know it's there. So the question is if he'll actually do it. And if he does it, I think we can win. See, the thing is with Jordan, I just don't think Jordan's actually ready. I don't think Jordan's ready for a long-term role. I think Klay can still be that guy. He just needs to actually embrace certain parts of the game. And if he does that, then I trust him, but he needs to do that. He needs to embrace the defensive side. He needs to embrace good shot selection, picking his spots, playing within the flow. Like, he needs to embrace these things, playing winning basketball. If he does that, then
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
That Klay thing. The minute I saw that he wasn't, I didn't say anything back then because he was coming back, and I didn't want to be a Debbie Downer and all of that. But the minute I saw that he wasn't going to come off the bench in minutes restrictions, I was biting my nails. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, fuck, he's going to come back and he's going to fuck up whatever these dudes have built and the momentum they've built all year. Like, so I got nervous in January of 2022. You know what I'm saying? Like, I saw the Jordan Poole dynamic, and I saw it all back then. So when Steph got hurt, I was like, all right, like, that helped it a little bit because Jordan started to play well and Klay was playing okay and all of that stuff, and he was hitting shots. But, and then we made it through the playoffs, and I saw the tone that was being set in the playoffs. I didn't feel that bad. But when we got into training camp and Shadow said, I'm kind of worried about Klay Thompson, I was like, well, what the fuck is this? You know what I'm saying? So I started to get nervous about him then, you know what I'm saying? And then when I heard that he came in out of shape, bro, like, I had no mercy because I'm like, there's no excuse. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no excuse. And, like, everyone was trying to make excuses for him. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's a professional athlete. Like, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying?
They I don't know. They probably thought like, oh, well, Klay's not going to go 100% because he might hurt himself again and he doesn't want to go through rehab. It's like, I mean,
bro, that's the stupidest excuse that I've ever heard because here's why. Fam, he just played playoff basketball. Okay?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about playoff basketball. Playoff basketball, it's like playing 3 games in one. That's how crazy the intensity is. You know what I'm saying? So when people were like making excuse, saying this and saying that, I'm like, y'all are just fans, right? Y'all are just stands. Exactly. And I was like, y'all don't really like care and are objective with this thing, bro. Like, I'm like, no, like, you're just making excuses and everything in your world, you want that shit to be ideal, but I'm watching what's going on the court with this dude, and it's like, it's not jiving. And don't get me wrong, I was around in 2013, I was around in 14, I've been around this entire run, and I just know what was going on. He was just compensating, bro. Like, it was 100% compensation, and he was trying to get it back all at once. You know what I'm saying? So that Cleveland game, bro, like the first game, just watch his body language, bro. He was trying to score 40 points that game.
Bro, that dunk, when he started the game off with a dunk, that first of all debunked the whole rumors of him being scared of getting injured. And also, that might have been like a statement like, oh, y'all motherfuckers went 18-2 without me? All right, now we finna win for real because I'm here now. Like,
it was 100% statement. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
That's why when people's like, oh, he's afraid of the pickup games and that's where he got hurt, I'm like, are you buying that? Stop it. You know what I'm saying? Like, in the summer is where you're supposed to get stronger. Like, and I promise you, because here's what I know. He hopped on this. Here's what happened. He hopped onto the spaces. This is what I heard. I heard he hopped on to the spaces, and I was ranting and going off. You know what I'm saying? This is what somebody told me. I'm not sure how true it is, but he heard me cooking him. Next thing you know, he like damn near deleted the app off of his phone.
Shit.
That's what I heard.
Non-shadow source.
No sauces.
Non-shadow source, yeah.
See to me that's even more interesting because Shadow will give these nuggets, but like if it's not Shadow, then that's even more interesting.
Hey Dre, did you just see the tweet I put in the chat? I just saw that.
What the
Keith one.
LeBron or the
the LeBron one.
Yeah, no, I saw
That's
that.
so
I saw
funny.
That. Well, I'm aware of that. I mean, he was really bad in 2011.
In Urkel, the arguments in the off season for, well, he did all of that to get back, and they got so high off the championship run, and he just to be able to get back to being able to play at that level, he took it off on the summer, and he rested his body and all of that. For anybody that's been through it, you know that I've been through it. That's not what it's about, man. When you get back and you're able to do that, the adrenaline and the sensation that gives you is beyond anything that you can explain. It's like it's beyond even like a love that you have for a woman that you live with. It is.
You're summing up the essence of why I was so angry, bro. Like
exactly. So when that appreciation for that feeling gives you more drive to get back to it, not less drive to chill off of it. And you can only know that if you've either played sports at a high level or you've been through something that he's been through. And that's what fans do not understand.
Yeah, because when you come back from injury and all of that stuff, bro, like it's almost like you never want the shit to happen again. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like, you lose weight and you never want to get fat again. You know what I'm saying? Like,
real.
Yeah. 100%.
Well, we don't have to.
This is why I was so adamant about the shit, bro. Like bro, that's the one thing that bothered me all year long, right? Is that Klay Thompson thing, because Jordan Poole wasn't perfect by no stretch, but what I can say about Jordan Poole is that he works his fucking ass off. You know what I'm saying?
That's why he was so pissed, because it's like Klay's out of shape, but hey, Klay's gonna always start over you. So,
all right, look at it this way: it's kind of like the Shaq and Kobe thing, right?
Yep.
You can make the case that Shaq is a more dominant player than Kobe, right? Like you're always gonna run your offense through Shaq if Shaq is on your team, if he's in his prime and all of that stuff. Like right. So no matter how good Kobe was, you're probably not going to run the offense through him. And Kobe is like, bro, I'm working my fucking ass off all summer long. I'm doing this. I'm fucking playing shadow basketball. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing all of this bullshit. And then this motherfucker's over there making movies in the summer. You know what I'm saying?
Recovering on company time,
bro, like, that comment right there, that tells you everything that you need to know about Shaq. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The man never maximized. And that's how, like, when stuff like that happens, I know exactly what the fuck it looks like. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when I'm hearing Klay come into camp out of shape after having your basketball mortality waved in front of your face, like, that doesn't jive with me. I don't comprehend that. That doesn't comprehend to me. So, like, bro, I know people were mad and I know people were turned off last year, bro. But if I don't come up here and speak what I think is the truth, like, what's the point of this whole thing then? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And that's what I saw, and it drove me crazy the entire time, because then I watched people was like, well, you need to show him grace and this. Like, imagine not playing basketball for 2 years and
listen. He's 33. Hold on, he's 33 years old. He's been in the no. Hold on. He's been in. I show more grace. You know what's crazy? God. In a way, I know I've been harder on Jordan on paper, but if I were to give more grace to someone, it'd be Jordan, because he's younger, less experienced, and he kind of got screwed. And here's the thing: Klay's been around for 12 years. 12 years. He's 33 years old. I'm not trying to hear grace, bro. You're a professional. You have a job to do. Do the job. Or don't. But then you get criticized. And then don't bitch about criticism then. So
Bro.
don't do your job, you get criticized. Now, here's the thing with Jordan. Jordan didn't do his job, but I understand there's circumstances behind it. He's young. It happens. And I don't want him on my team. Like, do not get me wrong. I don't want Jordan Poole on my team. But I can give him some grace. This dude, hell nah. This is his last year, bro. And then I'm on the Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson train. Klay Thompson will be my next Jordan Poole if he pulls this shit off again. I'm telling you right now.
Well, Dre, you won't have to worry about that because from what it looks like, Klay he should be in shape this year, and he will not have a pissing match with Jordan Poole this year.
Dre,
Yeah.
usually,
Whoa.
you're right about that pissing match, Seidel. Like,
Yeah.
you're definitely right about that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though, that I can't get over with Klay. Usually, I don't blame, like, the secondary or the tertiary guy or whatever. But that Klay Thompson one, bro, like, what he did in Game 6, that was probably... I've never seen a player do that to LeBron. I've never seen a player do that to
Yeah.
Kevin Durant.
Never.
Right? Like,
Not even Russ.
none of
I
them,
don't
bro.
even
Like,
think Russ has done that shit.
Russ has never done that shit to KD, bro. Like, that shit that he... Bro, like, think about it, bro. Like, the man shot the Warriors out of the game in the first quarter. Steph brought them back, and Klay said, fuck y'all, I'm gonna shoot them out of the game again. You know what I'm saying? Like, go back and watch it, bro. It was one of the more disgusting things that I've ever seen in my life.
But that's like the whole Game 6 Klay thing. It was kind of like, because I know I got cooked for saying, like, Game 6 Klay, because I had a couple of Warrior fans. They were like, nah, delete that shit. That ain't gonna happen. But it's like, I mean, hey, like, that's kind of what it was. Like, he was reaching for that Game 6 Klay moment that just never materialized. So, yeah.
The problem with him is he has the same mindset, and he said it over and over and over again. Now, in terms of, it doesn't matter if it's fallen or not fallen, he's going to keep fucking shooting the ball. And the problem with it is he's taken that to a point where he's
Okay with that if they're
literally
good looks. If they're good looks, I'm okay
not
with
good
that.
look. Exactly. Like,
Yeah.
he's taking whatever it takes to shoot himself back into a game. And where you've seen him do that, where he's taking it to this extreme, is after the injury. Yeah, Klay would, he would get hot, he would get cold, he would go high volume before. But what Lindell and I were talking about earlier with the balance of the mentality thing and the injury thing and feeling that frustration of, I need to shoot myself back into this because of that frustration, that a lot of those things go hand in hand. And that's not something that's necessarily going to go away from him. Like, that's more, it's the
Bro,
mindset.
imagine if we had this version of Klay next to KD, bro.
Oh, hell
Oh
no.
God, yeah, it's one of
Dre,
the, it takes up
I'm
like,
gonna be honest with you.
I know, because I know where you're going with this.
Those shots that Klay used to take,
Yeah, they bothered
he
Kate. I know.
bro, he
yeah,
used
of
to
course.
bitch about that shit so much, right?
No, that's what I'm saying,
And,
though. Now, imagine this version. Like, even, like, God.
bro, the other version bothered KD, and here's another thing that bothered KD as well, is that, like, how Klay would never catch slack from the fan base. You know what I'm saying? So KD, like us, basically, and he was like, yo, how can this dude just shoot 5 for 21 and he just never catches heat? You know what I'm saying? KD would notice that shit. You know what I'm saying? But he would say, well, shit, if I shoot bad, like, everybody is on my neck. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
nobody ever cares about Klay. But I don't think, like, KD ever understood the dynamic that he was in. It was always going to be him or Steph. Nobody else was going to matter. But when you bump up rolls, or when you go a roll up, you are going to get looked at. You know what I'm saying? And I think Klay, he was back in that role. Because back in the day, right, like, we used to say shit like Klay ups and all of this shit, right? And Klay was under the microscope back then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Until KD came. So Klay was under the microscope, say, like, 12, 13, and 14, right? 15, he was under the microscope. 16, nobody cared anything about anything because it was just so special that there was just no type of criticism. 2017 hits, Klay Thompson. All of a sudden, Klay is the most lovable person on the team. You know what I'm saying? Klay could do no wrong. And remember what used to happen back then is like everyone was on Steph's neck, and they would use Klay
Yes.
against Steph.
Yes. Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's what
Because
was happening
Urkel back then
constantly.
he literally could not shoot us out of a game with KD on the court. It was basically statistically impossible for him to shoot us out of a game.
I mean,
Like unless he was taking like 12 more shots than Durant in a given night.
Yo, pull up his 2017 stats in the
and
playoffs. Just look at them.
and while you're pulling that up, I just got a quick question because I'm trying to remember the context. The night or the moment before Klay dropped 60 against Indiana, why did he go missing again? I'm trying to remember. Like, did he get flack for that? Like going missing and then just randomly just dropping 60 and shit. Like, 'cause I remember he went missing. Like what
He
happened with
overslept.
that? Jesus
He
Christ!
apparently overslept.
Jesus Christ! He missed practice and dropped 60. That's why he was so lovable, I guess. Shit
Yeah.
like
He does that though. Like that's the stuff that makes him funny. Like he'll be late, he'll miss practices and stuff like that. Clay's a character though. I mean, we can't deny that.
that's why the fan base protects him.
China Klay, all types of Klay. You know what I'm saying?
Captain
Toaster Klay.
Clay, Captain Clay.
Bro. So Klay Thompson is used to that. You know what I'm saying? So the minute he levels up and rolls, and then he starts to hear criticism from people like me, and then the Klay fans, they're hearing like we're criticizing Klay. It's like, yeah, bro, he like leveled up. You know what I'm saying? Like that third role that he was in.
Urkel.
Yeah.
That's why, even though I hate doing this, I hate laughing at it. I think it's funny whenever Dre says that Klay gets treated like a Make-A-Wish kid. because while it's true, yes, it's true. I don't condone. I don't like it. I don't like saying it. I think it's absolutely true. But I think it's very disrespectful.
It sounds horrible, right?
Yeah.
But it's 100% true because it's like he shot us out of a playoff game.
Yeah.
And the Klay fans came on here and they tried to justify it. There is no way on God Green's earth that you can justify what he just did. And they were ready to fall on the sword for him. I was like, are you kidding me? Like,
But I'm not surprised by that because I don't know if anyone remembers the game back in 2021. I forgot who we played, but I think we won that game and Klay like sat on the bench and was like crying and shit, like well after the game, just sitting there. And I think like Steph had to like console him and shit. It's like it's little things like that.
That was
like,
during the injury, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was in the 20 to 21
I remember
season.
that game.
It's
He was
stuff
wearing
like
a mask.
Yep.
It was the COVID.
So certain things like that, it tugs at people's hearts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You see something like that, you're like, oh my God, how can you not love Klay? Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Like how can you criticize? Right? So
wait, but don't get me wrong though. I do like Klay. Wait, second favorite Warrior on this team.
Oh really?
Same for
Klay
me.
over Wiggins?
Yeah.
For me, it's Wiggs.
Because it's longevity, Seidel. Like he's been
I
here.
don't give a fuck about
And wait. Let me clarify though. By me
dead
saying,
honest with you, bro, like that OKC game in Game 6, like, fam, it was a spiritual experience. You know what I'm saying?
Urkel, I will never forget what happened that day, bro. I legit ran home after at halftime, bro. Like, Jesus Christ.
All right.
But to me,
dead honest,
Wiggins,
right? Like pre-clutch
But Dre,
Draymond. Pre-clutch Draymond is probably my favorite player. And let me tell you how, bro. Because I was on the timeline and I was parading for Draymond, right? I was telling people that Draymond is a top 10 player. Draymond is this, Draymond is that. And I was parading so much that Draymond's mom started to notice and we started to DM back and forth. next thing you know, me and Draymond's mom is linking up in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Like she wanted to
Yeah.
like meet me in person. You know what I'm saying? That's how much I was rallying for. I stop it. Nothing happened. Right? So
Shut up, UVBS. Shut up,
Hey, that's crazy, man.
this man said, Kelly, I knew y'all were gonna do that, bro.
Oh shit!
I was trying to program.
Kelly, I
No,
try to warn
see,
you.
I heard it when you said no. Urkel, it was when you said linking up. If you had just said,
Yeah,
like,
linking
we
up.
met at the game.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
But Dre,
Oh
wait,
shit!
are you done, Urkel?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is like that's how much I was like rocking with Draymond. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Draymond's mom like was retweeting like tweets and all of that. Next thing you know, tweets are on like ESPN and shit. You know what I'm saying? So
She retweets a lot of Charlie's stuff nowadays.
No surprise.
That's the news.
yeah. Because Charlie is like in the family and shit now. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like,
That's
Charlie
so
would
funny.
probably be like the best man at like Draymond's wedding.
Oh my god.
He would definitely be.
How old is Charlie? Is he at least 18?
Probably 25, bro. Like,
oh really?
yeah.
Damn, I thought he was a minor or like 18. Damn. He's a grown ass man.
A minor? Nah, he's like 21.
Yeah, bro.
He's like 21, 22.
No, Urkel said like 25. If that's the case, that's surprising. Yeah, I really thought that he was a minor or like 18 or something, like B's age. But wow, that's interesting. Anyway, Dre, going back, when I say that Clay's my second favorite Warrior, I don't mean that in the sense that like he's the second best player. You know what I'm saying? It's just like
No.
history and stuff like that.
I'm very aware of that nuance. Trust me, I know exactly what you're saying. What I'm saying is, I prefer Wiggins. Like, and I'm not speaking from a skill set standpoint. I'm speaking from I like Wiggins. I like him more because he sacrifices. He took a pay cut. He's more unselfish. He plays harder. On both ends, and
Dre,
yeah, he happens to be.
You know
better.
the wild part about that, Dre, is that I recognize a lot of those traits about Wiggins. That's why I was such a big fan. And then you used to like kill Wiggins. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because, especially at what happened in, in the playing. But I always recognize that, Wiggins, like a guy like him, don't grow on trees.
Yep.
Yeah, like you might have thought at the time that he was a little bit overpaid, bro, but I think the way that he worked out was just absolutely amazing. And the fact that he came back and he took a pay cut because he loved everything about the team and kind of what they did for his career.
He's low maintenance. He's low
maintenance, bro. Like, oh my god, like
I just like Wiggins more. I just think he's a better. I just like him more. Like, I don't like selfishness.
So But was Clay ever your second favorite player?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like back in the day, for sure.
Interesting.
Like,
I think the 2022 playoffs and you seeing Wiggins and how he performed in the pay cut probably changed your point of view.
So I would say this: during the KD years, I might have liked KD more, low key.
Over Clay?
That's fair though.
Yeah, that's fair.
I might have.
Yeah. For me, I guess it's just more of a.
Yeah, but I will say during like 15, 16, like I probably like Clay more than Draymond actually.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I was definitely Clay.
The 18-2 start, Dre. That 18-2 start, it lit a fire under Clay's ass. That then we started to see like a lot of like the stuff that was being hidden, right? Like it lit a fire under his ass, bro, like no other. You know what I'm saying? So
Clay didn't want to be Monte Ellis.
Bro, when I was saying shit like exactly, bro. So when I come on Spaces and this rubbed a lot of people the wrong way because when he started to when I came on and I said Jordan Poole and Wiggins replaced Clay's production.
Ooh, I remember that.
I remember when you said that.
Yo,
and you were right. And by the way, you were literally listen. Wiggins was probably better in 2022 when we went 18-2. He was probably better than any version of Clay outside of 2019.
It's a
Outside of
reason
Jordan,
why
that's it.
Wiggins was an all-star. I'm just gonna say
Dre,
that.
there is a reason why our space is like the number one space. Because if I were to tell you the DMs that I got after I said that, oh my fucking god.
I mean, what did you say that was wrong? Like,
It wasn't wrong. But
What space? The Clay
so
one?
I said this like I don't know, probably around December of 2021. You know what I'm saying? When they were just on a roll, you know. So I said, you know,
I
Oh,
hey,
saw
okay.
no problem with it. You were
yo, so
accurate.
I said, yeah, like low key, Jordan Poole and Wiggins kind of replaced Clay's production. You know what I'm saying? And this is during the time when they were even winning games without Wiggins and Jordan.
Yeah.
When they were out with COVID and all of that shit, right? And I was saying all of that. And when I said that at the time, Dr. NBA, I'll never do this, but the people that were sending me DMs, bro, like it was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
I probably got about 3 DMs that if I told you who it was, like, yeah, y'all would be like, get the fuck out of here.
Shit.
These were like big time people?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Shit.
Like being mad over your tweet? I mean, your comments?
They were saying that, how can you say that?
Got it. Okay.
That
How
doesn't
can
do
you?
anything.
That's
Like,
what happened.
you're trying to turn
Divide
the
the
team.
team. Yeah.
Exactly.
I knew that bullshit.
Damn,
Yeah.
Urkel's voice must be powerful as shit. Then, like, that's crazy. They think like,
So,
wow.
bro, like around then, that's when I started to like censor myself, and that's when I realized like there are people that are listening that I don't even realize that are listening.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this ain't no Shadow thing because you know Shadow is locked in more than anyone. You know what I'm saying? This
Yeah.
is like somebody DMing me and saying, "Yo, what the fuck are you saying?" You know what I'm saying? Like, you know. So I was like,
They
"Oh,
said,
okay, all right."
They said Kelly spaces hold the power.
Oh wow, yeah, I just saw it. CJ stupid.
So, bro, bro, like, that's right around when I was like, you're probably right, and that
Does
right
Urkel
there.
really embrace being R. Kelly? Really? Please, no.
It's a
Like,
joke, man.
I know.
Nigga, do you not
But
understand a joke? Jesus.
I know, but he likes it, I guess, because I always call him that and he laughs.
So no, I have a morbid,
Pause.
I have a morbid sense of humor, so like I don't take shit seriously. But I mean, like right around then is when I knew the Clay thing was gonna be a problem. You know what I'm saying? And bro, Shadow was talking about paying everybody and everybody getting paid, but I knew it was impossible. Like I knew that Jordan had like other ambitions, and Jordan was after that 2 guard spot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they were flat out competing for the spot. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I've always said Jordan just needed to just flat out outplay him, like if he wanted to stay on the team, and it just didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? So towards the end of the year, I was like, one of them got to go. Steph and Draymond has this relationship with Clay. Clay is probably the one that's going to end up staying, and that's what happened. You know. Then we got Chris. So it's like, do you want to chop off $40-something million, or do you want to chop off the 30-something mil?
Snake, you're hilarious.
And you saw who they chose. You know what I'm saying? So then it's almost like a slap in the face now because, and you've heard me talk about this for probably a few weeks now, because I am feeling like, not that I'm like the biggest Jordan fan or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But one, he is younger, he's making less money, and now Klay Thompson is going to be like, nah, I'm going to play my contract out. Y'all are going to pay me what y'all are, what I think I'm worth. You
Do
know
you
what I'm
see
saying?
how
So,
Pay me
selfish that
what
is?
you owe
Like,
me.
you
oh
see
my
how
God,
Wiggins?
it's so
So think
selfish,
about
bro.
it. If Clay had been in Wiggins' spot, he would have taken advantage of that. Wiggins literally sacrificed when he had the most leverage. Wiggins had leverage, and he sacrificed. Just think about that. He had leverage. He could have squeezed every dollar out of the Warriors. He was the second best player on a championship team. He had all the leverage, and he sacrificed. Clay has no leverage. Zero leverage. His leverage is in the gutter. and he's not going to sacrifice. Are you kidding me? Like, really? Like, think about that.
Yeah, I will say, even with all of that said, I'm totally with you. I still got love for him. My lady went to WSU, just like he did. I've seen his jerseys in the rafters. But I'll tell you what, him shooting us out of games, the disgusting shit that he did even in the Lakers series, that shit does not piss me off as much as the Draymond and LeBron shit.
Oh my God! Don't even get me started, bro.
It really doesn't. And I know that might sound crazy because he's actively, from a basketball standpoint, compromising us. But it does not piss me off as much as the Draymond LeBron shit, bro.
It's not the basketball shit, and also just the fandom shit. Like, bro, it's so disingenuous when I'm sitting up here having Laker fans in my mentions basically tell me that I'm not appreciating Draymond and that he works for y'all and blah 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 blah. And I'm just like, okay, well, y'all are literally saying Anthony Davis was no help in the playoffs. So give us Anthony Davis and you take Draymond. No, we don't want Draymond. But he's perfect for you. That shit puts us in such a weird predicament because they love the fact that Steph's bodyguard loves LeBron, and it just puts us in an awkward position as a fucking fan base. And I'm sorry, like I care about that shit.
It's to the point where I don't even want to see them in the postseason because I have no idea what this guy is gonna do against.
Yep. I care about that shit, bro. Like I need to know that you're gonna be a fucking dog in the play. Like if LeBron is gonna knock the hell out of you, like just knock you straight out of the air, you don't have to get yourself suspended and get in no fight. But I need you to have that dog in you. You need to be talking shit or doing something, not just sitting up here like, oh, that's my OG, so let me just go to the free throw line and rub my head like a dumbass. Like, no, like, nah, bro, I ain't with
Bro is carrying that same energy with De'Aaron Fox, who he has no business even giving that energy to.
Come on, man.
And then the next series, where to go?
Come on, man.
That shit pisses me off more than the Clay shooting us out of games. It really does. It really does. You might laugh at me for that, but it does.
No. You cooking, man. Because I need dogs. I need dogs on this team. Like y'all can be friends off the court all day. I mean, like fucking Michael Jordan, like going out to dinner, with motherfuckers to the point to where they thought that, he was like, I guess like smoozing them up or whatever. But it's just like, I don't give a fuck what you do off the court, but fucking Michael Jordan, he's gonna try to kill you. He's gonna try to score 45 on you. He wants you to cry.
Dogs with GP. He was dogs with Chuck.
Come on.
I went to MJ's basketball camp when I was really, really young. I think I was like 10. I was just turning 11. It was in 2006. And all of those guys, man, like they were at the left and right. They were at the camp. Their kids were at the camp. Mike and all those guys were dudes. But you see Mike with those dudes on the court, back in the play, bro. He didn't give a fuck about those guys. Bro. All of that shit was aside. He was able to separate it, and like I know that's MJ. It's a different thing, but this guy literally compromises us. Like physically compromises us when we're in that situation.
But
the clutch stuff.
But even besides the Michael Jordan thing, I think what is really damning is the fact that we've seen it. We saw how Dre was in the 2015 finals, the 2016 finals.
Exactly.
Like we know what he can do. Like he just switched up. He got paid, so it is what it is. Like,
honestly, Jordan Poole's volume was so low in the finals. I can't tell if Clay or Jordan was better. It's hard for me to tell in the finals specifically. But I was just thinking, like, how would I rank? Like, would I do? I don't know how I would rank them. Like, it would be Steph at 1 for sure, and then it'd be probably like Jalen. You could argue Wiggins at 3, or Tatum at 3, and then Wiggins at 4. Like and then those are the first 4.
Dre, considering real quick, considering how Tatum was locked up by Wiggins, you still putting Tatum over Jordan Poole?
Yeah.
Okay.
He had a game. He had 13 assists. I mean, he was making plays. Here's the thing. Tatum got
really Seidel.
I gotta ask.
Did you really just ask that? Come on, bro.
Well, no, Tatum was just seeing so much like attention. Jordan didn't get nearly the attention like defensively as Tatum saw. Like that's why like even though Tatum struggled, like he was just bending our defense. He just couldn't make us pay. But like Jordan didn't bend their defense. He was just hitting some shots like. So I'm not going to give him credit for that. I give you more credit if you bend our defense or if you bend
Dre.
Yeah.
Why is the Tommy Gunn, Steph is a small guard, it's different for him clip going viral tonight? Because I'm seeing on the timeline.
Oh, yeah. Urkel, I remember, you remember like in 2021? I remember in 2021, Urkel would like, and even a little bit in 2022, but 2021, like, Urkel spammed the shit out of that. Anytime Tommy would tweet, he would quote tweet with that. Why did it? Because that was a meme. Like it was a meme. It's been a meme for years. Tommy went on a Lakers podcast and basically said that about Steph. Like,
a Laker one.
This was like a few years ago. This was like in 2020.
Interesting. Okay, I honestly don't even know who Tommy is.
People thought like the dynasty was over. He's like a Warriors fan, kind of, but not.
No, he ain't a Warriors fan. He's an agenda fan.
Yeah.
But why does he put NBA Insider? Is that just a troll?
Nah. He's trolling. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, yo, woo. That's crazy.
But yeah, man. Like I said, this has been some great discourse.
So did you guys see the preseason schedule?
Yeah, man. I'm tired of playing the goddamn.
Why do we have to play the Lakers like 2 times?
Because they're close.
That's fine. You know what? That should be a good run for Kuminga and Moody. I think they should get a lot of run in those games. You know. Yeah. I'd like to see them just get run against the Lakers. We're gonna smoke. Here's the thing. I hope Gabe Vincent starts over D'Lo, because we would be a horrible matchup for them if that happens. Bro, imagine Steph would smoke Vincent, and then D'Lo and CP3. Bro, you put Kuminga on D'Lo and CP. They don't have anything for CP. We would fuck them. They'd be screwed.
Check the chat. I just saw it. I literally just saw that tweet.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Gabe Vincent's supposed to be their new Derek Fisher, by the way.
So regardless, right? If Gabe's the backup point guard or D'Lo's the backup. Well, actually, no. Let's just not do the Lakers, right? What, like, anyone here? What team in this league, honestly, do you believe has a better backup point guard than CP3?
None.
The only person I could argue, like, just argue, right, is the Celtics with Malcolm.
I don't think Malcolm's better, but I think he's comparable.
What about Tyus?
That'd be the only player I could think of that's comparable.
No, but I don't think he'll be a backup though. I think he's going to start. Tyus Jones.
No, it's Derek
But regardless, though, I'm talking about
Derek White. It'll be Derek.
No. You're confusing the teams. He's saying Tyus Jones for the Wizards.
No, he's not a backup.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he'll be a backup.
Is he actually? Maybe he might. But even if he is, he's not better than Chris Paul.
Okay.
Yeah, but regardless, no. Like, let's not like who cares about the Wizards? Like, speaking of like contender teams, like contenders.
No team is even close, bro.
Yeah.
The Lakers. If it's Gabe Vincent, Chris Paul's way better.
Paul.
If it's D'Lo, you could argue. I don't know.
As a point guard, CP3 is clearly better. As a point guard,
he's better because I think D'Lo can get shut down easier than CP.
Yeah. So I would take Marcus, but I don't know if I don't know how those lineups are going to work. Like,
Marcus Smart.
That's true. Yeah, that's fair.
Like, if
I don't know if he'll be a backup.
Like, assuming Marcus is the 6th man, I would take.
No, I think Marcus
have a larger
is going to
role with Ja being out. So.
I think Marcus Smart is going to fill the Dylan Brooks role because he can play the 3.
But
Al Horford's coming off the bench,
he's
right?
back. I think
so.
Yeah.
This guy, I'm telling you, Boston's fucked, bro.
Bro, that's why it was funny when the Aaron guy, the Beltics guy, when he was in the space, just talking shit about the Warriors and propping up his team. Like, he doesn't make sense. Honestly, he's like worse than Keith.
That's a yearly troll,
bro. I love
you'll get used to it
because if Missoula were to play us, bro, they would.
I mean, of course he's worse than Keith. Keith ain't a bad dude.
No, I meant no, of course not. I meant like the bias.
What did you say just now, Dre?
No, like if we played Boston now versus then, like they were much more defensive minded a couple of years ago. If we played Joe Mazzulla, like I like him because bro, he would play right into our hands. They just jack up a bunch of threes
Yeah,
and open.
and I watched the podcast with Grant Williams on, I don't know, I think it was JJ Redick's podcast. Yeah, JJ's podcast, right? And he was asked which coach he likes the most, right? Because he's been coached by Brad Stevens, Ime, and then Joe Mazzulla, and he kind of differentiated the two, specifically between Joe and Ime, and basically he explained that like for Joe, his philosophy was that if they shot more threes than the opposing team, then they had the best shot at winning, because that would with like layups and twos and stuff like that would give them sufficient points in offense to win the game, right? Compared to Ime, he felt like they could always win the game if you limit your opponent's scoring, and he just talked about how those fundamentally two
Exactly.
philosophies kind of
Exactly.
changed
Their
changed their
approach, right?
season exactly
Yeah.
in their approach, right? And basically just talking about how Joe's a really offensive minded coach. So yeah, I think with that being said, right, with that context in mind, and knowing now that Marcus Smart, their defensive anchor, and Grant Williams, who was literally key to them winning that Milwaukee series, now that they've both left, and essentially kind of replacing them with Kristaps Porzingis, right? At best, a neutral defender. That's why I keep like, it's just hard for me to say that the Celtics got better. I know a lot. Everyone says that they got better and stuff like that. I just
I don't
don't.
know
I
about
just
that.
can't agree with that. Like,
Who they signed O'Shea Brissett. I'm not moved.
yeah, like
They
who is
traded for
that?
Porzingis. Who else did they?
I do like him, but he doesn't move the needle like that, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
He's a
exactly.
Swiss Army knife type of dude. He's super like solid. He can give you 25 a night. He'll give you like 8 and 5. He's not really going to be a negative on either side of the floor. He can hit corner threes, but he doesn't move the needle for them.
But does he make up for losing Grant
No,
and Marcus
no,
Smart
no.
though? Like, that's the thing.
No, my thing
Like,
is this: playoffs. Give me Kuminga. Give me Moody. Yeah. Now that's assuming they take a step.
Yeah.
And not a step that, like, I still think they're in a vacuum. They're better than O'Shea Brissett, but they need to be playable.
Yeah.
So if they can get there, give me them. Give me Saric. Like, my thing is, we might have a top 5 bench in the NBA on top of the fact that we're gonna have one of the elite.
Dre, I don't think it's crazy to say that our season next year, especially title hopes, is contingent on at least Jonathan Kuminga taking that leap we expect him to take.
Yes.
Like, I don't think it should be controversial to say that. Like, yeah, we'll have a very solid team.
This feels like 2022, bro. I don't know why.
Yeah.
We do need Kuminga to see. Here's the thing.
We didn't sign any wings, right? So.
Yeah.
Well, that is true. But here's the thing, though.
Because one of the criticisms that a lot of people give us in terms of our roster, obviously aside from the old aspect, is that we don't have a scoring punch off the bench, right? And Poole really was that scoring punch, right? He could get to the free throw line and stuff like that. It's got to be JK and CP3 combined, like,
yeah,
Well, scoring punch. I mean, yeah. I mean, well, here's the thing. Saric and Moody are very similar in that they're like lower volume, but they can give you like 8 to 10 points. Yeah. So, they can get some bucket. Here's the thing. The beauty is, in years past, we had guys like Alfonso McKinney. You would be over the moon if he gave you 7 points.
Shit.
So, like, if Moses Moody gives you 7 points, you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. If he gives you 13, 14, you're like, oh, wow, that's big. So, we're in a different spot now. Like, we actually have some talent off the bench.
Get up here, Ray.
The key is actually, like, honing and putting that talent in, like, a good position. So, we'll see. I feel really good, though, about this year. We need to just shore up a couple things, but mainly, Kuminga needs to take a step,
Yeah. I don't know. I just, like, here, obviously, us talking about our team, I think it's a little different than outsiders talking about it. It's just so depressing whenever I hear other fan bases talking about this team, just because they talk about it like this team is so bad that it's literally DOA upon playoff time,
Dr.
right? Like
NBA,
it's crazy. I don't know.
Dr. NBA, they've been trying to convince themselves that the Warriors have been put in a hole like for years now. Like
Exactly.
they get it from the media, and then they bring it on the spaces and whatever, and then literally when we're like 15 and whatever, we got 15 wins and maybe like 3 losses or something like that. And then they're going to be saying how, oh man, how much more help does Steph need? Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
We go through this cycle every year.
Like it's just the thing where they credit, like they'll shit on Clay, and say how he's so bad, but then when it's time to bring down Steph, they'll talk about how great he is. Like, bro, it's fine. But Brian asked, he said, is it fair to say that this year is the best bench the Warriors has had in years?
I gotta see.
On paper, here's the
on
thing.
paper.
2022.
I felt like we said
was
that
a-
last year too, though, on paper. But it
Well,
didn't help.
2022 was a damn good bench.
It was.
It was pretty damn good. But I will say this. This year may not be as deep per se, but this year is better talent-wise. Like CP3 is better than Poole in 2022. I would say Saric is comparable to Otto.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Kuminga is better than like Belly and whoever. But see, the thing is, we just got to see what they look like. Like if they actually take a step, this is a different conversation. Then you can say definitively this is a better bench. But for now, I think they're comparable. This is a comparable bench to 2022.
15 games in, you'll be able to tell.
I think I swear to God, I think in preseason we like, I swear by game 3 of I swear by game 3 of preseason, I'll kind of have a feel for where this team is gonna go. Like,
a preseason. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. No, I can tell. I'll be able to tell. I've watched enough. I think I've watched enough of this team and of basketball. Like, yo, you remember that first preseason game in 2022 against Portland?
Yeah.
You guys remember that or no?
Yeah. That's the one where Steph had that goofy ass meme when he was like grinning and shit on the bench. Like, I think I know what game.
Bro, remember when Jordan had 30 points that game?
Damn, bro.
Do you remember that?
About that shit.
He was hitting half court shots. When he was doing that, I swear to God, if you guys don't remember, look it up. When I saw that game, I knew we were going to be a championship team. When I saw that first preseason game, I knew right away we were a contender.
Dre, the funny thing is, when I knew, or like when I really had hope, was honestly, it was opening night, bro. Because that game, I ain't gonna lie, I went into that game.
The Laker game?
Yeah, the Laker game. Like, I thought.
Yeah, too. That's what I'm saying. It's an indication, right? Exactly.
The vibes, bro. It was different.
Bro, this nigga Belly checked in, and then that whole shit just changed,
bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
So here's the thing. Whenever Steph can shoot bad and the team is good enough to still win, you know that we're a contender.
Yeah, he shot 5 for 20 that game and only had 20 points, and we still won.
We're a contender. Like, I'll be looking for some games this year where Steph shoots like 7 for 23, and we're winning games by like 14, 15 points. We're a contender. Like, there are so many. See, having gone through the last few seasons and really putting a microscope on them, I really understand like the formula to a T. Like, I'll know, bro. I'll know before I can watch it and not even know how to put into words, and I'll just see it. My eyes will tell me. You know what I'm saying? Before I
because I remember you saying, I believe it was the game versus the Kings in Chase.
Yes.
I remember you were saying, you were like, oh my God, I don't like this. We shouldn't have to win like this. Like, if Steph is doing all this, like, we're gonna be fucked this year. Like, I remember you saying that. So.
Yes, and we were fucked, dude. Literally, what happened in Game 11 versus the Kings is what happened in Game 7 versus the Kings, bro. Dude, I was so spot on with that shit, and I knew it right away. I saw it right away. Right away, I was like, this is a red flag. We gotta be on fucking alert. And
oh my God,
people thought I was. Do you remember that? I was like, you know what game that was? That was Game 11 of the season. And people were like, oh, it's too early. I was like, dude, this is a bad sign. So
But then remember that Clippers 50-point game too, right?
Oh my God, you remember that live watch? I was,
Yeah.
bro. I was
Yeah.
like, bro, this is bullshit. I was like, I'm not celebrating this shit. This tells me
Yep.
we're not a championship team, bro. I'm telling you, I have such a good feel for like what looks like winning I mean, we all do. We all know what looks like winning basketball, bro. When Steph has to score 50 for us to lose by 10, that's not winning basketball. Like, that's a bad team. That's a bad team, bro. People are celebrating that shit, bro. I'm not celebrating. That's bullshit.
Dre, do you think that we'll have a similar start to this season as the title year, or do you think we'll have to kind of like just integrate and figure
a little bit
things
of
out
both?
with
A little bit of both.
new...
I
If
don't
the
think it'll be
schedule's front
18-2.
loaded, like, you know.
Well, I don't think it'll be 18-2, but what I do think is it could be like 16-6 or 16-8, like, and that's still very good. Like, I
Yeah.
think it'll be something like that,
Mhm,
you know.
mhm.
And I think we'll
Because
do
what
well.
did we start? What was our record after? Jeffrey said 82. No, yeah, I wish. What was our record the first 10 games last season? Was it
10-0
3-7?
or 9-1, 9-1.
No.
Or
I
last year,
meant like
last year
last
3-7,
season. 3-7. Okay, right. What do you think our first 10 game after the first 10 games? What our record
We'll be
will be?
7-3.
7-3. Okay,
Yeah.
I think that's really respectable. Then I mean, yeah, I hope it's like that, and I hope like the 3 games we do lose, right? It's that we're seeing signs of things.
It'll be margin stuff.
Of like
It'll be
a
margin
new
stuff.
team.
It'll be Kuminga struggling. It'll be like Steph shooting bad. It'll be Chris Paul is new to the offense and has like 6 turnovers. Like, remember what I'm saying right now. It'll be like the young dudes are still getting ready. Steph may have a bad game, and then Chris Paul is gonna have like some turnovers. That's how we're gonna lose. The way we'll lose next year is because CP3 plays really bad, Steph plays really bad, or the young dudes aren't ready. Those are the only 3 ways we actually like lose next year. Clay, I don't think Clay is gonna play as bad as he did last year, and even if he does, I still think we can overcome it. It comes down to Steph, CP3, and the kids. I trust Steph and CP3, but I don't know if I trust the kids. So
the thing with how we lost the games and the reason why we were 3-7 was like just the hockey rotations, but not necessarily that though. Like the way we lost was kind of like silly stuff. Like whenever the starters came out and then the bench came in and just the complete folding during those moments. I don't think we'll have those issues with this new team. With
I'm looking at the schedule from
Didn't come out.
2023.
Oh, okay.
There was this is a 5-game losing streak. We lost to Charlotte.
That was all road games.
Yeah, we lost to Charlotte. Steph scored 31, leading scorer. We lost to Detroit. Steph leading scorer 32. We lost to Miami.
Detroit killed me. That was a tough one.
Bro, we lost to Orlando and Steph scored 39, dog. And we lost.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro. This was so obvious. Here's my thing. This year, we have to be honest from the start. I don't even want to say, like, yes, we'll have to give it time. I'm not saying, like, game 4 will determine our year, but I'm just saying I think we'll have a pretty good idea of what this team is pretty early. Like, we'll know
but
what
Dre,
it is, and we have to be honest about it.
You said game 4 though, right? I remember last year, very early in the season, I think it was like the Kings game, right? I remember in Spaces, Jim Park went on there and started ranting, and he was giving those warning signs. I know at that time, everyone was disagreeing with him, even myself, right? I was like, okay, yeah, let's just, see how this works.
Yeah,
give
you
it
were
some time
saying
and
that.
stuff
You were
like
saying some time, be patient, yeah.
Yeah, but Jim, he was very specific in what he pointed out, and he provided specific points about his concerns, right? The lack of the auto replacement. Although I really don't like us saying the lack of an auto replacement, because like Otto Porter type players, a former number 3 pick, they don't come off. They're not grown on trees, right? I think we can covet the skill set that he brings, but to say that there's a player out there that can essentially literally replace Otto, I think is just disingenuous in my view. But he was providing like really concrete concerns and I think very early on in the season. So I think we should we should heed his advice this time around if those same concerns are shared and kind of what he
My
says.
thing is this, right? It's not just Jim,
Dre,
though. Anyone's feedback we need to be open minded about. I don't want to shoot down like people's observations. Like that just can't happen, you know?
But my point is, right, but just based on what I've heard and me talking to Jim this offseason, he seems very optimistic with where this team is at. So I don't know. I think Jim, obviously I don't agree with, everything he says, but I think he has a very good basketball acumen, and he was
right.
Like honestly, a lot of the stuff that he pointed out in the beginning of last season, it turned out to be spot on in terms of the issues that would continue to plague the team. And granted, it really did plague the team. Like a lot of the stuff he said was really what doomed the team. And so, yeah, I think, just seeing his optimism is kind of refreshing, honestly.
You know what? I'm not surprised either. And you know what? I'm kind of in the same boat as him. There was a point even in this summer that he was more optimistic than me. And look, man, I just call it how I see it. So if I feel like we have to be concerned, I'm going to voice that. The greatest I swear to God, like basketball, this whole bullshit is so simple. The greatest indicator of a championship team is wins. That's all it is. Like the Nuggets won last year. Oh, look, they were the second most winningest team in the regular season. Like, oh, the Warriors won the year before that. They were the third best in the conference. Like, oh, before that it was the Bucks. Oh, they were like the number 2 or 3 seed. Like, oh, before that it was the Lakers. They were the number one seed. Like literally wins in the regular season. I know everyone says regular season doesn't matter. We got to throw that out of the way. It matters.
And I know that's true because I'm sorry, guys, but I'm still looking at the schedule and I'm trying to remember. How the hell did Steph score 50 in Phoenix and we lost by 11?
I remember that game.
Yeah, I know that game either. That was the game that Clay got ejected, right?
No. That was the game. That was the game. I think that was after. That was after that. That game, we lost.
How does that happen?
I'll tell you the score of that game because I remember that game.
Yeah.
It was 128 Phoenix, 114 Warriors, right? It was 128-114. I remember that game. And Steph had 50. Clay, what happened with Clay in that game? He was looking off Wiggins. We had 2 straight plays where Clay had contested shots in transition, and he didn't pass to Wiggins, who was open in the corner. People were freaking out.
Was that the game that triggered the meeting, right?
Yes, exactly.
It was 6 for 17.
Hey, what's up, AI Muse? AI Muse. That guy's a troll. So just to let you know, you should ignore him.
Okay.
AI Muse.
I mean, Dre brings up a good point. I mean, look at like the last 25 years. In the NBA, not a single team.
One exception.
One exception. I mean, what? The 95 Rockets were a 6 seed?
One exception.
They won the ring, and the only freaking reason that they did was pretty obvious, right? Why they won the ring, because the GOAT was retired, right? He was in retirement.
And by the way, they were like 2 or 3 wins away from like a top 4 seed. Like be fooled. Like they were literally right there. You know what I'm saying? And they're an exception. Like
exactly. And obviously if Mike was there, it would have been a different story. But so other than that, it's been top 3 seeds that have won the ring every single year in and year out. So like that's why last year, like just from like a standpoint of like trends and like probabilities outside of everything else that was going on, like outside looking in as a lower seed, it was just really difficult. Like we would have to pull off something that really isn't really done.
I don't want to chase wins this year.
Yeah.
No pun
and I know
intended.
that's like
no chasing wins.
No pun intended, but
like I want to chase. Honestly, I should change it to chase chips, but that just doesn't have the same ring to it. We got to chase chips, bro. But here's my thing: we got to chase wins early, so we don't have to chase wins late, and that way we give ourselves a good standing. And then by the playoffs, we chase wins in the playoffs.
That's facts, man.
We have to be a top 4 seed, and I think we will. I think we'll be the 2 seed. I think Phoenix is going to go crazy in the regular season, and they'll be the 1 seed.
Yeah.
I think
They're
you're
going
right.
to out
I think
talent
that's
teams.
possible too, but a lot has to go right though. Like
Bro, I
obviously,
really hope that one of the first few games of the regular season is going to be Phoenix at Chase. I think I really need Katie
Yo, I
if
think
that
play there.
happens,
I
we are
would
I'm
go to
in.
that
such
game in person.
we
I'm
are
going to
such
that
a
game.
bad matchup for them. Like I don't think people
Yeah.
understand. We are a
You,
horrendous matchup for them.
you
Like
think even in
it's a
the
bad
regular
matchup.
season?
Just in general, we're just a horrible,
Okay.
Yeah.
horrible matchup. I
Wait,
don't think
so
people
Dre,
understand.
what's
Like
their starting five right now?
it's
So
gonna be
obviously
Beal,
it's Brad,
Booker,
D-Book,
Beal,
Beal.
KD.
Yep, three.
Who's
Aiden,
who's
four.
gonna be the
Who's the
4
fifth guy?
it's gonna
Who's
be
the
a
fifth?
Kogi.
It's
I think
it's gonna be Okogie. They need some kind of point of attack.
yo, they have
Okay.
zero. Like they have zero. Like intermediate defense, and they have. I mean, Katie. I'll give you Katie. Katie's good, but outside of that, like, and Okogie's fine, but bro, they got so many holes, and then they got like limited playmaking. So, by the way, I'll also say they don't have great spacing, and I know that sounds crazy, but
You got
look at their
3 mid-range
look at their
merchants all on
percentages.
one
Yeah,
team.
exactly. Mid-range merchants, and look at their percentages from three. Katie can shoot at 39%, 40%, fine. Booker is not that great. He's like 36, 37, and Bradley Beal's like 34% from three. Like, it's not like these dudes shoot like 39, 41. Like, nah, bro. Like, this isn't Klay Thompson we're talking about. Bradley Beal's a scorer. He's not a shooter. Devin Booker is now a scorer. He's not a shooter. Like KD is a
Dre, he
fucking.
hasn't been a shooter since John Wall was there.
He has not been exactly. So
Yep.
look, man, their spacing, low key. I don't even think they have great spacing. Because
Booker
now you
shoots
think about it,
36% from 3.
teams are gonna cheat. Who Booker?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What did
Booker's.
Beal shoot when John Wall was there?
He was like 40s or like 30. I think he was like
Yeah.
low 40s.
He was hitting back then. I remember earlier on in his career, he was supposed to have been pinned up as this like just deadly sniper guy that was going to just be draining off ball, right? Because he did at Florida. He did. If anyone watched it, he was fucking crazy off ball, like when he was coming into the league. But his 3-point shooting's only basically just regressed since then.
My thing is that you look at this team with the Suns. We would just, obliterate them. Look, you put Wiggins on whoever. Like, honestly, you could pick them. Like, you want to put Wiggins on Booker, put him on Booker. You want to put him on KD, put him on KD. You want to put him on Beal, put him on Beal. Whoever they're, like, you can put Draymond on Book. You can put Draymond on KD. Honestly, because here's the thing. Booker's not, athletic like that. Like, he's not going to get to the rim like Jaylen Brown.
He's more skilled than an athlete.
Yeah, like Draymond just puts a hand up, and it's like, okay, you want to take a tough shot over Draymond Green? Go right ahead. Like, you might as well just do Klay on Beal, Wiggins on Book, Draymond on KD, Loon on Ayton. Oh, I love these matchups. And then Steph on Okogie. And then Steph's legs are rested. And then you got Okogie fighting for his life. That's fine. Steph will play off the ball. And they got nothing for Wiggins. They got nothing for Klay off the ball. Got nothing for Draymond downhill. And if they don't trap the ball screen, Steph's scoring every time. And by the way, what happens when, listen. The thing is, off the bench, I know that the Suns are going to have two guys on the court at all times, right? They're going to have either KD and Book or KD and Beal or Book and Beal. They're going to have two guys on the court at all times, maybe even three with Ayton. But CP3 is by far a better floor general than anybody they'll have on the floor.
That's
so
facts.
I trust, if you talk about possession, that's why it's so crucial that Kuminga takes a step, because if he does take that step defensively, now it puts us in those second units, if we're playing the Suns, now we don't need to play Wiggins as much. Now it's like, okay, you got CP3, Kuminga, whoever. It's like, okay, now we can kind of relax and rest our starters a bit more. So Kuminga's growth is going to be huge, because if he's playable in the playoffs against the elite teams, first of all, the Suns have nobody near Kuminga's athleticism. So he will put guys in the rim. I'm trying to think. Am I missing anyone? I mean, Keita Bates-Diop is not a guy.
Yuta Watanabe?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's somewhat athletic, 6'8", okay. But, Kuminga's 99th percentile athlete. I don't know if the Suns have anyone above the 80th percentile. I don't know if that's the case.
It's probably Ayton, but that's it.
Okay, so yeah, I'll take that. And so you got Wiggins. Dude, do you know the shit GP2 would do against the Suns?
Bro.
And this sounds like almost disrespectful, but I'm so serious. Like,
I
I
don't
am
respect
not
them.
scared of them, bro. I am not scared of them.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a ton of it's up and down the roster matchup problems. Not even to mention how much we would outscore our bench would outscore their bench alone. They would
yeah,
have
that's
to.
what I'm saying.
Bro,
Exactly.
Okogie will be on fluids
And Chris Paul is
after the
gonna have
game. Guarding
motivations, dude.
the
Chris Paul's
amount of
gonna have
work.
motivation.
Yeah,
Saric would cook. Like, I don't know who is Chimeze Metu. Like, Saric will just smoke that dude. Metu is not even. Metu can't shoot. He shoots like 20% from three. He's not good at anything other than rebounding. And congrats, you get a couple rebounds. What happens when Kevon Looney's on the court? Like, you're just neutralized. You're just a nobody. The Suns have a bunch of these guys, first of all, that have no chemistry. Like, we got dudes with chemistry and feel. Like, I'm dead ass. Like, I am not worried about them. The only team I'm worried about is two teams. Lakers, Nuggets. That's it. And when I say worried, it's more so in the sense that I respect their ability to present matchup problems, right? Jokic
Yep.
is a matchup problem. Anthony Davis is a matchup problem. Like, I respect that. There's nothing
Fucking
about the
Lonnie
Suns.
Walker.
Well,
Bitch
thank God
ass.
he's the Brooklyn Net now.
Nah, I'm
You know what's
just
funny?
playing.
On the Nets, he's going to shoot like 4 for
Yeah.
16 against us, and it's going to be hilarious. You're going to see.
I can't wait, bro. God damn.
But I'm just saying the Suns, they don't present any matchup problems against us. Not like I can't think of one other than maybe Ayton. But they're not going to feed Ayton. They're just not because you got KD and Book out there and
You
Beal.
throw Draymond on his ass or Looney on his ass,
and
he's
that doesn't even
neutralized.
that doesn't even like even if he is getting touches and he's scoring the ball and he's killing us, it's neutralized because it doesn't matter. Like they can't funnel anything to him defensively. He'll be getting hunted on defense.
Yeah, 100%. But I think at the end of the day, the Nuggets, you got to give them their respect. They're the champs, so I'll give them their respect. They're the defending champs, and Jokic, man, best player in the world. Like I know I love Steph, but at the end of the day, you got to the same credit we give Steph. Jokic is the Finals MVP.
Yep.
Like
Respect.
that's the dude right now, and until the Nuggets are taken out, that's the guy. So.
Oh, you
right
better
now
believe I'm gonna be talking shit if we fucking blow the
and
Nuggets
trust
out.
me, Swiper won't be coming in. Swiper won't be
Oh
coming
my
in.
god!
I can
Hey,
tell you
Swipe was the same guy. Remember I told you Swipe was the same guy that said that the Warriors. He felt that that we would be a really good regular season team, and in the playoffs we'll be DOA, dead on arrival. That's what he said in I think it was Shaggy or Scam Likely's tweet or Spaces. I was there.
No, I know. Yeah, they said that, and I don't agree with that. But here's the thing, right? The Nuggets, you give them their credit, right? And so Jamal
They lost
Murray.
their super glue, man. Bruce Brown super
They
glued that
did.
bench together.
I 100% agree with you. I think they got worse. And
But
here's
they
the
got
thing.
Christian Braun.
They got for sure.
Here's the other thing. Who was the best defender Jamal Murray faced all playoffs?
Jimmy Butler.
Probably Jimmy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jimmy, and then after Jimmy, here's the thing though. Miami only had one dude that could lock up like that. Like I know Bam was good, but I'm saying like on the perimeter, Caleb Martin was undersized. Like they didn't have like my thing is this. You put Wiggins on Jamal, he can do as good a job as anyone, right? And then you put a guy like you got Draymond on Yoke, and then Clay can do a decent job on MPJ just off the ball.
Yeah.
Steph can do his job on KCP. See, it is a tough matchup because these guys move off the ball, so it's going to make Steph and Clay work. But it is what it is, right? Because Steph and Clay move off the ball too, so they're going to work. Now, Aaron Gordon's the factor here. If he plays to the level he did against the Lakers against us, that would be tough. But if he's kind of like I remember we just shut his shit down a few years ago. Like if we can do that, shit's a wrap, bro. They have no shot. That Christian Brown's not saving them off the bench, and you can be damn sure Reggie Jackson is gonna get fucking. He's gonna get so. I mean, the shit Chris Paul would do, like he would make it look like a joke against Reggie Jackson. I mean, he would just smoke him. I mean, there's just no doubt.
Someone was saying, because when I was asking that backup PG question, they were saying that Denver has the best backup point guard. Like, Reggie Jackson is their backup point guard. What? What are we talking about?
No.
Christian Brown is probably their best player off the bench next year.
One thing I will say too is AG is always hyper motivated to play against us because he went to Archbishop Mitty's high school in San Jose.
That's true.
He's Bay Area born and raised, so he gives
And
it.
Draymond talks shit to him in the playoffs.
Yeah, man, and he even back in his Orlando days, like he would have some games against us. So,
Oh yeah, of course.
he's gonna give it everything he's got.
So I think against Denver, I'm going to be honest.
Remember when KD told him to sit his ass down?
If I'm going to be honest, if against Denver, if Clay doesn't play like 70-80% of what he should, it would be tough to beat them. We need Clay to show up for them against.
Clay can't get outperformed by fucking KCP, bro.
Yeah, I was thinking. You know what's funny? I was thinking MPJ, but you're right. He can't. Even KCP might be in the mix too.
Denver's gonna. If we do face Denver again, they're gonna have something to prove against us. Just considering what we did to them.
Yeah, I'm not worried about
the
them.
Playoffs that year.
Jamal, I swear to God, Wiggins is gonna.
Gotta respect them, Dre.
No. I respect them. No, I respect them. They're the
we can respect them, just don't be scared.
What I'm saying is, next season in a potential matchup.
Mm-hmm.
I trust Wiggins. I just trust him on Jamal. I've seen it. I've seen what Wiggins did against Fox, and Fox is a problem, bro. I don't think there's people that would take Jamal Murray over Fox. I'm not one of those people.
So what team do you feel, irrespective of conference, what team do you feel serves as the biggest threat to the Warriors?
It's the Nuggets, dude. I don't
Nuggets or Lakers.
The Lakers. No. You know what's funny? I actually think the Lakers.
So you think any team in the East is we can go through?
I wouldn't say the Nuggets either. I would say the Kings might be somebody.
And you know what? Low key, that's not even crazy. That's not even that crazy. They took us to 7 last year for a reason. Mike Brown knows our offense. They got really difficult personnel to guard. The thing is, their defense isn't good. Like, they're gonna have to figure that out. But here's my thing: the Lakers are gonna be good. I'm just not like. It's like we kind of should have won last year. So I will say Denver's 1A and the Lakers are 1B. But there's really nobody else that strikes fear.
What the fuck happened to the Clippers, bro?
Clippers are done. I'm not. Clippers are like a tier 2, tier 3 team. Like I'm literally not worried about them at all.
Jesus.
I put them honestly. The Clippers are closer to the Timberwolves than they are to the Lakers. So I'm gonna be honest with you. Now here's my thing. In the East, I swear there's not one. Even remember like the last few seasons, like the Bucks. I swear, give me the Bucks. I'd rather face the Bucks than the Celtics.
Wow.
I'm not worried. I am not worried about the Bucks, dude. I am not.
We built a wall for Giannis.
How much of that is that they lost Brooke too going into this year from a matchup?
Have you seen the
Wait, what? They didn't lose Brooke.
I'm so
respect
sorry.
Lindell Wigginton. No,
I had this thing in my mind that he did sign with the Rockets.
Oh no. They have the full core. Chris and Brooke are back.
Yeah. Listen. They have no bench. Look at their rotation. I looked at it
Malik
the other day.
Beasley.
The Nasties.
And no, Seidel, we're not respecting that guy.
They got like 11 playable dudes in the regular season, and then in the playoffs, that shit drops down to like 7.
Marjon Beauchamp, Lindell Wigginton.
So here's the
Come
thing,
on,
right?
bro, Lindell Wigginton.
I think there's
That's Shadow's nephew. Respect Lindell.
I know.
So hold on. Here's my thing, right? Who are there? So Bobby Portis and Malik Beasley are their two best bench players, right?
Pat Connaughton.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
So hold on. So yeah, Pat Connaughton. Okay, that's their 3. That's their 8-man. Their 8-man is Drew, Chris, Giannis. Who's their 4? Is it Bobby?
No, their 4 is Giannis. It's Giannis. Their 4.
It's Giannis. No. Okay, so
it goes Drew, Grayson, Chris, Giannis, Burke.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, so that's their 5, and then it's Pat, Bobby, and then Malik Beasley. That's their 8.
It's really Pat and Bobby, right?
Okay, let's say you're right. And you know what? You might be right, but they might be forced to play Malik if they, I don't know, run out of bodies or something.
Or if Beauchamp takes a leap, he could do something.
So here's the thing.
Yeah, he looks cool actually.
Player to player, like 1-to-1, I'm not moved. Like, Brook is a problem. Giannis is Giannis.
You can't forget Chris Paul has experience against this team. They played them in the finals. He played
Exactly.
them in the finals.
And here's the thing, though. This is why I say all this shit depends on Kuminga. Because guess what? Yo, on-ball Steph Muse. Yo,
Who the fuck is guarding Kuminga?
hold on. If you're gonna make an on-ball Steph Muse, you better be fucking. You better have joined my channel. You better have joined my channel. Here's the thing. If Kuminga, see, this is where the Kuminga thing comes in. If Kuminga takes a step,
Who the fuck is guarding?
if he's like 60 or 70% of Bobby Portis, which I think he can be, from just like a production standpoint, or whatever, it's a fucking dude. We're beating them in 5, bro. Like if Kuminga can just be like, because Bobby Portis, I know that sounds like Bobby Portis. He's not ass, bro. He's one of the best rebounders in the NBA. Bobby Portis gives you like 8-9 rebounds a game. Look at his numbers. Bobby Portis is one of the best rebounders in the NBA, but he can't defend. So he rebounds, but he can't defend. So Kuminga, if he can defend and rebound and score in the paint, like if he can be 70 or 80% of Bobby Portis, bro, we would wipe the floor with the Bucks. I'm telling you, bro.
Dre, it keeps going back to Joku. It's the same thing against the Nuggets.
Yep.
He can do a number on AG off ball.
Lakers too.
Realize that. There it is. Like we take the Nuggets in 5 or 6 games. Same thing here. You know, we handle the Bucks in 5 games. It's crazy. Like when you think about the outlook of it, we're gonna be like it's like one of the 2 biggest X factors for us going into this season is the leap that he either will or will not take.
Exactly. But you know what? Even player like 1-to-1, right? I'm taking Moses Moody over Pat Connaughton. I'm taking Chris Paul over whoever the fuck. Like you want to say Reggie Jackson, obviously. You want to say, you know, for the Lakers, like D'Lo. Give me CP. Like if you look at our matchups now, that's what I'm saying though. Kuminga, I gotta see it. But if I see it, we're on a different planet. And even if I don't see it, I still think we can compete with these teams. It's just going to be tough, or just a little bit tougher. But I still think we can do it. But Clay has to show up. So there is this like give and take. But I'm telling you, bro, the Celtics don't fucking move me. The Bucks don't move me. See, if this was last year's Bucks team that was healthy with Giannis and they didn't get hurt, whatever, I'd be fucking moved. But this isn't that team. Like, this team is so bad. Their bench is so bad. I am so not moved by them. And then the Heat might be the greatest threat out east to us. And I still think
Dame goes there.
If Dame goes there.
Yeah,
Nah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with
Steph
that.
would take that personal.
I don't agree with that. They would lose so much depth in that Dame trade. I don't agree with that.
Well, yeah, so Tyler would go, and then who else?
So they
Jimmy Robinson, Kyle Lowry.
Jaime Jaquez.
No,
Yeah, they
if
would
Tyler
really go-
goes, they won't. If Tyler goes, they won't need to put Kyle there. But I mean, he's not really a difference maker. Anyways.
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. The East is mid. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
The East
Bro,
is
I have some hot takes out east, bro.
Is anybody gonna win 60 games in the East?
No.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. If the Cavs, because they signed Max Strus,
I like the Cavs. They're my dark horse. They're my dark horse.
Who did they sign again?
They signed Max Strus, George Niang, and one more player. I forgot who.
I remember Ty Jerome. So, and maybe someone else. But here's the thing. The Cavs really got embarrassed last year.
Yes, they did.
But if they take a step, there's a chance that they make some. I don't know if they'll make the finals, but they can make some noise.
They can go to the conference finals.
They could.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Great.
For
What if the Sixers get some pretty good
That's a
pieces
good
back
point.
for Harden?
I forgot about Philly. Yeah.
Right?
I don't think they can.
Problems against Philly.
There's a possibility if they do a 3-teamer, but I don't know.
So if they get some good now,
Zach LaVine.
Hypothetical, but
So
if
I'm
they
gonna be honest with you. I thought Philly's best chance was last year. I actually think their best chance might be this year if they get the right package, or if Harden stays. I don't think he's gonna stay though. If they get a good package though, their best chance might be this year. Because that's how low I think of the East. Like I literally think Boston.
I could see the Knicks making a deep run.
The Knicks have a shot now. Like they took the the NBA finalists, Miami Heat, to a tough 6 games.
Yes, they did.
And honestly, it just came down to offense. Like the Knicks just couldn't score. But if
I
they,
pray to God they do. I need to go to a finals game.
yeah, I'm telling you, like it's literally anybody. But let me tell you this: whoever the fuck we face out east, bro, we are smoking the fuck out of them, bro. I am not worried about
Yeah,
any of these.
whoever comes out the West is smoking the team out the East, even if it's not us.
That's
Whoever it is.
not
Yeah,
going to be even
that's
close,
true.
bro. It might be even worse than it was last year. Again, from Denver and Miami.
Bro, if Sacramento makes it out the West, they're gonna win a title.
Oh yeah, 100%, no
So
doubt.
you don't think the Celtics have a chance to win the title next year?
Hell
No, I don't.
I agree.
Dre, what in the West? One team we didn't talk about was Dallas. I think
Oh,
I think that
They can
they're
make
like
noise. They can make the conference finals again. I
yeah,
agree.
I think that they're going to be teetering between tier 1 and tier 3. Like there's a lot of unknowns with them, but they could definitely make noise. I could see them either like the 6 or 7 seed, or also
That's a team
in
that
We'd
can beat
smoke them though.
So,
We'd
so that's
smoke
a
them.
team
oh, we
where
smoke them. I'm not worried about them at all. But
no,
in
yeah,
terms,
we would beat Dallas. But here's the thing:
Well,
in a
that your
4-5,
turn, my turn
actually,
shit work.
I would be more worried about Dallas than I would against like Phoenix. Like honestly,
really, then Phoenix.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Because
I
think
think-
about it. You got first of all, Luka to me is by far a more well-rounded offensive player than anyone on Phoenix is.
That's true.
That's first. Second of all, Kyrie has always been a matchup problem for us.
Yeah.
The third thing is they got versatility now. Grant Williams, Seth Curry. They got some shooting. They got some versatility. They got some pieces now. So I like Grant Williams better than DeAndre Ayton. That's me.
Oh yeah, they have Grant now.
So my thing is this.
Yeah.
I think, but here's what I'll say. In a 4-5 matchup, Mavs versus Lakers, that's a real chance that the Lakers are a first round exit. That's possible. I believe that.
Oh, Kyrie versus Bron.
Kyrie versus
Yep.
Bron, Luka. Luka's
Remember,
gonna do whatever he wants.
You saw Kyrie's tweet the other day, right?
I did, yeah.
About like the record about Bron. He's
Yeah.
got something to prove.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
gonna be interesting. And Dre, I think it's a real possibility that the Lakers and the Mavs, either team could be 4 or 5. I think that's a legit possibility.
Yeah, 100%.
That'd be a fun series, honestly.
Absolutely. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Is like when I look at that, I'm like, okay, that's.
I just think it's really hard to assess the West because I feel like there's so many really good teams.
And this is why the Warriors have to take full advantage, man. We gotta have a great start, man.
Title, bro.
You got the Kings, you got the Pelicans, the Thunder. Like who knows what the Rockets will do.
My dream is we get off to such a decent start that we're like a top 3 seed, really, really solid, and then well, yeah,
we need to be a top 3 seed by Christmas.
But then I want to be resting back-to-backs by March.
Yeah.
And because resting back-to-backs in fucking November is stupid, but resting back-to-backs in March is what I want to get to, because then I want these other teams to wear themselves out, have tired legs, fight for the seeding, while we're at number 2 or 3. And we're just chilling, and Kuminga and Moody are getting, more reps. Steph and CP are laughing on the bench, and we're just chilling, man, and we're just doing the do. Dre, that's what I want.
Dre, let me ask this. If we were, the number 1 seed, do you think, say, for instance, we were the number 1 seed, it looked like a wide margin, just randomly, just thinking about it. Do you think, would you be worried, damn, maybe we're trying a little too hard for these regular season wins, or would you just roll with it?
It depends. Honestly, I wouldn't take the seeding as an indicator. I would take it just like the games itself. Okay. If it's obvious that we're, chasing the
What do you
number
mean
1
by trying so hard, though?
No. I mean, say, for instance, just like it was mentioning, resting or not resting back-to-backs, or, playing...
I'm okay with that.
Heavy minutes,
I think
whatever,
we were disrespectful last year.
I don't think Steve would do that though.
Last year, but hold on. Last year we were disrespectful though. We literally were resting back to backs the moment we had one.
Yeah.
in November, December, like all this bullshit, bro. You
Pelican
can't do
games.
that, bro. Yeah, you can't do that. That's disrespecting the regular season. We
Lost
won
by
44
40.
games. We were like, we could if we had tried to win another 3 to 4 games. We're a different seed. We're a completely different team.
Yeah.
So we disrespected the regular season. You can't do that. What you
Yeah.
need to do is you need to respect it, and then once you solidify yourselves, then you can start to take it more lightly, right? You can rest.
Yeah.
Literally, what we did in 2022. It's really like we've done it before. It's not really like guesswork. This isn't like a mystery. We know what to do. You solidify your seeding early. We went 18-2,
Yeah.
right? By the All-Star break, we were like a top 1 or 2 seed. By March, we were fighting around 2-3, and you just stay at 3. And you develop throughout. You rest back to backs, and that's what you do. And then you see all these other teams fight for seeding, fight for positioning, and you're resting. There's a reason Denver won the title. Like, they were literally resting, bro, all year. Like, the last 2 months of the year, they were fucking resting, bro. If you look at their schedule, they weren't even trying. They were resting.
That's why
dudes.
people were concerned about them during they had a losing streak
Yeah, they were
near
slipping.
the tail end of the season.
Yeah,
But they didn't
That's not,
obviously it was concerning because they didn't want to build bad habits going into the playoffs. But they cleaned that up and we saw the result.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Remember that game against Denver when Jokic didn't even play and they beat us?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
I remember
bro.
that. Yep, that was the Mercedes-Benz money game. When
Yeah.
Shannon went on that rant. That was funny, bro.
Ben's money's on these dudes.
Because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
believe in Steph, and he was echoing. Yeah, that was funny.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, this is what it comes down to.
But
Like,
Dre, for Denver though, they didn't even have a really good start. Like, it took them 10 or so games to figure things out.
That's true.
So yeah, I mean, and then they ended up just cruising their way towards the whole regular season. So hopefully we have a similar path as them. Like, I'm fine with us, having some hiccups in the beginning and then pretty smoothly, and then just taking it a little bit more easier near the tail end of the regular
You can't
season in
listen.
preparation.
Let me tell you this right now. You cannot develop if you're playing at a deficit.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can only develop if you're playing at an advantage.
And that's why they were able to incorporate Christian Brown.
Exactly.
And how he became a revelation in the playoffs.
Exactly.
They trust him.
Yep. They did it right, man. They did it right. They deserve to win. They deserve to win, man. They did everything right from start to finish, from coaching to the front office to the players. You got to give them credit, man. They did the job, and I admire that. I admire.
Do you think that them losing Bruce Brown is going to impact their regular season
100%.
wins?
It'll
for
impact
sure.
both.
I think so. Yeah.
They will. Listen, I don't even know if they'll beat the Lakers next year.
Okay.
Like, I don't know if I like that matchup without Bruce Brown. Like, a few of those games were pretty close. It could have gone either way. The margins is where they beat the Lakers. You do realize that. They beat the Lakers in the margins. Bruce Brown is literally the reason. Like, he is that margin piece. So you lose that margin piece, you better damn well hope that Christian Brown's ready. Because against the Lakers, if you have Gabe Vincent off the bench versus Christian Brown, and then you got all the Rui Hachimura off the bench, like, you're fucked, bro. Like, I don't know what the hell they're going to do. That's what I'm saying, bro. But with us, I trust CP against Gabe Vincent. I trust, hopefully, Kuminga against Rui. Like, I trust that we can hold up against them, right? But we're going to need guys to take a step. But the Lakers, they're going to be a tough team. I think Denver's 1A. Lakers are 1B. They're really going to be the toughest teams. The question is, really, who comes out east? Because I think we can get. Listen, at the end of the day, we're only going to need to play one of them. We're only going to need to play one of Denver or LA. We're not going to play both of them because the odds are the way the seeding is going to come out. If we're a top 3 seed, I don't see the Lakers being okay. Let's say Denver's like 1 or 2, right? We're going to face Denver either in the second round or in the conference finals. The odds that the Lakers are going to see us are lower because they're going to probably either face Denver or they could get bounced. Like, the odds of us seeing both of them is quite low. Either they're going to meet each other or they're going to get bounced earlier because they're that bad. So the way the math works, we're probably going to face one or the other. And if we face them, it'll probably be in the conference finals.
Yeah.
So honestly, I just think we just gotta have a high seed though. We could if we have the 5th seed or 6th seed, we might face both if we even face them at all. So we need to get a top 2 or 3 seed, and then when we face these teams, it'll only be one of them. The first round is gonna be easy. Second round might be a bit of a challenge depending on who, and the conference final is gonna be a big challenge. And then after that, I think we beat whoever's in the finals. But the second round is probably going to be like a Dallas or maybe a Clippers or something like that. Maybe even a Suns.
Yeah.
The conference finals would be like a Denver or Lakers, But, I have full confidence we can beat any of these teams. So, no doubt. We just got to be healthy and we got to be connected. That's it. 2 things. Health, connected. We do those 2 things, I feel okay. Last year we were not connected, and that's why we lost. So, be connected. All right. Good night, Snake. Appreciate you.
Shit, man. I'm just ready for this season to start. I'm still excited for the rest of the off-season content, but man, I can't wait for this season to start, man. I'm just
I agree.
bro.
If I could just scrap this.
I
start-
feel really good about this upcoming time. I just can't wait for it to be October.
So far, but at least got I don't
2 months away.
but got Premier League and La Liga coming up next weekend. So
What about the USA basketball stuff?
Football season starts back.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Wait, what about the FIBA basketball stuff? How's that going to work?
Is it on ESPN or I don't?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I think it's on Fox.
Oh, Fox.
Because I don't. Can we watch ESPN stuff on here now or no? We still can't do
Possibly.
that? Okay.
Dre,
Are you doing the FIBA games?
I mean, we can.
I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know what time it is.
It knows the stream, right? So it has to be like basketball or whatever, right? Like where it's connected. It's not like network based.
Yeah, I'll ask them. They'll yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out. When do you know when it starts?
Yeah, when does it even start? I know they're doing training camp right now.
They'll probably do it. If it's on ESPN and stuff, they'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're
We
gonna
have the
see
rights
some
to that.
the USA team. Should be pretty fun. I mean, obviously.
August 25th.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. That's
3
a while away
a.m. my
then.
time.
That's interesting. Okay.
3 Eastern in the
I'm
morning.
Central. I'm Central. But yeah, 3 a.m. Central time for me.
Oh damn. Okay, we're not. Well, that's too late then to watch.
Damn.
Oh my God, Sam! Someone just put Sam's. Study for the else for the
Ray said, "Please let us go to sleep."
All right, yeah. You want me to close this out and we can kind of revisit tomorrow if people in the chat are tired? We could do that.
Yeah, no, we can. But I think Ray was just talking about the Team USA stuff. I don't think he was talking to.
Oh
to
yeah,
you about
yeah.
this. But yeah, no, it's like 12 anyway.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, that's up to y'all.
Cool. Are you doing a player profile thing tomorrow, Dre?
Oh yeah. Every day until I finish it. Yep.
Okay.
Ray.
Cool,
Okay,
cool.
I'm sorry.
Every. No,
All
you're
right.
good. I'm just saying. Every day, grind don't stop.
What time are you doing it tomorrow? And on tomorrow's Friday. What about Saturday?
Saturday got to be earlier.
Yeah, I'll do it. So you said the Jake Paul fight's at 7.
I think so.
Is
I
that when-
gotta check. I gotta
so
check
my
out.
Is that when they do the walkout, or is that when they start the card?
It might be prelims. I don't know. It might be.
That's what I'm saying.
Jake Paul would be the main event. What time is that?
No,
main
that's
event start?
7's when it's when the card starts. So prelims.
I have a feeling it's usually like 8. Or
It'll
9.
be 8:30. Yeah. So I'll probably start at like 7, and then by the time
No, Dre, 8 or 8:30 our Pacific time.
8:30 Pacific time. What?
That's 11 Eastern.
Yeah.
So I think your normal time would work because you
Yeah,
usually
it'll
do
work.
5:30.
It'll
Yeah,
work.
5:30 works.
I'll probably start it at like 8 or 8:30. I'll finish at around 10, 10:30, or probably 10, because I'm only doing one player at a time. So 10, and then I'll take a break for an hour, and then we'll jump back on at like 11 or whatever.
Yeah, that should work.
Yeah, for sure.
Who's he fighting?
Nate Diaz.
Nate Diaz.
Oh,
Oh,
that
wow,
shit's
okay, that's
gonna
gonna
be
be a fun
lit.
fight.
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a war. I
You
don't
saw
know.
the away injury? They get the
I did see
security
that.
guards.
I did see that.
Yeah.
I have never seen Nate Diaz get knocked out. Has he ever gotten knocked out?
No, I don't think so.
Yo, imagine if he
Wait,
gets knocked the fuck out.
who's fighting, Jake Paul or Logan Paul?
Jake Paul.
Jake. Oh, okay. Who do you think is gonna win?
I got Jake Paul.
Jake's a pretty handy favorite.
So from a just strictly boxing standpoint, see, Nate Diaz has been like especially over the past few years in the UFC, he's been a weird guy, like in terms of his striking, because he seems like he'll take like rounds off and like he's not really high volume. But like if anyone saw that Edwards fight, did anyone see that?
I saw it. Yo, he did.
Bro.
So he rocked Edwards at one
So
point.
he just sat there, right? He just sat there for the entire fight, and then just like almost like disinterested in a way. But Nate is weird like that. Like he calculates in a way that he looks disinterested. Now it doesn't mean that he wasn't getting hit. But he was taking some shots. He wasn't able to counter like Leon's left hand. He wasn't able to do any body work.
Yeah.
But man, he just has that ability to just catch guys and
He
like
can
you
change
know
a
what I'm
fight
saying?
with one punch. Yeah.
Exactly. And he doesn't even it's weird because Nate doesn't even have pop like that. Like it's just his ability to time his strikes. And like he caught Leon and then funny enough, in true Nate fashion, he catches him and he's wobbly and he doesn't finish him off. Right?
That's
and then
true.
eventually Nate's just a weird fighter.
It was the last round. It was the final round.
Yeah, it was literally the last like 90 seconds of the fight, and it was literally like, "Yo, push him! Like if you push him, you can literally finish him off. He's so woozy, and he doesn't do that." So, and then this is even less serious than that kind of a fight in the UFC against Leon Edwards. So, I expect Nate to honestly just kind of like sit back, throw some counter punches, be the lower volume guy in the fight. And then if he catches him, he catches him. Like that's it. Like that's why I think Jake Paul has the advantage because he's gonna be the guy pressing every round, throwing the volume, landing body shots. And scar tissue Nate is just gonna sit there and be bleeding. And if he throws something, he throws something. Like it's gonna go exactly as you would expect.
Yeah, I would agree. And Nate, also you got to remember he's on the older side, and he's gonna get a bag from this, man. So like,
that's why he's doing it at the end of the day, right? Yeah.
I just don't want
all
an
these
ass
old
kicking like Saturday.
retired UFC dudes
He's
who fight
38.
Jake Paul.
He's 38. I mean, he's pretty damn
Remember
old.
when Anderson Silva fought him, Jake Paul?
Yeah, I do. But Anderson Silva is pretty damn skilled. But yeah, no, even he's like 41 or whatever. Yeah.
Just don't get your ass kicked like last weekend, bro. Just
don't get Nate Robinson.
Yeah, come on. That's all I can ask.
I don't think I've ever seen Nate. So here's the thing. I remember the first time I saw Masvidal get knocked out by Usman.
Yeah.
That was a shock. That was like
shocker.
I remember like feeling like, whoa, this dude who's like he's like this like super tough guy.
Yeah.
And he just got like fucked, bro. He just got like knocked out. So like Nate Diaz, I kind of view in that same way, like just this like really tough dude, and if he just gets like just slept, shit, that'd be crazy. Like fuck.
I think, and it's 8 rounds, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 8.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so that's another
8 3 minutes or 4? How many minutes?
3, normal 3.
Yeah, usually 3.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's 8 rounds. Like he doesn't have like a gas tank like that anymore. He's not gonna be. He's probably didn't train much, to be honest, for this. Like, he's gonna throw like his unconventional, like weird hooks that he throws from like kind of like under his shoulder. Like you're not gonna see him like like in like a a traditional boxing stance. He's gonna fight like literally fight like he's fighting a UFC fight just with his hands, and that's why Jake Paul has had the advantage on a lot of these UFC guys is because they're not truly boxers. And when we actually saw him fight a boxer, he struggled. So, but at the end of the day, you got to respect it, man. Like you put his name on the map, like in this, he does bigger pay-per-view numbers and like guys that are otherworldly more talented than he is in the sport. So you gotta respect the brand, man. It's cool. Like it's cool entertainment. Like I'm a huge boxing fan, so I don't watch it for the value of it from the art of boxing standpoint to appreciate like what these guys do. But just from an entertainment standpoint, like he's really built a brand. You got to respect it. It's cool.
Facts,
100%.
Yeah, the Paul brothers are definitely entertaining.
Yeah, like everyone, everyone doubted him. Like they've been doubting you're just this YouTube guy trying to do.
He's doing the smart thing though, because I'm telling you, he's going to do this for a period of time, and then he's going to leave and go to wrestling like his brother.
Yeah, he's killed it, man. Oh, and also his brother. I don't watch like WWE and stuff like that, man. But like I have some friends that do, and like have like.
Oh yeah, he's been killing it.
Bro, he's like fucking like very talented, Logan.
He's an elite athlete, man.
Like he's a dude in that. Like it's pretty crazy. Like you wouldn't think of him as an athlete like that, but some of the stuff his brother is doing is super, super impressive. It's really cool. Good for them, man. I'm not gonna hate on anybody building their brand and doing their thing. Like
I used to not like him, but I mean they changed a lot from an image wise, so I respect it.
And then especially with Jake, like you realize a lot of the stuff that he says for views and to be able to like initially to like build his brand.
Yeah, but the Logan Paul Japan situation was horrible. But that was a while ago.
Yeah, the Japan thing was bad. But it's cool, man. Like they do with it. And if anyone watched the Crawford Spence fight this last weekend, man, that was Terrence Crawford put on a performance that bro,
Mike Tyson, not Mike Tyson,
greatest performances you will ever see in the sport, man.
Not even Mike Tyson. It's Floyd Mayweather shit, dude.
Bro, he made Errol look
he
like
was just
Dre. Check the chat.
ass, just non-stop.
He schooled Errol Spence to a different level than how Mayweather schooled Canelo. But Canelo was very young. Canelo was early young. Errol Spence is a dude. He is pound for pound top 3. He is a dude, man. This guy is one of the most talented boxers we have seen this generation, and he schooled him. This shit was crazy. I still can't get over it. It was unreal.
I'm surprised the fight lasted that long, bro. Spence probably he looked like he wanted to tap out, bro. I was just like, bro, just throw in the damn towel. Like,
Spence was showing a chin, man. Spence never been knocked down before. He never been knocked down before in a fight. He got knocked down 3 times in that fight.
The damn towel.
Crazy.
Shit. But yeah, this weekend's gonna be lit, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, it's cool.
You guys want me to end it here, and then we can revisit tomorrow?
Sure.
Yes,
man.
sir.
Sure.
All right, man.
Y'all have a great night.
Like
Y'all stay blessed.
Isn't it 3 for you, Dre?
Yeah, 3. Same.
Yeah, I'll probably go to bed like in 30 minutes or something.
Same.
You guys.
Hey, chat, appreciate you guys. 36 people in here at 3 a.m. Eastern, 12 a.m. Or damn near 12 a.m. Pacific.
Yep.
2 a.m. Central.
Activity chat.
Yes,
Type a
sir.
W if you're in here.
Yes, sir. But yeah, man, I appreciate everybody. Player profile tomorrow. Urkel's gonna do some spaces and some playbacks tomorrow as well. So more stuff ahead. And fuck, man, season feels so far away. Like,
is that a real quote, Dre, from the article? He said
it is. That's
a real quote. It's a real quote.
It's upcoming season. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. The season's so far away, it like almost takes away some of the excitement. But once it hits, it'll hit. So looking forward to that, and see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.
All right, yes, sir.
All right, stay blessed, y'all.